I feel the idea of libertarianism that we should have personal freedoms, but we should have a government safety net for those people who need it.
Free education is for everyone.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, at least so it gets complicated. Like, I think at the end of the day, I don't think that we should have borders or countries. We're like people of the globe, but so long as there are citizens, or like so long as we have countries, then it should be free for all citizens.
I'm down for that. What's that platform that you named like the 50 platforms at once?
Rumble.
Uh, you in the description of your YouTube.
You sure it's not Rumble?
Almost
Here, I'm reading it right now. 100 plus YouTube, 100 plus.
Restream.io.
Oh, that, yeah. Yeah. What about it?
When did you start using and promoting that? Are they sponsoring you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, so
Are you gonna reincarnate William Heath in the future?
absolutely. He's gonna have his own hologram. Holograms become really big. Okay, so Restream is a really nice platform that I use and that I've started using because it has disconnection protection. Like when you live stream as much as I do, you need consistent internet all the time. And for whatever reason, just because of how routers are and ISPs are, and power fuses blow, and I've got roommates who sometimes blow fuses and whatever, it can knock out the internet for a little bit. Sometimes it's only like 10 seconds, but sometimes that makes your stream go down. So restream. Pardon me. Restream.io allows it has disconnection protection, which I feel should be just a default thing that YouTube has and that Rumble has, but they either don't have it or they don't have it for as long as I need. So what happens is on a case. So what it basically does, if your internet goes out while you're live streaming on YouTube, let's just say it goes out for 1 second, not a long time, and it's not even like the whole thing goes out. It's not like your router restarts or anything. Just for whatever reason, there's just a hiccup in the connectivity. YouTube ends your stream immediately. What Restream.io does is it says, hold on a second, I think you just disconnected. I'm not going to end the stream immediately. I'm going to give it 10, 15, 20 seconds to reconnect. If it reconnects, then I'll just continue the stream, and then you can continue to watch, like in one continuous feed. If it's YouTube, it just ends the stream immediately. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How long have you been using that?
Like 6 months or so. And I have um like normally what would happen is my stream would go down and I would just restart a new stream. But this allows me to not have to do that. So it's very beneficial from that. I mean, it's just a lot less babysitting of the stream. It is a it's a freemium service. What do I mean by that? There are free tiers that I use, and um, what does that do? So you get to be able to live stream on two simultaneous streams for free, and then it can increase to like 10, 15, or no. I think if you want 3 to 5, it's like something a month. I don't know. I don't pay attention to it if it costs anything. But like a lot of times I'll do a stream and one of my streams will be out, or two of my streams will be out, or six of my streams will be out, and that's fine because I've got another 14 that are still live streaming. It's like not that big of a deal to me. It's the reason why I do so much multi-streaming is because my streams go out, and it's not. Sometimes it's not even my internet. Sometimes it has to do with the app crashes or the laptop needs a restart or like whatever. When you do as much streaming as I do, there are like a lot of different scenarios that occur that can stop your stream. So it's like, okay, if one goes down, I got another one going. And if that one goes down, I've got another one going. And then if any of that goes down, I've got backups to all the backups. Now, do I have absolutely every second of the last 3.5 years stream archive? No, but I have like 99.999%. If I ever have a power outage, which doesn't happen often, but it can happen, or they have to do like some work on the router, I have GoPros that I use that I'll just put one GoPro on me, not 10 GoPros on me, but I'll put like one GoPro on me. So I've got that, but that doesn't happen all that often. Um, Less than once a month, less than probably like just a few times a year. Is it like, does something have to happen where we'll have to change out the internet, or like they had to get a new router like several months ago, even more than that. So when there's that switch over, or it doesn't happen as much anymore, thankfully. But I had one roommate who liked to microwave stuff in their room, and they would blow out the fuse all the time when like he would have like a bunch of power going on. I really liked him as a person, but as a roommate, I mean, I'm sure he could say the same thing about me at points, but he would like take his oil. He would like cook like um, he would like cook like really, I don't know, like Filipino dishes and pour the oil down the sink, and it would clog up the sink, and I would complain about it like to the person who owns the house, and he's like, well, I don't know what to do. Like it was just frustrating. But anyway, he would knock out the power a lot. Um, they're just little, just uh, different scenarios that occur. So I use Restream as like a kind of failsafe for a lot of the disconnections that occur. The ones that get me are just when the internet cuts out for like 10 seconds. Like just 10 seconds. Why? I don't know. And when I like, I do all kinds of troubleshooting online for this. It's just something that happens with different ISPs and different routers. And normally that's not a big deal. And actually probably 99% of all the population doesn't even know what's happening because they're just like hit refresh on their computer or whatever and it works again. But I'm live streaming all the time. And because of that, I always have to have it working. It can never be down. Does that make sense? That's right. No days off. No seconds off. Or as you know, I talked about you at length yesterday about how nice you are. Just I sometimes just talk to the cameras. Um and I was just saying that how nice you were and how nice it was for you to come in and just say how consistent I am. And I just wanted you to know that meant a lot to me. I I hope you can hear in my voice, like I think I'm coming to the end. Not because I'm quitting by any means, but I'm gonna get viral. I just look at, like, just as I was saying this, somebody talked about me 15 minutes ago. Somebody talked about me 6 minutes ago. You know what I mean? Like those are more.
What's your blue sky bot doing exactly?
It likes, reposts, and comments on new people's posts. So, like, let's say you go on Blue Sky right now and you post something. There's a good chance one of my three bots will like it, will repost it, and will comment on it. So, like, um, yeah, it comments this huge thing of text that says, um, it's the thing about like the biggest pimp of all time, yada yada yada. Um, so somebody wrote, um, "I'm becoming a meme," like, and that's cool. So somebody wrote 16 minutes ago and replied to somebody else, "Have you ever met a man named Rabbi Rothschild?" Somebody else wrote 7 minutes ago, "The rabbi showed up in my replies and was instantly banned. This is the power being a dragon gets you," and that's fine. Look, I don't care if it bans me. I have a list right now of 1,200 accounts that are ready to be populated. I've been working on it for like 3 months. Like I've got literally right now, let's say lightning, God forbid, hit me right now. It would have 1,200 accounts that would spam until it ran out. So it wouldn't go forever, but they would have to ban 1,200 accounts, which would take days. Meaning, like I have days of work of backup, and that's it's a really good bot. I've had bots before that were okay. My kick bot was pretty good, but it didn't work while I was asleep, and it didn't. Maybe it did. I don't recall, but this one works while I sleep. It allows me to talk with you. I mean, as I talk with you, I do little captchas, and all I have to do is make sure the captchas are being done, and that creates new accounts and puts them all in this big spreadsheet that I have. And then my computers take the information from the spreadsheet and spam people with those accounts. And I have it programmed that if anybody bans those accounts, that's fine. It's absolutely fine. Here's why. In order to ban one of
someone who might say that, oh, you're using like a robot host or whatever, Twitter actually allows, I mean, Twitter like a banner, like thing that says this is a bot or whatever, but Twitter already allows the promise agents to post like all the time. Yeah, so it's not really like you're doing anything wrong.
Well, and I think you and I have done that investigation where you can make autonomous um, AI bots. But here's the thing: you're only allowed to make one of them. I make hundreds, thousands, basically, and they don't allow that. That's ban evasion.
Yeah, I mean, I barely posted on like my Hello Yellow accounts and commented, and they're still just got like flag.
Yeah. I had that same issue, and I don't know what, like, I don't know. I mean, I've seen Twitter's evolution of what they do to be able to prevent spam. And years ago, like when I first started spamming on there 2 or 3 years ago, um, I could create as many accounts as I want, spam as much as I want. But now they have AI. You can tell they have AI. Like I think they started um, really using AI actually just like in January of this year. But now, like when you do your yellow on red accounts, or I do just any kind of account, it triggers something in it and it bans it. Now I'm live streaming on Twitter right now, Twitter Spaces. I've been live in a Twitter Space 24/7 since February 14th, which is like 4 months, and this account hasn't been taken down. But I don't post with it. I don't I don't spam with it. I don't do anything with it. It's literally just a video space that I'm in. And I get random people in there. I get these assholes. I mean, I think it's funny, but not really. Who come in there and just play soundboards, trying to awake me, and it works sometimes, or just to annoy me. And so I'll just hear like that, and but that's cool. I mean, it's whatever. Do whatever you want. I don't. It doesn't bother me too much. Now, when I sleep in here, a lot of times I'll forget to mute the computer on which I'm talking to you, and people will come in here and just be screaming stuff, or come in with chainsaw noises or whatever. And I notice, like, if I keep that device on with the sound, I'll sleep like only like 4 to 6 hours. If I have it muted, I'll sleep 6 to 8 hours. Like, I sleep a lot longer because um, I'm able to sleep continuously. If I allow somebody to come in, like, I get random people who want to come in here and talk with me, and that's fine, even though I'm asleep. And they're really nice. Like, I'll get Zoot who comes in here and he's like, "Are you awake?" And I'll be like, "I'm sleeping." And he's like, "Okay, well, I'll just let you go." But even that, like me saying I'm sleeping, it'll be like, it'll like open my, like, it'll keep me awake a little bit. And then I won't always be able to get back to sleep. So I do, but I don't always remember to mute it. Whenever I mute it, if you ever come in here and see me, I'll take like a bottle of something and I'll put it like here. If you ever see that, it's like, why does he have that? It's a reminder for me to unmute myself, or I shouldn't say unmute myself, but to turn up the sound in the morning. Because if I don't, sometimes it happened like 1 or 2 times where I will be here. I'll be like, man, nobody's come in or said anything in a while in the Discord. And I'll look and they will have been, but I had the sound off. So usually, so I have two different devices. I've got this one and then the camera that has the podcast. And I can hear people talking in that one. And I'll be like, huh, what's going on? Oh, this one's still muted. But when I would do this, when I would spam on Twitter, I would get one person talking about me. This is at my max because I was really only doing it with one computer. One person every 3 days, and when I do it on Blue Sky, I get like on average one person an hour talking about me, and so that's like a 72 time like increase in people learning about me. And then they become like, I love the people who become like, I just get people, I know I've said it before, but it just makes me feel good when they say, if like, even though nobody cares what I post on Blue Sky, I know the rabbi cares because he upvotes me, and then I'll upvote them like immediately. Or I'll get people who say, this place is a real community when everybody knows who Rabbi Rothschild is. And it's like, yeah, you're fucking right, they do.
Maybe I haven't asked this before, but I probably did. But why do you not spam Reddit?
Oh man, Reddit, their security is better than basically anybody's. If I create a Reddit account, it gets banned almost immediately.
Even with the random username?
Every random username, random IP address, random device, everything. Yeah. Reddit did this. Reddit did this.
You also need the bullet thing, and you also need karma.
Yeah, in a lot of them, right? But even though I've gotten that, I mean, I've purchased Reddit accounts, and Reddit has some kind of. I remember when this happened. Condé Nast bought Reddit. Condé Nast is like a magazine company, and they have this thing that they do. What device fingerprinting does Reddit do, or account fingerprinting, to be able to prevent multiple accounts being used or to evade bans? Now, it might not even tell me this. Okay, so it uses device fingerprinting, account fingerprinting, ban evasion, and sock puppeting. So it does IP address tracking, browser fingerprinting, cookies and local storage, super cookies and ever cookies, account behavior fingerprinting, device identifiers on mobile and desktop. So it knows like your device model, your advertising ID, app usage data, installed apps, login and session correlation, third party tracking, email and phone verification. So the big thing though I find that Reddit gets me on is uh, VPNs. Like basically, if you create a new Reddit account with a VPN, it automatically flags it. It doesn't automatically ban it, but it basically automatically flags it. And Reddit's just a weird place that they give the moderators and like a lot of power, but they give the administrators all the power. And if there's an administrator who feels like you're spamming or something like that, they get rid of you. Have I spammed on Reddit before? Yeah. And so they've banned my accounts. And I do have some accounts that are still going, but I don't post with them because I don't want to get them banned. Like I have one at the Rabbi Rothschild because like Rabbi Rothschild got banned and Viral Rabbi, all these they all got banned. That actually
Can you just build a bot to post organically, like using AI agent to inspire engagement?
you can,
Or like rage bait environment?
you can, but the best way to do it is and explain to me like I'm 5 and go to and filter by new and someone will ask a question like how are babies born or whatever, like some simple question like why is the sky blue, and then you would say like because water molecules are reflecting light, however they are reflecting everything but blue. You know what I mean about color?
Yeah.
And so you would explain that in like a simple form. And because you do it really early on, you become the top uh, upvoted thing, and then you get the most amount of karma. And then that's how you get a lot of karma. So yeah, you can do it. Or there are already a lot of bots on it anyway, though. Like more than half of Reddit is probably bots at this point. And especially like the um like like some of the big subreddits, all they do is just take what was a really popular post like a year ago and just repost it with the best way to get the most amount of karma is to take a post that was popular like a year ago and then go and take the top upvoted comment and make that the title.
Yeah, I don't go on Reddit a lot, but I feel like it's not really designed for self promotion. Like you can't see what other subreddits people are in, right? And I don't think you can like post a URL or something on your
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you definitely can. In fact, that's where a lot of the botting comes in.
So if people look at your profile, then they could potentially find more of it.
Yeah, you can post 5 links, and you can write a little bio. Um, they can't see what subreddit you're in, but they can see what subreddit you've posted to. And so there are people. I think Redditors are creepy. A lot of them because they're like they make all these assumptions about you. They'll be like, granted, there are a lot of robots on Reddit, or a lot of people who are promoting OnlyFans, but there are just girls who are just making a post, and then people will just assume they're doing OnlyFans or whatever. And I don't know. I feel like Reddit suffers from such hive mind and echo chamberism. Like, it may be the most hive mind echo chamber on the internet. It's unbelievable. But only so many people are allowed accounts on there. Did you join the William Montgomery subreddit?
Yeah, of course.
What do you mean, of course? You didn't even know existed before.
I'm the #1 fan.
Maybe in your house, but definitely not in this call. I had to teach you about the William Montgomery subreddit. What did you think of his performance on this last? What did you think about William Montgomery's performance on the most recent Kill Tony?
I thought it was great. He knocked it out of the park.
Really, even though he didn't perform?
He was there in spirit.
So the reason why he didn't perform is, well, at least Tony said, because he only had 20 seconds put together. But I think he's shooting this movie, and so that's taking up some of his time. So I don't want to say he hasn't been on his.
That could be why he only has 20 seconds of the goal.
Well, actually, the reason why it's kind of complicated. The Tony and Red Band went to England and did the O2 Arena and bombed really. It was not a good show. So they don't do well in stadiums because of a few reasons. One, they can't control the crowd as much. Like the Comedy Mothership, they have to do facial recognition, and you're not allowed to have your cell phone and all kinds of stuff. But O2 Arena is much bigger. Same thing they did in Nashville. The other thing that happens is you get a small contingent of people in a very large stadium like that, or arena like that, and they start to boo people. And when a small group of people starts to boo, then everybody starts to boo. So people shit on all of these comics. And so Tony has to get up there and be like, hey, let him speak, and all that. Then on top of that, at least in the most recent England Kill Tony, or London, they had people broke out in fights just because of whatever. Somebody threw a bottle at somebody, and they just started. And then, that's the other thing, is they allow alcohol amongst all these people. Not that they don't at Comedy Mothership, but they're watching what people are taking in much more at Comedy Mothership than they are in a big state and a big arena. Okay, so then they went on vacation for a couple weeks, but they still want to show new Kill Tonys. So what Kill Tony did is it set up some episodes at the Vulcan Gas Arena, or Vulcan Gas Company, which is another venue in Austin, and they were doing multiple a week. They did 2 or 3 in a week or something like that. And William Montgomery he can do 1 minute per week, but it's really hard for him to do 2 or 3 minutes in a week. So that's why he said he only like 20 seconds. Though I don't understand why. I think with his joke delivery and the fact that he's reading off of cards, I really think I could do, I think I could do a minute a day easily. All I have to do here, we'll do it right now. I'm gonna go to CNN. All right. So like, what's a thing in the news? Uh, Loved ones share tributes as leaders. Well, that's a sad thing. I don't want to do something sad. Um, okay, Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana. Things didn't go as planned. What did they have? Record-setting tourism, and then boom. That's not bad. What Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana. Things didn't go as planned. They had record-setting tourism. Boom. Next, I'm not saying it's like the thing is that I read the whole line. So if it was, hey, did you know that Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana and things allegedly didn't go as planned? Yeah, they were expecting to have, I don't know. I think that was a funny joke, the first one. Yeah, they had overwhelming tourism. Next one. How Qatar, let's see, the Bezos Sanchez wedding. What happened at billionaire Jeff Bezos' wedding? Hey Jeff, where's my fucking invitation? That's a joke. Um, or William Montgomery could have said, Jeff, do you know how much oat bran or whatever the fuck he buys cereal I've bought off of Amazon? I thought that would at least give me a ticket to your wedding. Um,
Have a joke. Have a joke. Have a joke.
Go for it.
They may have heard that U.S. bombed Iran last week, but they didn't bomb as hard as Rabbi Rothschild tonight. Right?
Dog, people be laughing their ass off at these. All right, how about the Sean Diddy Combs case shows trialtainment has evolved in the post O.J. Simpson era. I don't know about you, but I very much enjoyed the Michael Jackson trial more than the Diddy trial. I mean, the way that he could deliver it, it would work. I'm not saying it's the funniest shit ever, but it's like he just needs to come up with like 5 of these a day. Um, Not even that. I mean, all right. Let's see here.
You can literally just like give me a joke, yeah, joke, and perfect.
Well,
What do you think about the demise of carpeting?
what do you mean? Versus hardwood floors or hard surfaces? Well,
Yeah, they're very popular at some point. Still an occasional like movie theater hallway floors might have carpeting. But
yeah.
I don't think many public spaces typically have carpeting.
So the big thing about carpeting, and people don't realize this, 90% of all dirt, debris, but specifically dirt, soil, can be prevented with 10 feet of walk-off matting. So what do I mean? Basically, like when you walk into a building, 90% of all of the dirt that would be tracked in can be prevented with 10 feet of carpeting right by the door. So that's why,
Big welcome.
yeah, exactly. That's why you see welcome mats where they are.
There's not like a 10-foot carpeted welcome mat.
Well, they have these things. They have tracks that they put in a lot of places as well that at least get some of the stuff off of your shoes. It depends where you are, but like a lot of places have them. I know, like I don't know, at like the store they have a big um, thing of uh, carpeting by the door. A lot of times, especially because it can cause a slip hazard if you have it like there's a slipping hazard from people coming from the outside inside if it ever rains.
Right? Do you think it's possible to make a carpeting that doesn't get dirty or at least won't like stain as easily?
Yeah, so they make all kinds of coatings, um, like Scotch Guard. Haven't we talked about Scotch Guard?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so you Scotch Guard it, and then the big thing is there's a way to clean carpeting. It's called dry shampoo. It is a so like the issue with carpeting a lot of times is it's difficult to clean carpeting in an industrial setting or a commercial setting because you have to wait for the carpeting to dry. Even if you have huge air blowers on it, it still takes a long time. It can take overnight. And like if you're in an office building, people don't want to walk in when the carpet's wet. So what they have is it's called dry shampoo. And you put dry shampoo in the carpet and then you vacuum that up and it basically shampoos the carpeting with the chemical and it's dry afterward. And that's going to revolutionize cleaning of carpeting.
When, when did that start coming
Um, since like 2015. Let me look at.
So very recently.
Oh yeah, yeah. It not like the carpet. Yeah. Yo, dog. Like Joey Diaz, have him explain in 10 bullet points chemical shampooing of carpeting. Sure. Here it is. Listen, cocksucker. This ain't your grandma's steam cleaning. Dry shampooing means no water, no mess, and no waiting hours for carpet to dry. They sprinkle this special powder, right? It's a dry compound. Got some chemicals and cleaning agents, cocaine for your carpet. They work that shit in with the brush machine. The bristles get deep like you owe them money. Grinds the dirt loose and gets it up top. No soaking the rug just out the pool. No soaking the rug like it just got out of the pool. The dry stuff pulls the dirt out of the fibers without flooding the joint. They vacuum it up like a DEA raid. All the dirt, the grime, poof, gone. Carpets left clean and mostly dry. Perfect for places that can't shut down for hours. Offices, casinos, maybe even your weird uncle's shag carpet from '72. No sticky residue, no wet dog smell. Just a clean floor and scent of success or chemicals. Who gives a fuck? Not for deep, nasty stains, though. You spill red wine on or blood, call somebody else, or burn the carpet. Fast, efficient, bada bing, bada boom. In and out, like a hit job in Jersey. End of the day, it's maintenance, not a miracle. Keep your carpets clean, and you won't need an exorcism every 6 months. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it gave me an idea actually based on the staining.
What's it? What's that?
I mean, possibly this exists, but creating a modular, like tiled carpet that will like interlock together.
They already make.
Spill wine on. They already have it.
They already make it. Yeah.
So there you go. It's useful to mention that I'm just
Yeah.
been a trillionaire. But I kind of know about that earlier.
Yeah. So it's like if you have an area that gets severely damaged, you can just pull out the squares, or like by the entrance, you just like the places that get worn more often, they just get pulled out.
I mean, have you ever seen a hotel hallway with like, I'm talking about like not like an Airbnb, like an actual hotel chain hallway that isn't carpet?
That isn't carpet.
Yeah.
On like in the upper floors, they generally always are. I think that has a lot to do not just with cleanliness, but sound as well. But I've seen hotel lobbies that are not that like they're marble.
We didn't think of the sound. It does dampen the sound.
Right.
Which is another added benefit of carpet.
Oh yeah, definitely. Also insulation. But I think the big reason is carpeting hides stains much better than flooring does. Or like tile.
That's true. But, yeah, but you'll agree that carpeting has probably declined in the last 10 or 20 years. And do you think that it's like a information gap about this like dry magic cleaner solution?
Well, the information like the dry chemical has been around, but it's not as effective in getting out stains. The thing is, flooring has improved. So they're like you used to have to strip a floor and then put a layer of wax down. Now they have like um, much more durable flooring that you don't have to do all that to. And like for instance, they like you used to have to like wax a floor regularly, but now they make these things, these discs that you can put on a like something what's called a burnisher or a polisher that will polish the floor and make it really really shiny, just as shiny as you would have with a wax floor, but doesn't need wax. 3M is a company that makes these things. It like has these discs that have little diamonds on them, like not like diamonds like diamonds you'd have in a ring, but they're like broken down, like diamond chips. And then if you spin those at a fast enough speed, they will shine up a floor. So there have been advances and stuff like. What'd you say? They do. They scratch it so much that it polishes it. So like if you have a floor or terrazzo floor or even some tile floors, it will shine them up. So that's been an advancement in the industry. As to carpeting, um, so let's look up what the like industrial industrial percentages are. Yo, dog, in the last 30 years, has carpeting increased in commercial areas or has hard flooring increased? Hard flooring has definitely increased in commercial areas while carpeting has declined. Here's a breakdown. LVT, luxury vinyl tile, polished concrete, ceramic tile, hardwood, and rubber foam. Wide durability. It handles high foot traffic better. Aesthetics, modern, sleek look, sustainability, more eco-friendly, cost efficiency. Carpet on the decline. Still used, but mostly in office spaces for noise dampening, hotels for comfort and warmth, some healthcare and education settings. Why declining? Maintenance costs. Cleaning is expensive and time-consuming. Wear and tear gets dirty and damaged quicker in heavy use areas. Health concerns can harbor allergens, mold, and bacteria. There you go. That's our answer.
Do you think the future of do you think carpeting will make a comeback?
Um,
Or will it go extinct or just maintain its practice?
I think it will still be popular in like some applications, like rooms. People like well, like people like having carpeting in bedrooms for warmth. So it doesn't have to be. Hardwood works. It depends. I think probably in the climate as well. Um, I would say they make a lot of like synthetic products now that look like wood that you really can't tell the difference when before you wouldn't have that. But even if you have like a wood or synthetic wood floor, a lot of people put carpeting over it. They just it can be cold to the feet, and people like warmth on their feet, especially in a bedroom. Now, with that being said, in places um, like kitchens, in the '70s they used to put carpeting in kitchens, but you won't ever see that again, I don't think. And
The whole house was
whole house was carpeted with like indoor outdoor carpeting. Um, and I don't think
neon pants and
I don't think you'll see carpeting in bathrooms. That used to be a thing, but that's not
yeah,
hygienic,
that was brutal.
right? Um,
That's brutal.
yeah. But I don't think carpeting will go all the way away. I think you'll have people who still want carpeting like throw rugs and like ornamental rugs. That's still popular, especially in like areas where slip hazards can occur. No fucking way. We've been talking about you all evening, Zoot.
Okay.
Are you ready, big dog?
Yeah. Any go. Any go.
I've heard you, Zoot. Zoot, I've heard you as I've been falling asleep or been asleep quite often. How have you been, Zoot? What'd you say?
I've been in here the last 4 days and you never responded.
Well, you said a bad word right when you left this morning.
Did I?
Yeah, I think you said the N word. I could be wrong, but if it wasn't you, somebody else.
It might have been. I apologize.
No, you're okay. I know you have tics and things. Okay, I've sent you both invitations. The first night I responded to you, you said, "Have a good night, Rabbi," or something like that. Zoot, I know because you haven't been coming in here as early as normal. You've been coming in really late.
Yeah, because I've been busy at the gym with the later gym sessions.
Okay, so I knew something had changed. Do you guys know that you have invitations?
Yeah. One thing. Evening 11.
So, Zoot, what's your BMI? What body fat are you?
I've been putting back on weight, so my body's starting to be a bit higher, but I'm gaining more muscle.
Do you have a six pack?
Yes, but it's not defined because I haven't had muscles.
All right. Have you gone to the strip club yet?
Yeah, I did. I replied.
You reapplied what they say to you.
I got a phone call next week.
That's great, Sue. Good job, buddy.
You have an exotic name yet? Alright, so let's play. I'm only gonna play one game.
We're waiting on Riser.
Oh, good. No, they're playing at least one. My battery's nearly dead.
We'll recharge it, dog.
Bring your phone. I'm out in public. This is one of the most dyslexic people I've heard. The most what? What do you mean? Not like he was peculiar. Not in a bad way. Or is it just something involved?
No, we're in the other one.
I didn't.
Look at this shot of Zoot. Zoot, that was a good shot. Riser, did you squeeze your lemon? Oh, that was almost... Boy, both of you had really great shots.
Might be able to squeak that fuck in. What the fuck? I missed it. Zoot.
Zoot, great shot, big dog. Zoot, that was a great shot. Zoot, did you know you had a really good shot?
This is the warm-up game, just saying.
Zoot said he can only play one game. Oh, Zoot, if you wouldn't have hit it so hard, you might have had a shot. Is this a straight-on shot? Bounce it.
No.
Oh. All right, I'll take that. I had a really good drive on the last hole. I'm really proud of it.
Rabbi, you're right. Now this is, I don't think this is good for Clayton. Raza, I want to think that shot. Can you do a better putt than Rabbi?
Riser, that's a risky shot.
That was terrible. But I don't think mine's going to be much better. If I actually spend more time in this game, I perfect that angle. One of the best positions I've ever seen.
Thanks, baby.
Rabbi, that was probably a 9.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And Raza, that was probably a 9 as well. That was a big.
It wasn't that bad.
Oh, it is terrible. Do you think I can get it in?
I think you may be able to.
You can get it in.
No, he's got that ball in the way.
Not a terrible shot.
No, that's fine.
We both are going to beat Raza.
Riser's got a tough shot. Riser's fucking up. Just blast it straight in, dude. See? I helped you, Riser.
I knew I had to do that. It was a tough shot. I wasn't good practicing.
You like that? That was perfect. Riser's got a big shot in front of him.
It's a 3-shot goal anyways.
What is Riser doing? What a shot. Oh, you just fucked Zoo. This is maybe my worst hole.
No.
Riser, that was not good.
What? We're happening.
Zoo, get him. Oh, shut that fucking shit off. Look at this shot. Oh, I fucked up. Great shot. Fee. No.
I was betting Roger with stickers and he doesn't know how to turn it off.
Oh, you don't know how to turn it off? You hit the little green text box.
That's fine. I don't mind it. It doesn't block any of the screen. You're talking on a tablet? iPad, Jay. How did my blog get all the way back?
I hit it. Dude, what the fuck, dude?
Are you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Yes.
Rabbi, you can't lose.
Yeah, I can.
Thank you, Rabbi.
If I don't score and Riser scores.
Rosie, you can get it in from here.
Don't.
Boom. Greatest shot in human history. That was terrible, wasn't it? Please make some extra shots, dude. Please make some extra shots. How am I going to make the next shot from here? You could have. Oh, that's an impossible shot.
No, it's not. It's pretty easy. No, you just hit it off the wall.
Okay, I'll. Rabbi, you have to get it in here.
And I'm going to. Easy win. Easy win, boys. Stay up, stay up, stay up.
If Riser gets it in, you can't.
Riser, don't get it in. It's as simple as that. You fucked up. Oh,
Riser, you
no
have to
way.
get it in, and I have to hit Rabbi's ball, and you win. I actually fell. Just take a moment. Oh,
Dude,
that was a wall.
dude, you almost hit me in.
Rabbi's ball. I hit Rabbi's ball.
Zoo, you're not going to hit my ball.
I just want to hit your ball.
You're not going
to
to.
get in. Honestly.
Don't touch my ball, dude.
Fuck. That was the that show.
I could make this to win.
That's not even a hot show.
Riser, what are your thoughts?
That's a 7.
It's impossible for Riser to win.
Really? That's a warm-up game.
It's impossible for Riser to win. Riser, no matter how good this shot is, make it. Oh, that's got to make you feel like shit. Make it.
Literally, dude, like, cut me off on the first hole. I can climb up again.
That a boy.
This is my lock time.
Okay. Zoot, what an advantage. You get to go first.
Why do I get to go first?
Home field advantage.
That's
What is that? What is that strategy? What are your guys' strategies?
Rabbi won.
Oh no.
Oh my god, right. Rise of fuckness.
No, we didn't.
I fucked you both. I fucked you.
Dude, this is bullshit. You know it. You know that's not a nice thing to do.
Made it impossible for Rise of.
A major choice. You could have made past him. That was a nice shot.
How do I have the advantage and then I fucked it? I have a feeling Rob's gonna fuck this up. Alright. Why did you just help me? Yeah. Oh, finger. Rabbi, you can make this shot.
Stop right in front of the ball. Riser, you need a really good shot. Zoot.
Yes. Yeah.
What did you just do? Why?
Alright, hold on. Why did you get this like that though? I think Rise's shot was strategic. Good strategy here. Terrible strategy. Oh, why?
Zoot, why was it a terrible strategy?
Because it wasn't by that size.
I don't understand your philosophy.
Rise is gonna hit you.
Gentlemen, that's how it's done.
Or is it done like this?
Oh, Zoot.
I help Rise though.
No, not really. Riser.
Off the ball.
Make it, Zoot. Oh,
I was scared. I was terrified there. I hate this one. Rabbi uses Rise's strategy. Rise, what's the best strategy here? Is this a good strategy?
nice shot, Zoot.
And I got 10.
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate.
What?
What's Riser gonna do? Riser, I don't know about that shot. Riser, look how far back he is.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Good shot.
Thanks, baby. I like that the hole is very forgiving in this game. Can you imagine if it wasn't as forgiving? There were just all kinds of lip outs. I would not like that. Oh, Riser. Riser. Riser.
Okay.
Oh, what a shot, Zoot. What a shot. 10 out of 10. Zoot, that was amazing. What is this shot? Getting fancy there.
What? Okay, Rabbi's not good at this hole.
I became very good on it. I played some really good talent, and I've seen what they've done, and I think you guys can see I've improved.
You're gonna struggle. Yeah, you're gonna struggle a little bit getting it out, but you're in a better position than both of us. And Rise will just help you where you can get it in the next shot. That's it. It turns out I'm not. You can get it in from there. Walking ball. Terrible shot. Where's your shot again?
Riser just made it so that Zoot cannot beat me. And I am on track for a perfect game, gentlemen. Oh, I'm not good at this hole, though.
Great shot.
Thank you. Do it, baby.
Point is, I'm gonna baby it. Bye-bye.
Yo, big dog.
I'm gonna help you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You helped me so much. Get him, Riser.
Rise is gonna hit my foot. So he's end up gonna just help me.
Oh, wow.
I'm in the best position I've ever been. I help the two of us. We don't fuck the ball.
Terrible shot. Already bad. One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Anyway,
It's coming back. It's coming back. All the way. All the way down. All the way down.
I'll show you how. Oh. Yeah, Rabbi has a foot.
Stop.
Down, all the way down. And I believe this is how it comes. Ready?
Yep. No, that's coming back. Oh, he got fortunate.
Gentlemen's agreement. Gentlemen's agreement. No blocking. No black lagoon.
Fuck that, man.
Yes, I will.
Coming back. Coming back.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you ready for me to be Rabbi?
Get up.
Oh, you tried to hit me and you fucked up.
No, I didn't try to hit you. Oh, fuck.
After you get back. Okay, ready?
Yep. Riser's gonna beat Zoot. Riser just beat Zoot. Or Zoot just beat Riser. Zoot just beat Riser. Oh, I don't care about that. All I care is about the W. At the end of the game, it says that I won. That's the only thing about which I care. He made an amazing shot. Look at that. 1,113 wins. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah. No.
I'm so glad Zoot was here.
Literati.
Oh, yeah, I'll play you, Liberati. Liberati. They move around the thing sometimes, and when they do that, I get confused as to where it went. All right, the riser. Here we go, pimp.
Here we go. Let's see.
I'm gonna let you go first, because you always say I get an unfair advantage.
But I have to turn the very low.
No, you can move it around a little bit. No. It has to at least overlap the middle, though. Oh, that was good.
Let's just see the full board at the beginning and then it brings you. Oh, you stole my fan. Oh, you stole my thing again. Catching it up.
Nippa. No one knows what that means.
Yeah, you got the nickel? Don't know the nickel?
No one knows what that is.
It's a palm tree with creeping roots, characteristic of mangrove swamps in India. Stick it on your
Of course it is. Do you know I have more than twice your score?
Yeah, the point system in this game is absolute bullshit.
How is it absolute bullshit?
It gives you like 50 points for getting a word, and I get like one.
Oh, I see.
I just got a 2, like a row and a column, and it gave me no points. That gives you 13 points, so you can get the list. 30, 43 points for that? What? That's what I'm talking about. It's just like, can't win.
What do you mean you can't win?
Like so hard to act against you.
You got to go first.
That has nothing to do with it. Okay. Za is a great word, and so is that. They're both great words.
Thank you.
That is a great word. Za is short for pizza.
Yes, sir.
People say pizza, they say za.
Yep. Yes, they do.
Again, feels my section.
I like how you think you own parts of the board.
I mean, it's just remarkable how many times I get cut off. I understand it's part of the game, but well, coming in for a big match here.
Did you know that the score was 199 to 90 and you got to go first? I'm at 226 to 90.
What did you? Well, you get like these cheap letters like Y and J. I've got all of my letters are literally 1 or 3 points.
I've
Like,
had excellent letters.
and also, I haven't hit any of the like. I guess that's partly my fault, but I haven't really hit any bonuses. We have not gone to the left at all, really.
I know we got to start working our way that way. $30.
Well, uh,
Ball,
what's your record of points?
like 400 some.
Oh, you repeating letters at the end, but that's okay.
I mean, you can switch them out.
So that costs me a turn.
Yes, it does.
You're watching a Weird Al documentary?
That's what it sounded like, didn't it?
It sure did.
No, it's something on KFI, Los Angeles radio, where they're talking about some guy retiring.
I kind of want to watch the Weird Al documentary. Come down. Weird Al Yankovic, eBay. Is that a song? Oh yeah, the eBay. That was a big deal right there.
That's big dog.
By Highland area.
Sand.
Do you have a favorite Weird Al song?
Pretty fly for a rabbi.
I've never heard that one, but it sounds great. What does orcs mean?
I don't know.
Either. Yeah, you live nowhere.
It's in a acronym.
Acronym should count.
I kind of think so as well, but then anything could be an acronym. What?
What? Wow. I gave you so many points there.
Thank you.
Wow.
What were your thoughts on here and
Did you know that was a word even?
oh, of course.
How do you even still have titles? game is all about like connecting and like the squares that connect the world. Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe, and Weird Al were on late night television together 2 weeks ago.
There we go. Weird Al from Downey, California.
Mhm.
You know, I played this game with Zoot like 100 times, and finally he just goes to me, "What's the 2L mean?" I'm like, what do you mean the 2L? He's like, on the board it says 2L, 3L, 2W, 3W. I said, that's double word score, triple word score, double letter, triple letter. He goes, "Oh." I'm like, "You mean we've been playing 100 games and you didn't know that?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Well, now I feel stupid for beating you so many times and you not knowing how to play the game."
What's the difference between L and W?
L is letter, W is word.
Oh, okay. So the W's are way more valuable.
Correct.
There's anywhere like up to like
What letter do you have?
A and an A.
You can play an A. I think at the bottom where the D is da a word and. You can play an A. No. E between the E and the T with the double word score on the bottom right. Eat.
Like, but yeah, well, that was the warm-up game.
All right.
Next time, I don't want to play again, but
All right.
because I would make really lose the game.
Dog, all I know is that I enjoyed my evening with you. Thank you so much for keeping me company. This has been great.
Yeah, likewise. How long have I been here for? Like, an hour?
Do you want to know? I can.
I think I got back here at like 4. It was a while. Al Yankovic in the movie?
Oh, Daniel Radcliffe is.
What the hell? I didn't know there was a comedy and musical of Harry Potter playing Weird Al. Are you serious? That's crazy. I'm adding this to my watch list. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Jack Black in it? Have you seen it or you know?
I just know of it.
You will get some rest.
Thanks, big man. It's been great.
Yeah. Have a good little sleep there.
Thank you. Peace.
How do I again? Yeah. What? Again. Yeah. When people in the MAGA movement are saying "Make America Great Again," I think what they're calling for is give me a future I can actually believe in again, and that was happening in a massive economic way post World War II. But then, we become, instead of a labor-based economy, instead of a value-added based economy, we become a knowledge-based economy. So suddenly you need one Steve Jobs instead of 1,000 workers at a Ford plant, right? And suddenly labor goes to India. It goes to China. It goes to wherever the price point is the lowest. It goes to wherever the price point is the lowest. Because, wow, huge dick on that guy.
Loud pipes.
Yeah. Because money ultimately doesn't care about borders.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's one of the reasons that I think that we're having this reevaluation of what a country is. In fact, there are some people who think that we're moving towards this statehood as a service model, right? Citizenship almost as subscription model. I mean, think what does your country do for you?
Right.
It provides protection. Sometimes it provides healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
It provides a galvanizing sense of national identity. But what does that mean when we can have relationships across the entire world? People are playing online with players from Russia and from all over the world. They have an elite group that doesn't live, and they're working. I mean, I've worked from Albania for American companies, for a bunch of different companies, and never once lived in the United States. Well, I live in the United States, but
right.
Yeah. So what does a country do for a world where we are all becoming digital global citizens? That's kind of creepy.
That is interesting. that's one of the things that people talk about when they talk about like type 0 to type 1, 2, and 3 civilizations. As they say, like right now we're a type 0 civilization, and to become a type 1 civilization, we have to become a global civilization.
Yep.
And we're kind of on our way there because we have the internet. The internet has made us far more global.
But we're also experiencing these enormous growing pains, and because of these growing pains, it's leaving, I think, a lot of the world with this huge identity crisis. And that's why it was so interesting to look at unrecognized nations, where it's like for example, the next place I ended up going to is a place called Transnistria. Have you heard about?
Only from you.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Transnistria, sometimes called the black hole of Europe. It's this sort of like little slip of an autonomous zone. It's only recognized by 3 other countries who are also themselves unrecognized. It's a Russian protectorate, even though Russia doesn't is Transnistria as a sovereign nation. That's the center of Tiraspol. That's their flag. Yeah.
Wow.
And
Try to find a map of it.
yeah, it's a really tiny little slip of land, and it's right on the border of Ukraine.
Oh, okay. Right by Odessa?
Yep, correct. It's only, I think, like an hour or 2 away from Odessa by train.
Okay.
Yeah. So
And what made you want to go to Transnistria?
So they were having Russian elections. So I was in Kosovo for the 10-year anniversary, and that's in the book. And then I realized, like, wow, Russian elections are happening outside of Russia. Super interesting. So in this country where even Russia doesn't recognize that it's its own autonomous country, they're hosting Russian elections because it's a majority Russian area.
Right.
And the reason that it is a majority Russian area is because Catherine the Great went to war with the Ottomans back in the day, and they took this little slip of land because what you can see the sort of border there. Yeah, there's this river, the Dniester.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the Dniester River, hence the name Transnistria. Trans across.
Zoom out a little bit so I can see kind of like the whole area.
And so what it does is
that's good.
it lets you have access to the Black Sea.
Right.
And so Catherine the Great saw this as a geopolitical imperative. We've got to push the Ottomans off of this area so we can gain access to the Black Sea. And then when the Soviet Union sort of took a hold, the Bolshevik Revolution kicked off, and suddenly they needed to gather up all of these areas. So they needed to gather up Moldova. They needed to push their borders all the way out to Central Asia. But they needed to install a galvanizing sense of identity within the people there, right? Moldova, you're a Soviet. But there were all these Russian-speaking, the Transnistrian area. And so they're sort of sandwiched in between Ukrainians. And as the Soviet Union started to rattle apart, they were like, no, we want to keep the dream alive. And so that's why they still have Lenin statues. That's why they still have portraits of Stalin. I mean, it's literally like going back in time to like what the Soviet Union would look like today, except in this sort of weird oligarchic way. Like a lot of the things in Transnistria are run by literally a grocery store brand called Sheriff.
Wow.
Yeah, look up
a grocery store.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's a great idea to if you want to sort of like have control over an area. Like what do grocery stores do? They're responsible for supply lines. They're responsible for large amounts of they partner with locals and they control the food, right?
Right.
So,
second largest company in the unrecognized breakaway state, Transnistria. Sheriff Supermarket under construction in the city of Bendry.
Yep. Oh. Yeah, so they own the majority of everything. And it's a way of de facto government. Doing that is keeping control over the food. It's keeping control over how resources are brought in, supply lines. And since Moldova has this, has a sort of agreement with their companies. You can do business so long as they're considered Moldovan companies. No, sheriff is kind of the only game in town because they have relationships with
That logo.
It's
a literal sheriff star.
Yep. In fact, they even have their
Did that come from like, the U.S.? Was that inspired? Like,
so I've heard different things that I in no way can confirm, but I heard that the inspiration from was the fact that the sort of the lawmakers in the town, sort of secret police and some Istria were like, okay, well, what are we going to call our company now that we need to have a legitimate company? It's like, well, what are we? We're the sheriffs of this town. Sheriff Star.
whoa.
I don't know if that's true or not. I really have no idea. But it's
So funny.
that sheriff's for a reason. They even have their own football.
Sheriff football.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Really?
Like soccer.
Soccer football.
Yeah. And I think they did pretty well this last year and something. But yeah, it's a bizarre place. And it kind of feels like you're being watched all the time. Feels like you're being followed there. I don't know if I was. It certainly seemed to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
But it also feels like you're kind of living in this fossil. People in Transnistria have like 5-6 passports because they need to have some recognition out of Transnistria because nobody recognizes Transnistrian passport. So they'll have Moldovan, Romanian, Russian passports.
Okay.
And it's you look at that place and what it feels like being in that place is like, well, what's the future that people want here? Is it that they're once again subsumed into larger Russia? I don't know. What
kind of sense do you get from the people there?
I got the sense that people considered themselves Russian, but they also knew that they were kind of between this rock and a hard place. That, and I certainly can't speak for all Transnistrians, but that they were sort of on this island, which they clearly are.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the stuff with the Ukraine war now too, like, well, is the Transnistria going to activate and go into Ukraine? Because they have Russian tanks that are over there, and they have a Transnistrian military. So is that, I'm actually surprised that it hasn't really activated the same way. I'm actually super surprised that that Transnistria has not really been a part of the war effort at this point. From what I understand, there is strategy of trying to connect the land bridge. If you go along from southern Transnistria all the way across to territories in Ukraine, that would sort of help them gather up the larger that would help them gather up the larger Russian forces.
So what side would they be on? Ukraine or Russia?
The Transnistrians?
Yeah.
Likely Russia. They're Russian speaking.
Right.
I mean,
with a lot of areas in Ukraine, right? Like Crimea is mainly Russian.
I mean, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I've never been to Ukraine.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean,
that's just what I've seen in documentaries.
Totally something that I've heard, yeah. But I truly don't know. It's a really strange place. But at this point, it's sort of three countries down that were all unrecognized. And during this time, I had met this journalist in Iraq, and I told him about my project, and he was like, "Oh man, if you like unrecognitions, you should get a load of Liberland." I was like, "What's that?"
Liberland. Where's this at?
It is an island in the middle of the Danube River, the Free Republic of Liberland.
How big is it?
7 square kilometers. It's about as big as the Vatican. That's their flag. And so this journalist,
you should come up with better flags.
I agree. That's a little busy for my taste. Was like, yeah, well, you should check out Liberland. Do you want the president's email? And I was like, yeah, I'll take that. So I basically just started bothering like the government land for like months while I was, once I got out of Turkey and then I was in Transnistria. Started bothering them, and eventually they wrote me back while I was in Transnistria, and they're like, look, if you want to come and visit us, you can come for our 30-year anniversary. And I was like, done. Let's get the Danube. And so ran basically all the way across from eastern Moldova to Novi Sad, Serbia, which is where they were sort of having their 30-year anniversary celebrations. And somebody was like, okay, if you want to meet Liberlanders, you got to go up to Apatine Harbor. Now, I didn't really know much about Liberland at the time. I knew that they were the world's first libertarian microstate, and that was it. Like, that's all I knew. And so I go up to the small harbor in Apatine. So I go up to the small harbor in Apatine, Serbia, and I see a boat, just like a houseboat, hanging out in the harbor, and it's flying a Liberland flag, and I'm like, is that Liberland? Where is it? And so, yeah, there's their website.
Great website for a country.
I know, right? And so I go up to the boat, and there's like, this shirtless Dutch dude on top of it, and he's like, are you a Liberlander? And I'm like, no. And he's like, well, come aboard. Let's change that. And I'm like, okay. So I go up on this boat, and I start talking with this dude, and I'm like, this is what I've been working on. And so he starts talking about how, like, they are not only the world's first libertarian nation, but they're this sort of crypto-anarchist nation that's funded based off of cryptocurrencies. Oh, wow. And so done this really fascinating little trick of statecraft, right? So when Yugoslavia fell, there was this declared no man's land between Serbia and Croatia. And in that no man's land, that was the Danube River, there was this island nobody really claimed. Croatia decided that they weren't going to claim it. Serbia decided they weren't going to claim it. So nobody was on this island. Cut to the future, and a libertarian political scientist guy, I guess I'm just going to call him. So anyway, I don't know what to call him. The president, so...
Sounds good.
Yeah, cut to the future. The president of Liberland is like, I think I can start a country there. And he's a, Bitcoin millionaire. And he goes up and he's like, puts a flag in, and he's like, I got a country. I just got to work on recognition. Because remember, if you start a country, it's two things. It's like declaration, recognition. So they start building actual infrastructure. They have Liberlandians that are living on this. And mostly they're just like Bitcoin millionaires who are just like, this is, the future of statecraft, but we're going to have this sort of libertarian paradise where we fund ourselves off of cryptocurrencies, and we don't have to interact with the legacy financial system. And so that's why I'm talking about this like shirtless dude on a houseboat in the middle of the Danube River, and I'm like feeling kind of two ways of, because it's like, on one, I've been through all of these countries that have had these violent revolutions, blood and treasure to draw a line on a map. And meanwhile, a bunch of cryptocurrency millionaires decide, well, we can take this land because nobody wants it. And we can start our nation here, and we can sort of live parallel to the laws of the world by making our own. We can live parallel to the laws of the world by making our own laws on this little island. Because again, now we're in a place where that's the
future plan.
That is the future plan, yeah.
So the guys are going to fund all this?
I mean, that's what they're trying to do right now. I ended with them for their the 30-year anniversary, and eventually, after bothering the Liberlanders as much as possible, I end up in this sort of cryptocurrency conference in Novi, Serbia. And I was, just talking with the various lenders. And at one point, somebody was like, hey, that's the Secretary of State. Just go talk to him. And it turns out he was coming to find me. And so, at the sort of shirtless Dutch anarchist, I was like, is this just like a Burning Man thing? Like, what is Liberland at this point? And this dude is like this really genteel, super smart English guy. And so we sit down and start talking about statecraft. And what are we doing here? He's like, we're in a country. I'm like, legitimately? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, how? And so he's talking me through like the various ways they're gaining. One way was actually pretty fascinating. So they kicked everybody off of Liberland. Croatia did. Serbia nominally supports them. The Croatians kicked people off Serbia, or pardon me, Croatians kicked people off of the Liberland island because they said it was a affront to their sort of national integrity. But through treaty, they actually say that they have no claim over the island. So the president of Liberland ends up getting himself arrested by the Croatian authorities. And so what that does is it makes them have to make a legal decision. Do you have claim over this territory or not? Because according to this treaty, you don't. But you arrested somebody who's a European citizen for apparently illegally entering your country. So either you have a claim or you don't. And so by taking them to court, they were able to sort of start carving out recognition from Croatia. And then meanwhile, at the same time, Croatia starts running patrols up and down the river, hoping that people just don't go to the island. But what does that do? It gives them a de facto border. So it's almost like this Aikido move. And so I find out from the Liberlanders, I still can't remember which is supposed to be.
Liberlandian sounds good.
It does sound good. I find out from them that like this whole thing is going to be like, we're not allowed to step foot on the island, but the 30-year anniversary is going to be this boat party, right? And so they have all of these boats, like this sort of flotilla of boats that's going to like take off from the harbor, and then everybody's just going to go look at the island. And I was like, I gotta talk to the president. I gotta like, this is my mission for the day. And so I find the biggest boat, and I get on that boat because I assume he's going to be on that boat. And I mean, it's a boat, so there's only so many places to look for the president. I can't find him anywhere. And then we take off, and we're sort of floating down the Danube River. Suddenly, Croatian patrol boats start coming alongside of us, and they're like making sure that we don't eventually go to the island. And it's like this sort of party-like atmosphere where everybody's drinking like Liberland wine, which is called Tierra Nullis, and just like out of red Solo cups and like dancing to top 40s hits. And I can't find the president until I see him speeding along on a jet ski throughout all of the different boats and in between the Croatian police. And so that's Vidjadlika. And what he's doing is he's like going to each of the boats, giving a little speech, and then like going back and like giving another speech to somewhere else. And I'm just like looking at him zipping around on this jet ski, like between Croatian police and all these Bitcoin millionaires on like tiny boats and big boats. And I'm just like, I gotta get that jet ski somehow. Like this is
Hop on the back.
I'm like, how can I get on this jet ski? And I'm, staring off the side of the boat. I'm looking for the jet ski. And I hear this guy from behind me. He's like, you want to get on the jet ski? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I'm the foreign secretary. I'm like, can you just, is this point a hobbit could have come up to me and been like, oh yeah, I'm the diplomat of Liberland. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sounds good. And he's, so turns out the foreign secretary is this guy named Tom. He lives in Florida. And he's like trying to create diplomatic relations with other countries for Liberland, for recognition of Liberland. So he ends up waving down the president on his jet ski. And I finally get on the back of the jet ski with the president of Liberland. And that is like the weirdest first impression that you can make on somebody.
Did you have to hold on to him?
That's exactly what I did.
Did you wear a life jacket?
No.
Ooh.
Yeah, I probably should have. Now that I think about it. Yeah, so I'm just like clutching on to the president of Liberland.
Beautiful.
It was the strangest first impression. Because I'm like, hi. Like, and it's also loud because, there's boats everywhere. Or there's Croatian police. And, oh, there he is. What's up, Bit?
Oh, man.
Yeah. And so I'm like holding on to him like a spider monkey. And he's like, hold on. And then we just sort of blast off. I'm like, hey, I'm Eric. And he's like, you've been sending a lot of emails. Okay, well, this is going to be a short ride. Like, I'm like, God, okay. I can't think of a single question to ask the president of a country that just got created, even though I've been like on this, like, at this point, 8-month journey through unrecognized nations. And the only question I could come up with, and I'm like yelling it in his ear. I'm like yelling it in this dude's ear. I'm like, so you created a nation. What advice would you give to other people who want to start a country? And he kind of like idles his engine a little bit, and he seems to like consider it while the Croatian police are on one side, and then like Katy Perry songs are coming from the Liberland boats. And he's like, everybody should start their own country. And then he just like busts a sick 180 and like speeds me back to the boat and deposits me there. And I'm like I don't know if I'm impressed. I don't know if like this is how nations will be created in the future. I'm just sort of like dumbstruck by a failed referendum and subsequent violent conflict in Kurdistan, butted up against a boat party and a president on a jet ski in the middle of the Danube. And so I'm just like standing on the boat, and I start talking to the foreign secretary, and he's like, so where's the final stop on your trip? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to Somaliland. It's like an autonomous region in northern Somalia. And he's like, we have an embassy there.
It's like all these nation states that are going to become nation states are like they did somehow.
Yeah, they recognize one another.
Yeah,
And
they're the first ones.
Yeah,
Early adopters.
that's right. Yeah. And so he's like, you want to stay embassy? And I was like, yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds great. And so I have like a little bit of downtime in between going to Somaliland, and I'm kind of waiting in Bulgaria, and I am not hearing anything from the brass at Liberland. And so I start sending like furious text messages. I mean, polite but firm text messages. I'm like, hey, remember when you said I could stay at the in Somaliland? At this point, I have no, like, all my resources are drained, and like there's no way to stay like safely in Somaliland. It's a safer place in the Horn of Africa, not the safest. And I had like $300 needed to stay there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get a call from the president, and he's like, so we had a problem. And I'm like, what's the problem? And he's like, well, we lost our ambassador to Somaliland. So there's no way I can like just show up in Somaliland not knowing anybody, not knowing like anything, or not having a place to stay. And so I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do at this point. And then he's like, well, I don't know if this would mess up your book, but like, would you want to do that? I'm like, what? And he's like, do you want to be the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland? I was like, can I stay at the embassy? And he's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, but you also have to do stuff for us. And I was like, yeah, okay, totally. So I became the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland.
Are you still currently the
No,
ambassador to Somaliland?
No, I was just
Oh, you resigned?
I resigned. Yes. Yeah. I was there for like 6 weeks. If you look up my Instagram, you can probably find my embassy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you went there.
Yeah. So I went there, and like
Where exactly is Somaliland?
So you have the Horn of Africa,
Mm-hmm.
and you basically take the full top part of it, right? So goes up into the Horn, and then on the Horn is another sort of unrecognized nation called Puntland. And then there's federal Somalia. Then there's federal Somalia. Of course, according to federal Somalia in Mogadishu, the entire Horn of Africa is theirs. But Somaliland is trying to create its own autonomous state on the Horn of Africa.
Can you zoom out so we can see like the whole bottom of Africa? Okay,
There
right
you go.
there.
Yeah. So if you look up Hargeisa,
Capital of Somaliland.
that's right.
Wow. Google recognizes it.
Google recognizes it, but probably with a dotted line. That'd be my guess.
So if you click on map.
That's called the breasts of Hargeisa, those mountains.
Oh,
Yeah.
this. Dotted line, red dotted line.
That's just around the city, as far as I know.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah. But if you go back a little bit more. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't even have a dotted line. Yeah. So in the beginning, I basically had 2 jobs as ambassador to Somalia, or in the beginning, I had like 2 jobs as acting ambassador from Liberland to Somaliland.
Mm-hmm.
First job was to buy furniture for the embassy because it was just like an empty mansion.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one was to like establish diplomatic relations between Liberland and Somaliland. Like, I have no idea what any of that means, but like,
Sounds fun.
yeah, let's do it. I can buy furniture, definitely. Let's figure out that other stuff too. So they had set me up with a contact who was like their attaché to the UAE, and he was like building roads in Somaliland.
Okay.
He kind of gave me a contact in the Somaliland government. So I ended up having like a meeting with the vice president of Somaliland. And it was astounding at this point because I was like I'm just some dude who was on the back of a jet ski. Like I'm just like, I just showed up in Somaliland. I have no idea what's going on right now, but like I have to go ambassador, and I was shocked because like as soon as I got in front of the vice president of Somaliland, I was like, all right, let's just say whatever a politician would say. Like, let's try and say diplomatic stuff.
Mm.
I was like, oh yeah, Abdul Rahman. He was like my main contact.
Okay.
And he kind of plugged me into the infrastructure of Somaliland. Incredible guy. Sadly, he's passed.
Oh no, how did he die?
I don't know. But he was truly incredible man. Yeah, really wonderful human being. Right now we're in the middle of the Somali desert because that relates to the third job that I had. When so I'd spent about like a week in the country, and then all the internet just kind of shut off, and I had no idea what was going on. And I went to the sort of like local international hotel, and I was like, "Do you guys have internet?" And they're like, "No, there's no internet anywhere." I had like zero clue what had happened in the country. When the internet came back on, we found out that a cyclone had blown through the country, Cyclone Sagar, and yeah, there we go.
News from our embassy in Hargeisa, Somaliland. Thank you, Eric. Currently working on getting aid. Cyclone victims. On behalf of Liberland_org, we will have food to 100 families before EID.
Yeah. So the third goal that I had, other than buying furniture and establishing diplomatic relations, was to deliver aid. And I'm like, I'm a Peace Corps volunteer. Like, I taught English to Albanians for 2 years, and like worked on a mobile library. I have no idea how to deliver aid, and specifically, I have no idea how to get money into Somaliland.
Right.
So I'm like, so I started like a Somali bank account on behalf of Liberland, and that was a wild conversation because like I literally had to go to a bank in Hargeisa and be like, I am the ambassador from Liberland to Somaliland, and I would like to use your bank as our official embassy treasury. I have no idea what they thought I was, but they thought it was hilarious. They opened up this bank account, but then when the cyclone came through, I was talking with the Secretary of State, and he's like, well, that's not going to work because we can't get the money there soon enough, and we need to get it to our aid team. And I'm like, who's the aid team? They're like, it's you. I'm like, oh,
Nice.
good. So they transferred me to the guy who I was working at his office, the Syrian guy, and Bitcoin. And then he just like handed me $15,000, like in cash. And
In U.S. cash?
yeah, so
Wow.
the money in Somaliland is kind of funny, to say the least. So it's like, it's so depreciated from inflation that it's you pay for things like blocks of cash, or you use like sort of a digital transfer where you text somebody to bring a certain amount of cash. So like the de facto currency is the US dollar. So I just had like $15,000, which was like super unsatisfying how few bills that was. Like I was kind of hoping for like a big metal case or something, just small stack of $100 bills. And I'm like, okay, well, I use this money to there's Puntland. I have to use this money in order to figure out how we deliver aid. And so again, I go meet with the vice president. I go to my Instagram. You can see a picture of me with the vice president and Abdul Rahman. Sorry, I'm sending you all over the world.
I'm out of any pirates.
No, that's I was pretty far from the ocean. I did go to the ocean at one point to a port called Berbera, but it's I mean, Somalia's a big place, and so that certainly is an element that exists in Somalia, but it's not like, you know, you're not seeing like, you know, people being like, I'm a pirate,
Right.
At least I didn't. So it's like a largely nomadic culture.
How far is that from the Red Sea?
I think it took me about 2 hours to get there.
Okay.
That was a weird road trip. Because, so this is a total sidebar, but like, there's this one hotel that's kind of like the international hotel in the area. And I walk in one day and there's this white dude there, and like, we stand out in Somalia. Like,
oh yeah,
definitely stand out. And this guy sees me in the coffee shop, and he stands up and he's like, "You want to have coffee with us?" I'm like, "I guess." And so he's with, from what I understood, a preacher, Reverend Anthony. And this guy is named Rabbi, and he was also with like a Chinese student that was studying in Ethiopia. And I'm like, what are you guys doing in Hargeisa right now? And they're like, what are you doing in Hargeisa right now? And I'm like, yeah, I guess, I mean, whatever story you have probably isn't as weird. So, fair point. And so what they were doing, Robbie used to be in the American military. Reverend Anthony was his preacher. They connected while he was in, I guess, some military school in Coronado. And I never quite got an understanding of who the Chinese student was. He didn't speak anything that I spoke.
right.
But Robbie spoke Cantonese, and he also speaks Swedish. And so what he was there to do was to open businesses in what he called blue water markets. So anytime there is some geopolitically unstable area, he goes in and he has manufacturing in China, and he decides to sell cell phones or whatever in these areas.
Okay.
The dude had a passport for that.
Wow.
I mean, if anybody, he was a fascinating guy. I was, but anyway, I think you can see Reverend Anthony, and I don't know if you have my Instagram up, but anyway. So anyway, we're having coffee for a bit. I tell him that I'm the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland. And he's like, oh, cool. Well, we're going on a road trip to Berbera tomorrow. Do you want to come? I'm like, I mean, I'd like to, but, you know, to travel outside of Hargeisa, you need armed guards. And I'm like, I don't have the money for armed guards. And he's like, oh, it's fine. We got them. I'm like, okay. So decided to just like get in this like small convoy with Robbie, Bishop Anthony, and then this like Chinese student that was calling himself David. And we just like went sightseeing together. Like we went to these caves and saw like old cave paintings. Then we went to Berbera Port, and we were like just sort of looking around. And we were like, yeah, it's a port. And he's like, I'm gonna start a cell phone business here. I'm like, cool. Literally none of that made up because I'm like, I have no idea what happened. Yeah.
Interesting.
Super interesting dude. But anyway, yeah, so the so Cyclone comes through. I have to figure out how to deliver aid. Meet with the vice president again. And I'm like, okay, we're trying to make an aid delivery on behalf of Liberland to Somaliland. I'm asking is we provide translators and guards to take us out to the affected area. And will you give us an idea of like, you know, what these people's needs? And he's like, fine. And so I think it was $1,000, me and Abdul Rahman, and we just bought like tons of food. We bought like, I think it was like bags of flour, oil, sugar, salt, and just all these workmen just loaded it up in this enormous enormous truck. And they drove it down to the center of the desert. And I was like, okay, great, we've delivered aid. And then Abdul Rahman is like, no, like, you know, that's not delivering aid. Like, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, we sent the food out there, right? And he's like, no, like, you have to go out there because, like, we need pictures and stuff. I'm like, oh, right. Like, diplomatic aid is soft power. So it's not enough that, like, we're just giving food to people who need food. It's what matters is the story around the aid, right? And so we all traveled out to the middle of the desert to find this group of nomads who were really affected by it. The cyclone had come through, pulled a lot of water pumps out of the ground where they were irrigating their animals. A lot of the wealth in Somaliland is kept in the form of goats. Killed a lot of goats, even killed a lot of the people in the area. But then there are also these second knock-on effects of a disaster, because when you don't have this sort of robust system to deal with a disaster like a cyclone, then there are these secondary effects which are even worse. So nobody has pumps to get clean water, so suddenly there's a cholera outbreak. And so we drive for like 8 hours through the desert. We're in the center of just sweltering heat. You know, nothing but mountains and a couple of like improvised structures around us, sort of like these stick tents. And nobody's there. And I go up to Abdul Rahman, I'm like, where is everybody? He's like, oh, they had deaths from cholera today. Oh, yeah, this is over there, the vice president of Somaliland at the time. On my left is Abdul Rahman. I don't know if you can tell, I'm the one in the white shirt.
Oh shit, okay, I see now.
Yeah. I have the glasses.
Right, your hair looks great.
Thanks. But, you know, we're just sort of sitting there in this empty village, and he's like, we got to wait for people to come back from the funeral. And I'm like, oh God, like, this doesn't seem like a photo op time. Like, can't we just leave the food for the people? And he's like, no, you know, this is the point. This is what we're doing. And I'm like, it was at that point that I was like,
Hearts and minds.
Exactly. I'm not an aid worker. I'm a political tool.
Right.
And that just like, so the sort of head of the village is walking me through, and he's showing me the affected areas where the pumps have been taken out, and all of the goats. I mean, they look like stone because they've been sort of sandblasted, and they died sort of embedded into the ground. I think you can probably see some of them. And he showed me all of these goats that looked like they were running away from the storm, but of course that's their well. And he's telling me, you know, we need this, we need that, we need the other things. You know, we need new pumps, we need livestock again.
Right.
You know, food's great, but we need all these things. I'm listening to him, and I'm telling him through my translator, it's like, I'll relate all of this information back to Liberland. I'll relate all of this back. But at the same time, I'm also like, I know that my job here was to be a political tool, and it wasn't to have sustained aid. And it was at that point where I was like, you know, as an acting politician for like the briefest amount of time, I realized so quickly that like I was behaving like a politician. I was, you know, the beneficiary of respect that I didn't earn because I was just operating on behalf of something that was slightly more powerful than myself. People were treating me in a way that was like respectful and deferent. People were treating me in a way that was respectful and full of deference because they assumed that I had power, which I got because I was just on the back of a random jet ski. And I was, as the role determined, that I acted. And so I was like, I'll tell the president. But I didn't know at that point, like, is it cruel for me to give this person a certain amount of hope that Liberland will come and help them more? And so I came back from that day after delivering aid, and I was like, like I know I was the beneficiary of the illusion of state-backed power. I was a political tool for a photo op. I brought food to people. Cool, but like, to what end?
Right.
Is it just to gain recognition?
It's interesting, man. It's like this, just the very smallest scale of what some of the biggest nations in the world to do on just a massive scale.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that you notice in smaller countries where the writing on the wall is so much clearer, right? That a nation has to push to gain recognition in whatever way possible. Again, it's like that concept of how do you generate consent, not just of the governed, but how do you generate consent to do business with you as a place that's doing your best to carve out a new line on a map? How do you get somebody to say, I'm here and you're here? And you can do that at the end of a gun. That's the way it's been done throughout a lot of history, or like a sword. But you can also do that through gifts, through aid, and those are
that one of the goats.
Those are I mean, the day, oddly enough, the day after, like I basically done all the other, like I gave aid, and I made diplomatic relations with Somaliland, and then I had been like putting off buying furniture because I was like, I don't really care how much furniture costs. I'm going to try and give as much money to the aid donation as possible.
Right.
And so, like, my last week, I was like, I got to buy furniture for this embassy. Like I said, I would do it. So I went out with one of my buddies and just went, like, to, I guess, the Somaliland version of an IKEA. We were just, like, looking at bed frames and offices. And there was a surprising amount of bed frames that, like, glow in the dark and had like lion heads roaring on them. Yeah, I mean, really fancy.
Sounds pretty cool, actually.
It was, but I was like, this is not embassy furniture.
Yeah,
I did think briefly, like, get them like glow in the dark lion head furniture. I didn't do that though, so I ended up buying them the furniture. As far as I know, the Liberland embassy in Hargeisa is still going.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
With your furniture that you got?
With Liberland's furniture.
Liberland's furniture.
Yeah, Liberland. Yeah, that you're looking up Somali furniture.
You're trying to find the lion head glow in the dark furniture.
I mean, we went to like a couple of stores and it was like a theme. And I was like, it was like,
how do you think about after all these crazy experiences, like seeing what it's like on the ground, like getting these people firsthand, which you didn't expect to experience, though it was a great learning experience.
Yeah.
How do you think about like what's going on, for example, between Israel and Palestine?
Don't know at all.
No.
I was when I was briefly an analyst, like my area was like I was researching a lot of the Levantine area, so like Lebanon, Iraq, Jordan, pretty much southern Turkey, over to Iran.
Yeah.
I never once like touched on Israel and Palestine.
Well, talking about what, like the way you're speaking about, like these states, how they look at the future, and Israel's a very interesting one. Super, probably one of the most interesting. They have, from people I talk to, they have like the best intelligence agency that exists on Earth, and like person for person. Like if there was a war between the U.S. and Israel, I don't think that they would win the war. But when it comes to like their intelligence apparatus, it is far more effective, and they're willing to go way farther than we're willing to go. And I think in Israel, I think the citizens it's mandatory, they have to serve in the military for a certain amount of time.
So, I mean, like I said, I really have not ever researched Israel and Palestine that much because my work really never touched on it. And also specifically with this book anyway, here travels through countries that don't exist. With that, I tried to stay away from kind of the the big, like, highly politically charged, unrecognized nation, because I mean, especially in the case of Palestine, I think the last thing that the world needs is like some dude from Los Angeles being like, "I got it, guys.
Right.
I figured it out."
For sure.
Yeah, but I think that, to your point,
But they, like, what I'm saying is, like, when you think about that and you think about Israel, it's like they have more of a, like, national galvanizing, for lack of a better word, story than anybody. Like, look at the history.
It's a great one.
Yeah, look at the history of Israel, and like if anyone has more will to continue to thrive into the future, it's them.
Well, I mean,
and I'm sure there's other countries too. But.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that from one perspective, you should look at the constraints and imperatives of Israel, right? You know, they're a small nation, and they are surrounded by antagonistic nations to them. So, what does that necessitate that you do? Like, turn everybody into a soldier, like, have an incredible defense apparatus,
right?
Have strong international relations. That's the imperative there. Okay. They're constrained by their land mass because they don't have, they're constrained by their land because they don't have the natural buffers that we have.
Right.
So that's a big part of it. But I think, I mean, and in terms of national story, sure. I mean, you know, according to, I wouldn't speak for an Israeli, but like, it goes back to Bible times. So, right? Like, that's a pretty compelling story.
Yes.
You know? I mean, I think that when I think about the countries that I stayed away from, I mean, largely I was constrained by the fact that, like, one, I didn't know I was going to go throughout all of these other unrecognized countries because I didn't think I was going to get banned from Turkey. You know, crazy. But the other thing was, like, I wanted to sort of shine a light on this conversation as it is globally. Like, these aren't the only unrecognized nations that exist in the world. There is literally probably about 100 of them, as far as I know. And that's, you know, there's you look at Taiwan too, you know, there's partial recognition of Taiwan. Tibet is another one of these areas. There's constant independence movements in Spain, obviously. Romania even has an independent contingent in it. So I think that there are independence movements in the Transylvanian area. So this is kind of indicative of where we're moving globally, in my opinion, anyway. Because now the things that previously, you know, we're not a part of empires anymore. Like, we're not a part of the Ottoman Empire. The time of empire is largely spent. And now we're, as you say, like, trying to become a global community. But what does a global community mean?
Right.
Can you separate your own national identity away from the pool of wealth that your nation controls and its ability to do violent force, presumably on your behalf? And I don't know. You know what? It kind of goes back to the question about, like, us as Americans, right? So, without the American military, without it being a wealthy and presumably prosperous nation, like, what makes us Americans? I think so. Here's a good thought experiment that I think about sometimes. Let's say you know, America goes away, and there's a huge refugee population of Americans, people calling themselves Americans, spread throughout the entire world. Mm-hmm. How do we group up? You know, How do we group up?
Okay.
Let's say this, you know, an American contingent in, you know, Beijing. Do we have a America town? Like, do we carve out our own, you know, little neighborhood where only Americans go? I don't know. Probably not. like I think we would separate from that, because it goes back to individual nature. It goes back to the individual nature of being an American. Would we go back to whatever our previous nationality was? I don't know. Like, how do you find those people who believe the same national story as you do? And because of that, even if you don't know that person, you have a shared affinity with them.
Right.
I mean, right now we're seeing this movement of people who are, I think they're calling them the passport bros. So yeah, like there are these golden passport schemes, and this is huge in the crypto universe, where it's like, okay, well, I have a bunch of wealth, but the U.S. makes it really difficult to cash out my cryptocurrency, or it's my businesses are not protected in any sort of legal framework in the United States. So what do? Get a new passport. Malta is like this huge place for this. You get a Maltese passport, suddenly you get access to the EU, and they have pretty liberal laws in terms of working with alternative finance. And so we're already seeing wealthier classes of people start to find alternatives to their citizenship so that they can benefit more. Wow. And there's even, this is such a great point, and I can't remember what it's called exactly. The Seafarer movement? Can you look that up?
Seafarer?
Oh, this is crazy. Yeah. This is really dope. It's like billionaires who are starting their own nations on the sea. Try Seafarer or Peter Thiel.
Libertarian.
There you go.
Seasteading Utopia from Peter Thiel.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, what is this? Silicon Valley billionaire's dream of a floating libertarian utopia may have finally been killed. Peter Thiel's dreams of a... Okay, that's the same title. Keep going down. Wow, what was this all about?
So the seasteading movement, from what I understood, was again, it's this movement where you can have all the benefits of coming from whatever nation you come from, but you can also resist any detriments that come in the form of taxation. Right?
Okay.
So, hey, I don't live in America anymore. I live on these crazy libertarian boats.
Right.
Or maybe on an island in the Danube River. Or in the metaverse.
Right. Now you don't have to pay taxes.
Mm-hmm. This is the thing that I'm talking about the statehood as a service model, right? It's citizenship that provides for you the things that a nation provides, but it's essentially the wealth and protection of the nation state without actually the culture or the story of the nation state.
Right. So if you're a guy who's like a billionaire like Peter Thiel living on a yacht being a seafarer, you can still have businesses in America and make tons of money, not to pay taxes, but you just don't get... But can you still benefit from having residence there?
I have no idea.
So if you were a seafarer like this, would you be able to legally be a citizen of the United States as well as like some other country?
So there are certain countries that allow for like dual citizenship.
Yeah.
And the U.S. is like one of the 2 countries in the world that taxes you no matter where you live.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, weirdly, the other one is Eritrea.
Okay.
Yeah. So that I don't quite understand.
Well, that's an interesting thing that people always complain about in media too. They complain about like all the billionaires, like Elon and Bezos and Zuckerberg, like putting all their bank accounts overseas so they don't have to pay taxes.
Right. So what happens if you put your life overseas so you don't have to pay taxes?
Right.
Then this is sort of spelled out in a book. It's actually pretty haunting. I think it was written in 1990. Called the Sovereign Individual. And so what it does is it predicts the rise of the failure of nation states to provide what citizens would need or want, and the rise of self-sovereign individuals who can provide their own goods, services, and protection. Right. And so, like, I mean, I'm, and you'll see in the book, I'm of a couple of minds about like the libertarian leanings that exist, especially in the cryptocurrency space and in Libraland, certainly, because I think that there's like 2 ways that you end up becoming a hardcore libertarian, and it's like, one, you're wealthy enough to afford only private services,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
The other way is your state's collapsed, and suddenly you're a libertarian overnight because the state isn't there to provide any services for you. So suddenly you just became a libertarian. And so I think the people on the one side of things, where they've become wealthy enough to afford only private services, to sort of dance in between the borders of the world, and to fund themselves beyond borders and oftentimes laws, they look at the rest of the state-based population and they're like, well, we did it, why can't you? And it's like, well, because it takes a lot of capital to sort of reach the escape velocity of the nation state.
Right.
And at the point that you reach that escape velocity, you're not believing that national story anymore because you just don't care, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, man. That's probably true.
Like, what does the U.S. do for you at the point that you provide your own protection, you provide your own healthcare, you provide your own everything? If you move out to a boat,
at some point, like, okay, let's take Elon Musk,
sure,
for example. He relies on a lot of government contracts for a lot of his businesses, like SpaceX or Tesla or whatever it may be. So he kind of depends on the U.S. for this stuff. So if the U.S. wanted to strong arm him into paying taxes, they could say, okay, we're just going to get rid of all your contracts and basically like choke off all this money from your companies. Same thing with Bezos, right? Because the U.S. could, if they wanted to, they could decide to restrict Amazon or like put their boot on the neck of Amazon and sort of like cut off. Like that's what's happening with that's what's similar to what's happening with in the FDA right now with supplement products. So there's in the FDA with pharmaceutical companies, I don't know if you're familiar, but they have like,
yeah, I heard your bit on that.
There's these patents, right? These patent laws where pharmaceutical companies can basically get patents on certain drugs and make a ton of fucking money on these drugs. But there's this weird blurry line between certain supplements and patentable drugs. And if one of these big pharmaceutical companies or which they work in cahoots with the FDA, like they literally, like somebody who works for the FDA can get hired to work at a pharmaceutical company. It's like a revolving door. So if the FDA decides that they want to help this pharmaceutical company by making this supplement a quote-unquote drug under patent, the FDA can strong-arm Amazon into taking all that shit off of Amazon. So the government can do things to manipulate these big companies that these like billionaire oligarchs rely on.
It's totally accurate, but when we say the government, you're talking about the American government.
The American. Yeah, exactly.
And suddenly we're seeing the fact that America is the only one. You know, there's an enormous amount of wealth that's coming up in China, in Southeast Asia, in Africa especially. There's an enormous wealth there. And when you have a business, let's say a business, where, you know, you're trading bits and not ads, then you'll business in whatever country is the most permissive deal for you. So yeah, certainly you could stomp on Elon Musk's companies, but what would the U.S. miss out on? Wouldn't they have access to?
Right.
You know, and a lot of the a lot of the ethos has been privatize in the U.S. Right? Privatize R&D. And stimulate businesses that are doing things in our national interest.
Right.
So if you stomp on businesses that are within your national interest, then what happens to your country? You know, and this is the dangerous thing about money not caring about borders. And so what happens then when there's an enormous amount of fiscal flight to more permissive areas? Like, what happens to the people that are left within those borders? Are they just customers that are stuck believing a national story.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the sovereign individual sort of predicts that everybody has a certain amount of sovereignty, but this will come after a period of, you know, chaos as people are emerging from sovereign nation states where their identity is plugged into a nation state to being a global citizen.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, and of course in the sort of like conspiracy theorist community, there's like this huge antagonism towards like, well, they want world government, and it's like one who say and
Schwab,
yeah,
Bill Gates.
So I hear from the YouTube videos that I watch at like 3:00 in the morning, tinfoil hat strapped on. But yeah, it's like, what do we progress towards? Do we progress towards a globe that's just dominated by one power? Or is it a group of nation states that are subject to the most powerful nation state? I don't know. I think it ultimately depends on our reassessing of what national identity is. And can you separate that away from, again, military power and financial power? Like, does that happen? I don't know.
I can't even fucking wrap my head around what that would look like.
I can't either. There's some really cool sci-fi books about these things kind of happening.
Really?
Yeah. There's one. Oh, it's a fantastic book called Forever War. There's a Forever War book by Dexter Filkins. And that's about Iraq. But then Forever War is about, I think it's by Joe Haldeman. And it was written in the 1970s, I want to say. Incredible book. But it's about this soldier who's sort of shipped off to war, and he has to, on another planet, you know, some galaxy far, far away. And he has to go through a wormhole every single time. So every single time he leaves and comes back, like, Earth is like a couple hundred years in the future.
Right.
It's super cool.
He stays the same age.
He stays the same age, and also since his like military paycheck is like constantly getting dumped into his account, since he constantly gets paid from his like military paycheck, he's like wealthy beyond imagination, and he doesn't really know what to do with himself. And this was a book, from what I understand, it was a book about the sort of dislocation that soldiers returning from Vietnam felt as soon as they came back to the United States. And so in one of these versions of Earth that the soldier comes back to, the world has, or at least the United States, has sort of subdivided into these farming communes, which are, they're well fed, but they're also sort of workhorses. And then there's sort of like decadent city centers, which is quite dangerous. And people are doing more like knowledge-based labor, but everybody's sort of scrapping to find work. And so you have like this massive polarization in the community of the United States. And so if we have, and sometimes they even, and this isn't the exact same topic, but they call this the bell economy. And this is something that people predict we'll see with AI. You'll have an economy that, instead of going, like this, where you have like people earning more and more, and then in the center you have this sort of, like I said, a robust middle class. You'll only have people who are like the laborers on one side, and then the sort of like highly paid technocrats on the other side, and then everybody else will be sort of operating on like UBI, which I think is in the book. Yeah.
Wow, man. Well, we just 4 hours.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh,
almost. Like 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Look at that.
So thanks.
Happy.
You just broke my brain.
Sorry, dude. Happy Independence Day. Happy 4th of July.
Yes. Happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day.
Everybody, come by. You Are Not Here.
Where can they buy it? Where are they finding this book?
So this will just be on Amazon for right now. You can get it in paper. So you can get it in paperback, or you can get it in digital.
Okay.
And then other stores to come. I think it's right now just in wherever Amazon ships to, and
okay.
Europe and the United States.
Perfect.
More places to come.
Where are you going next?
So many places, man. So I'm going I'm going to New York. Yeah, I'm actually just going to friends' weddings. I'm not going anywhere interesting at all. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Albania and like chill out for a while. It's been a lot of pushing on this book to make it happen. So yeah, I mean, there are some other thoughts of projects that I want to do with like weird travel stuff. I kind of want to do
Back to the Arctic.
So that's one thought of it. It kind of is like a future book. I was thinking about doing this like travel book about like how to love the future. Because it's like I don't think anybody takes seriously that the human race is going to stick around for 1,000 years.
Right.
Right. But like, don't we have to?
You gotta get off the planet.
Yeah, man. And so it's like I'm curious about like places and technology that actually sees that as a serious thing. And actually in the Arctic, in Svalbard, they kind of have a project where they're doing this kind of work where they have the Arctic Seed Vault, which is this crazy vault that's built under a mountain. And obviously Svalbard is as close to the North Pole as you can get, where there's human habitation. And so they have all of the world's seeds that are donated by seed banks of respective nations, so that if there is a cataclysmic event and some type of species is wiped out, then they can go back to the seed vault in Svalbard, which is under this mountain. Yeah, it's actually been used a couple of times in Syria.
That's wild.
And on top of that, they also have, I want to say it's like the Global Memory Project, which is a store of the world's data. And it's literally in a mine. Like I went to, and nobody's allowed in. Like even the King of Norway is not allowed in. And it's sort of operated as like a global service to the world on behalf of Norway. And so the memory project is like, okay, so we have this, if you look up the seed vault, it actually looks like a level from 007. Yeah.
So that's the seed vault. I've seen it.
Yeah, it's cool, huh?
That looks like something from Star Wars.
Super. Yeah, it's not as big and impressive as you think.
No,
which is unfortunate. But if you have to go into this mine to actually see the entrance of it, and it's like super highly guarded.
What do they keep in there? People's fucking crypto wallets?
I have no idea.
They didn't just the seeds.
They didn't let me in. No, they keep seeds in there, but then they also keep like treasure troves of the world's data.
Oh my god!
But the thing that they told me about it, which is really interesting, is that they're like, we're kind of we have a problem. It's called the Global Memory Project. They're like, we have a problem because, like, again, if we take this whole, the human race is going to be around for the next 1,000 years, even if there's some sort of cataclysm. We have the problem of the decay of the data. Like, what do we store it on? And, I'm at the bottom of this mine with this, like, really nice Norwegian tour guide. And she's like, the future of this is really storing data on DNA because, like, it won't decay at the same rate. And I'm just like in the middle of a mine listening to this lady talk about storing, like, the world's information on DNA. So that's one thought.
That is some spooky shit, man.
Super. And then, I mean, I don't know. If somebody wants me to do a crazy travel thing, I'd love to do it. The other thought is to do a back in time travel bit and recreate what's called the Hippie Trail, which is an overland journey from Austria to Calcutta. That hippies used to do back in the 60s. It was only around for like 10 years or so. But it's not around now because, like, it goes through Afghanistan, it goes through Iran. And I had the idea of, like, doing it with no technology that existed past 1969.
Oh, that's great.
It'd be cool.
Yeah, you have to film the whole thing.
Exactly.
The only technology you'd be allowed to have is cameras.
No. Film it on film.
On film?
Yeah,
okay.
Dude. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It'd be really cool.
That would be great.
If anybody wants to pay me to do that, that'd be pretty cool, man.
Well, we'll get you back in here to talk about that shit too.
Dude, thanks so much for having me.
Thanks again.
Huge fan.
All right. Good night, bitches.
I voted the first time for Obama, and he said the whole thing like 100 days of closed Guantanamo. That's like the first thing he said. That's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like, yeah, man. I'm a little high there. You guys feel? I'm very high. Okay, I'm just making sure everybody's high. Why was that important to you that they were closed one time? Why is that such a big deal? I'm not arguing with Mike. Just want to know. I have no thoughts on that. That was just the only thing I could think of right now. Right. Like that was. He said like 100 days of closing. I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not sure. Other people want them to close. Yeah. Why? That's they're not giving them fair trials. And I think nobody there wants to for the troops there, you know. It's pretty short, I guess.
Thank you so much for coming down here and doing the show and sharing some of your insight and some of your work with us. It's very fascinating and terrifying at the same time. Your book has a very dystopian vibe to it. I'm not going to lie. The Countdown. How our modern world is threatening sperm counts, altering male and female reproductive development, and imperiling the future of the human race. How did you first discover that this was a problem and that some of these chemicals and plastics were actually threatening the future of our species?
Before I go into that, I just want to thank you, Danny, for inviting me and for being a wonderful host. And I'm so happy to be here and talking to you and people who are listening about this important problem. So how did I get into this? I have to say that, way back in the middle 90s, I knew nothing about endocrine disruption or phthalates or any of this. I was completely ignorant. And I got asked to sit on a committee, a federal committee called the National Academy of Sciences. Kind of a big deal. And they invited me because of my neutrality, I think. So usually in those committees, there's people who take one position and the opposite position and the people in the middle who are neutral. And I was a neutral, although they didn't say that explicitly. That was clear when I got there. And so I was completely open. I had never heard of endocrine disruptors or their effects or their purported effects. And so the goal of this committee was to determine whether these chemicals, which can impact these hormones known as endocrine disrupting chemicals, whether those are actually something that we need to pay attention to, right? So I love challenges, I love puzzles, and I thought, wow, this will be fun, and I'll meet new people, and yeah, I'll do this. And one of the first things we did was to look at this paper that had come out a few years earlier out of Denmark. And this paper was alarming because it said that its sperm count had dropped 50% in the prior 50 years. Okay? Came out in 92. All right. And so the committee asked me as a statistician, which is what my doctorate is in, to look at this and tell the committee whether this is something they could, consider for their work on the this committee. And although it wasn't related directly to, at that point, to hormonally active agents in the environment, which is what the committee was called, right? So we had this harm that appeared to be going on with unknown cause at that point. So I looked at the paper, and I have to say I was not impressed.
Why weren't you impressed?
Well, first of all, it was very thin in terms of number of words and pictures and data. And the data that were there, if I had a graph, I could show it to you. But you've seen it in, I think, yeah. And a lot of the data were in recent years. They were kind of spotty over the time period. And more importantly, perhaps, there were not, any of the factors that we worry about, which might cause an erroneous decline. None of those were considered. So I said I wasn't sure. And so the committee said, well, can you investigate this and let us know what you think? Okay. So I had the good fortune to be on sabbatical and be able to do that. And I spent 6 months answering that question. So let me just give you an example. So you might yourself think about things that could, but you read about it, so that just. But somebody approaching this might think, well, okay, it went down because in more recent years the men were older. That could make it down somewhat. Actually, sperm count doesn't decline dramatically with age. It might be a small factor. Maybe the men are more stressed. That's probably happening. And stress actually does lower sperm count.
Okay.
And the men could have been more obese. And obesity lowers sperm count. And maybe most importantly, you might ask, well, maybe the way we count sperm has changed so that in recent years, counting method counts lower. Methods change, and maybe they're not exactly the same over the 50 years, right? So, and finally, there was a question of who are these men? And maybe if you think about, you can't ask a man on the street to get a sperm sample. Right. So a man has to volunteer, and he has to usually have a motivation to do that. And maybe he's doing that because he's going to get a vasectomy. Then he has very good sperm count, right? Because he's had a lot of children. Or maybe he's doing that because he's having trouble conceiving. And then he has low sperm count. So the selection of the population is really important. Right? So there were 61 studies. And so I took out of those 61 studies, I got them, retrieved them, looked through them, and took out of them any information I had on these and other relevant factors. I also took out what country they were conducted in and so on and so forth. All the details I could about the study. And then I and my colleagues put them in a spreadsheet and ran a more complicated analysis than had been done before. So we call it multivariable, because we had all these variables in there, right? You're not just looking at the decline. And Danny, it was staggering to see that after all that work of 6 months and accounting for all these factors, the slope changed from minus 0.93 to minus 0.95. It didn't change at all.
Right.
That's million sperm per milliliter per year. And wow, I went back to the committee and I said, I can't make this go away. It looks like it's real. And then I did another analysis, which we don't have to go into detail unless you want to, where I re-abstracted the studies from the literature, thinking maybe the original ones were biased, and ended up with 101, 61, so that was good, more studies, longer time period, and then the slope was minus 0.94. So you see, nothing made any difference.
Right.
It's so unusual in science to see that consistency, So I thought, okay, this is something I really have to look at. And that began sort of the mystery story, that I tell in Countdown, and I tell to people, and I can tell it to you today, of how I began unraveling that and trying to find out what was going on.
So what year was it when you started your study? Your study where you took how many people was it? How many young men that you studied in 2017?
So 2017 was not a study, it was a meta study. So we didn't actually study anybody. 2017 is the sperm decline paper. Right? So do you mean that one?
I think so. I think you mentioned that you there was a study that it was something like 250 children or young men where you conducted it, and it's
later.
okay.
Yeah. So that was the one that's ongoing now is Tides, and that's started in 2011.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's a different story. But now we're talking about sperm count. So in terms of sperm count, what I asked after I saw this not making, couldn't make it go away. So I thought, well, what could be causing it? It's a natural question. You see something, you don't know what causes it. So I decided that an interesting thing would be to think about what the environment is doing, because we couldn't explain it by those other lifestyle factors, right? Stress, age, obesity, but maybe something in the environment is making this happen. And maybe that's changed over time.
When you say you couldn't explain it by the lifestyle factors, what made you? I mean, it seems like you probably could explain it by the lifestyle factors, right?
No, because when we included them, it didn't change the slope at all.
Oh, right. Okay.
See? So that those factors did not make this go away.
I see.
Adjusting for those. It's called controlling for confounders.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you can control for something like a confounder, you'll put that in the model, and then the slope will change or the result will change.
I understand.
But when we put those in, nothing changed. So they weren't accounting for anything, actually, in those 61 studies. So we thought, okay, well, maybe it's environment. So how do you address environment? So this is really not obvious what to do, but what we did was, or what I did, I selected 4 cities in the United States with different environments. And I recruited the men in exactly the same way, so there wasn't that problem with selection bias. And I'll tell you in a minute how we did that. And then we measured the sperm exactly the same way in each of the 4 centers. Okay? And to make sure we were doing that, all of the technicians from the 4 centers came to UC Davis and were trained together, and they used the same counting devices, the same counting chambers in all places. And then every month they had a quality control send out. So what they did was they took one semen sample, split it in 4, tested it in Davis, sent it to the 4 centers, and the 4 centers sent back their findings. How many sperm? How much did they move? What were their shapes? The way you evaluate sperm. So in that way, we knew that throughout the study, everybody was doing things the same way, because we were trying to do replicates of the same study in 4 places, right?
Right. Which cities did you choose?
Okay, so at that time, I was living in Columbus, Missouri, which is in the semi-rural center of Missouri. Very much exactly in the center of Missouri. Okay. And they grow a lot of crop there. So that was the agricultural center.
Okay.
And then we included Minneapolis, which is obviously urban. We included New York, and we included Los Angeles. So maybe not the pick, but that's what we picked. And we wanted them to be distant, and we wanted them to be able to work with the people that we had to find collaborators, right? So, by the way, in Europe, a similar study went on independently with 4 cities, and they had a similar finding to what I'm going to tell you. So, what we did, the first thing I asked, because that's always a question, who's your population? In fact, whenever you see a result of a study, you should ask, what's the population and how did they get in it? Because there's so many ways that, biases can creep in there.
Right.
So we wanted to get an unbiased population, but we also wanted to know what is the current population. So we're going to get a sample, and where is it coming from? You can't get semen from on the street. You can't get a random semen sample.
Right.
You just can't do it. Okay, so I decided that the group that absolutely always goes for medical care is pregnant women. Almost always, right? So I decided to recruit pregnant women in order to recruit their husbands. Kind of devious, maybe, but
Yeah, I get that.
yeah. And so we did a couple study. The first goal was on the, about the semen quality, but that turned out to be extremely valuable that we had done that. So in these 4 places, we identified prenatal clinics that would work with us, and we became partners, and that was called the Study for Future Families. Okay? So we enrolled the woman. At that point, we took her when we could get her, so we didn't control the time of pregnancy, which was a later effort. And we asked her, would you be in the study, and would you ask your partner, husband, to be in the study? And some did not want to ask their partner to give a semen sample. Interesting, but most did. And most did agree. We weren't asking them for a lot. We were asking them, the women, for a urine sample and a questionnaire and a blood sample. But they give that anyway when they're pregnant. So it wasn't really an imposition. And then from the husbands, we wanted, in addition, a semen sample. Right. So we got over 900 men and women to do this. Yeah. Approximately equally distributed amongst our centers. And then we looked at the semen quality. And what we found was absolutely alarming and unexpected. And what we found was that the men living in central Missouri, in Columbia, had half as many moving sperm as men in Minneapolis. That's what I said. Wow.
And that's obviously due to
Wait.
Okay.
Sorry, that. No, okay, don't jump there.
Okay.
But your question, I know where you're going. You're going to say
Agriculture,
right.
And pesticides.
So that's the obvious difference between those places. But you can't conclude that that's the reason unless you actually show it, right?
Right.
And unfortunately, we didn't have enough money to do that on the whole population. So how would you do that? How would you find out if pesticides were important?
If they were important to the study.
Yeah, if pesticides could account for the difference. I shouldn't. You're not.
I mean, I just test them against people who are nowhere near, right?
How would you know that?
Geographically?
Well, they're fixed. We've got them. They've got their addresses. They're fixed. We're not getting new people. We're just going to stay with these people. And we want to know, in these 2 groups of men, let's say 250 in Missouri, 250 in Minnesota, that have very different semen quality, could exposure to pesticides be the question? You can explain this. So it turns out, very luckily for us, that you can measure pesticide exposure in the urine. And I told you that we got the men's urine.
Yes.
So, and we got that at the same time they gave a semen sample.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
So we could ask, okay, are the levels of pesticides in the men's urine at that time when they gave the semen sample related to their sperm quality at that time? And the answer was yes. And we found 5 pesticides that were very different between men who had very good semen quality and very semen quality in our center in Missouri.
5 different pesticides.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, several were triazine alternatives like atrazine. Have you heard? I know you heard of atrazine. Yeah. So those were big players.
Enjoy that liquid death. No plastic. Death to plastic.
That's too plastic.
Were any of the people in the study, could you tell what their occupation was? What
Absolutely.
Were any of them workers on farms?
Not abundantly. They didn't explain it. There were some, but pesticides exposure is occupational, but it's also through the air and water and through the food, which of course is distributed across the country or even the world. So everybody gets exposed to pesticides. And yes, the sprayers and the applicators of pesticides are more exposed, but we had very few.
Okay.
We also asked them how many miles they lived from a farm, to look at that. So just let me say, the European study also found significant differences between their 4 cities, particularly between Finland and Denmark, where Finland was high and Denmark was low. But they didn't do this kind of investigation into specific chemicals that we've done. Okay, so we published that first study that really showed that pesticides can directly affect sperm count. Maybe not the first, but it was an important study. Yeah. But that's only, part of the story, right? And we asked later, let's see, how much later? I guess around 2014, we asked, okay, what's happening now with this sperm count? Because we'd seen it going down in the Carlson study and then in the studies that I conducted, and it didn't go away, and it was still the same rate of decline. But then this was a long gap, and so we thought, okay, what's going on now? And we were at a meeting, some colleagues and I, and we were saying, should we do this? Should we try to figure this out? And yes, we decided we'd like to do that. That would be good. And it's funny how these things get born, And I think I presented there, and then they wanted to, what's next? What's next now? So we put together a wonderful group of researchers to do an update of that paper and of the 2000 paper. And by then, a couple things had happened. One of them was that the methods for evaluating the literature, which Carlson had done back in '92 with kind of not very well developed methods because they weren't there, those had been improved. And the method, which is called meta-analysis. Have you heard that term?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
Good. So meta-analysis had become a term of art. Everyone was wanting to do it. And it really seemed to be the most effective and rigorous way to do an analysis of this kind. It's often used, for example, to compare two treatments, treatment A, treatment B. How do they compare? There's been 20 studies of this, put them together.
Okay.
Right? But this was different. This was comparing treatments. This was saying, here are these data all over there. What do they report as a body of literature in terms of sperm decline? So you can see it's quite different, very challenging to figure out what's the context of this. And what we decided was search the literature for every study that has certain keywords in it.
Okay.
Keywords like sperm count, sperm concentration, and they didn't have to say trend, or they didn't have to say decline or anything like that. They just had to report a sperm count.
Okay.
Okay. And the other thing they had to do was not include men that were biased in different ways. And we had other exclusion criteria. They had to be in English because we didn't have enough people speaking different languages.
Yeah.
They had to have all data,
Right.
not just an abstract, and so on and so forth. And so we ended up with a lot of studies, thousands of studies. In fact, we went to a meta-analysis expert and we told him what we wanted to do, 7,500 studies. And he said, no, can't do that. And a guy, the first author of what finally came out, who was the head of epidemiology for the armed forces of Israel.
Oh, really?
He knew how to get things done. And he said, oh, no, we'll just get more people. So we enrolled a group of 7 people who would work with us on this for no money, by the way. And we spent over a year going through these 7,500 articles. So you can imagine this is fairly tedious. You want to do it consistently. You want to do replicates. So, it's one person looking over another one's shoulder. You want to make, you're not doing anything, and then you want to capture the data. And what we captured the data on was 185 studies. So it came down to 185 studies that were eligible.
Okay.
They had the numbers. They were unbiased as far as we could tell, and we could use the data.
And the head of the armed forces in Israel.
No, epidemiology.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not epidemiology.
Okay.
Epidemiology for the armed forces.
Okay, the head of epidemiology for the armed forces.
Yeah.
Huh. That's an interesting combination.
So he was an epidemiologist, and he was in the armed forces, and
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
anyway, that's really not really important, except to say that Haggai knew how to get things done. That was what that said to me. He
That's
said,
safe to say.
yeah. So,
Yeah, one of the things that in your book that really caught me by surprise was when you mentioned that some of the sperm banks, specifically in California, the processes and some of the criteria that in which they evaluate people to be eligible to donate sperm are insane. Like I think it's easier to get accepted to Harvard than it is to donate sperm at one of these banks in California.
yeah.
You have to be a certain age, to be educated to a certain level. What were some of the other criteria? There were some crazy things.
Health criteria,
Mhm.
and I don't actually remember that.
Yeah.
We went to that sperm bank in California, and talked to them. And that's where we got that information. But that sperm banks are not going to be in this study.
Mhm.
You see, because to give to a sperm bank, you have to have a certain quality of sperm. So,
And that's due to what the request mostly, right? They want.
no, a sperm bank will not accept sperm that's below standard WHO standards for semen quality. It's not about what the women might want something having to do with the man's interests or education or height or whatever,
They had to be above 5'8" or something.
something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
But what we cared about was their sperm, and because they're selected to be in a sperm bank, they're actually sperm donors. They're going to be way above average, right? And so we didn't include them in this study that we're talking about, the meta-analysis.
Right.
Yeah. So that study started at that meeting in 2014, and it was finally published in 2017, right? And just blew me away that it had the same results basically as Carlson. Still 50% in 50 years, still 1% per year. But we did two things that were very different from what Carlson had done. One is we separated countries by geography. So, and one, yeah. So what I had seen in my 2000 publication was that there were very few studies from what we ended up calling other, and then most from Western. I'm putting air quotes, but it's you have to find what that is. So Western was Europe, North America, Australia, and New Zealand.
Okay.
And those are the places where there were a lot of data. And these are countries that are Westernized, whatever that means, which can be quite political, by the way. The other countries, South America, Asia, Africa, had very few data. And here's the kicker, because the non-Western studies were late in the time period, there were more, if you think of a line, they were all up to the right of the line. That's where they came in. There weren't any early studies, very few from non-Western countries.
Okay.
That means that there's a bias that the end of the early years had mostly contributions from Western studies, whereas late years had a number of, fair amount of contributions from other countries. And so that's called confound. You can't separate the effect of geography from time because they're mixed up. Right? And so in order to do that, we did what's called stratified. So we divided the studies into Western and other. And then we could look at the slope specifically in Western and specifically in other, right? I'm going to make you into an epidemiologist.
I love it.
Okay, so then the other way we stratified was what kind of men were these?
What kind of men?
Yeah, what?
Interesting.
Yeah, how do you categorize them? And the way we categorized them was in two groups. Those men who were known to be fertile. Okay, that means they'd had a child, or they were married to a pregnant woman. And the other ones were, let's call them unselected.
Okay.
They had not been. So the fertile men were selected in some way. They had proven their fertility.
Okay.
There's a question about whether they should have been in there at all, because generally we tried not to select on anything that was related to sperm count. But we kept them in there because there were some very good and, my study, the Europeans four-city study, and it seemed like we wanted to see what's going on with those men too. So we kept them separate, fertile men, and the other men who did not know their sperm count, did not know their fertility, were the most representative. So you see, they're ignorant, so they can't select in or select out.
Okay, that makes sense.
On that basis.
Right.
So 4 groups, 4 slopes.
Wow.
And the strongest slope was this unselected Western men. And that's where about half of the men were. And that's the line that's very much the same as Clarkson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the earliest that they started measuring the sperm count in Western countries?
In our study?
Yes.
73.
73.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's gone, or is it sperm count specifically that has gone down? I think you say by % per year, and it's now recently to 2.5%.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah. 1% per year mean in that study sperm count.
At what point? Sorry if I'm jumping ahead. I don't know if I am or not, but you can correct me if I am. Well, at what point in the study did you guys decide to start measuring the taints of humans? Sorry to interrupt, but this episode podcast is
that was not in this study.
not in the study.
No.
Okay.
No, that's not sort of a separate story. Let's get to that afterwards. Okay, so let's finish the sperm count. So, although it's not a finished story, but so we published that in 2017, and it was a huge paper. I have to. It's just a huge paper. It was the front cover of Newsweek.
Oh wow!
It was all over the world. It was global. It was viral, and it led to Countdown. So after this was published, an agent came to me and said, "Would you like to write a book about this?" And I think so. I'd never written a book and write papers for scientific audiences, right?
Right.
But then I began to think, I know a lot more then, after this came out, than I did when we started these studies. And I thought, well, there's a message here that people should be hearing, and they're not going to learn about this at scientific meetings.
Right.
So I think I have to talk to somebody else like you and your audience to let them know what's going on. And so I decided to write the book. And I got a wonderful co-author, and that went on. So now let me go back to the sperm decline, because I haven't finished that yet. So we did publish that sperm count had declined 1% per year in unselected men in Western countries, and also in fertile men in Western countries. In the other countries, which is Asia, Africa, other continents, Asia, Africa, what am I missing?
South America.
South America. Thank you. We just didn't have enough studies to say anything.
You didn't have enough studies, but I'm curious. What do you, as far as sperm count in those countries? I'm specifically South America. I'm curious about.
I can't tell you that there weren't enough studies. You see, when what you see, if it's few studies, a lot of variability, you might see a lot. Say is not significant, because the possible alternative lines are very, very wide. Wide, what we call confidence intervals.
Okay.
And you can't draw any conclusions.
Okay.
So you have to be careful when you read a paper that says, this, happened, this went up or this went down. Look a little deeper and say, how sure are they of this? Right?
Okay.
And when you ask that about the non-Western countries, say, how sure are you about this? We had to say, not sure enough. Not sure enough to make any conclusions.
Wow.
So a few years later, we decided, this gets boring, I'm sorry, but that we should do it again.
Okay.
And the reason we should do it again is we knew from tracking the literature that more studies had come out in these non-Western countries, and maybe now there was enough. And from looking at the literature, it looked like things had gotten worse. So we started all over again and got in a 7-year period from the time our last, selection stopped. We got we repeated the whole thing. We got all the literature and we abstracted the data and we put it in a database.
And roughly, what year was this that you restarted? We
restarted it in 2018.
Okay.
Yeah. And we published it in 2022.
So last year.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe it was 17 that we started because we went 7 years. Maybe it was 2015. Anyway, we covered 7 years. Yeah. I can't remember when we started it. Two things. One is, yes, there were enough studies in non-Western countries now to say that in unselected men there was a significant decline. Okay?
Okay.
So that answered that. And we have to go on. Of course, we have to redo this again every X years.
Yes.
But maybe more alarming, and this is what you alluded to, and I said, wait, that the 1% decline that we had seen in the past was now, if you look at studies in recent years, that was from 2000 to, I think it was 2015, I don't remember, I think that's right, the rate was 2.6% per year. Right? So, wow. Not only have people not listened to this, they haven't done anything to make it
more than doubled.
It's more than doubled. So that's the path from when I started looking at this about 95 to this publication in 2022, right? Where I am absolutely convinced that there is a worldwide decline in sperm count. So let's take a breath and say, what else is going on? And why is this going on? But you're the one asking the question, so I'm just going to stop here.
So those first studies, you basically found out that the sperm count was going down, and you need to start looking for sort of things that you could correlate with the environment or with that was basically beyond the lifestyle, right? So what do you look at beyond lifestyle that could have a major impact on this? And what was like sort of the lowest hanging fruit that you noticed was having the most negative impact on sperm count and testosterone?
Testosterone is later. We didn't look at that until much later. But
okay.
Yeah. But we should talk about that. So there really isn't any low-hanging fruit. It's all hard. Because if I asked you, well, first of all, let me say, if you throw away lifestyle, because we know about that, and that's, exercise and diet and smoking and alcohol.
Right. Everything.
everything
that's fun.
Everything that's fun. And by the way, the things that your doctor says you should worry about in terms of your heart health or your overall health also affects your sperm. Okay, so that's...
I was shocked to see this, like screens affect sperm. That's kind of bizarre.
What?
Staring at your phone or a TV or watching too much TV can affect your sperm count.
That was interesting. Yeah. That's a Danish study that was a problem. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Being a couch potato, actually.
Right.
It's tied to that. So you're watching your screen, you're not outside exercising. You're not riding your bike. You're not, right? So
So
these are never one factor at a time.
It doesn't have so much to do with like the lights going into your retinas. It's more to do with like when people are connected to screens, they're sitting down, they're inactive.
That's right. There is, I have to say, a lot of interest in the question of whether electromagnetic radiation from devices is affecting sperm count. And
Yep, that's like laptop use. When people put the laptops, they set it right on their crotch.
right, or in their the phone in their pockets.
Yes.
I'm not endorsing that or discouraging it. I'm just saying this is now an active area of
It
investigation.
needs to be looked at.
Yes, because the exposure is huge. So if it has an effect, it's major, right?
Right.
Right. So let's go back before electromagnetic radiation. And you asked what other factors? What was the low-hanging fruit? Well, the problem is that if you put aside, by the way, genetics is not playing a role here. It's too fast. 2 generations, 50 years, 2 generations, right? We can't get evolutionary change in 2 generations. So then it's environment. So what's environment? Lifestyle and others. But what's other? That's not your lifestyle. And that's really what you're asking. So there's chemicals of various kinds, which we'll come back to. And then there's things that are non-chemical, but not lifestyle. And they're kind of broad, actually. It could be heat, could be sound, could be radio frequency, emissions, and so on and so forth. Those are not chemicals per se. They're also not lifestyle, right?
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to put all that aside because it's not what I studied and go over to the chemicals. So why chemicals? Well, along with the increasing rate of infertility, which we will talk about, I'm sure, and the decrease in sperm count, at the similar rates, there's been an increase in the chemical burden that people have. Okay. But it's huge. It's, 80,000 chemicals.
Yeah.
So how do you know where to look? And so since I was starting with reproduction, I wanted to think about chemicals that could affect reproduction. And a major player there are the chemicals that can interfere with the body's hormones. Okay? Because you know that testosterone matters for reproduction, that estrogen matters. These are steroid hormones. Okay, and so if something could mess with that, because that's so important for you, it could affect these things.
Right.
So I began to look, and others began to look at this class of chemicals, which were called endocrine disrupting chemicals, or EDs. By the way, remember that committee that I started out with?
Yep.
That committee looked at those chemicals all the way back in the mid-90s.
Oh, wow.
So this wasn't a story, but it was a new way to look at them. And so I began to focus on the chemicals that could affect reproduction. And then a very lucky thing happened. I went to Japan, which had a 5-year big research effort on endocrine disrupting chemicals. And I was sitting next to a chemist who was a friend. His name was John Brock. And he said, "Shauna, you should look at phthalates." And I'm like, "What? Why should I look at, what are they?" I said, "Phthalates, what is that?"
It's a funny word.
It is a funny word, and I never heard of them. And so he said, "Well, first of all, we know through our studies at the CDC how to measure them, and we've shown that they're in everybody. Over 90% of people in the U.S. samples that we had looked at, they had looked at."
I wondered what the 10% of people who don't have phthalates in their blood. Who are those people?
Yeah, really.
Where are they living?
Where they live. Right? Probably that's a null set. Anyway, so he said phthalates, and I said, "Okay, why do you care?" And he said, "Well," and then he told me this story, which changed my life. He said that his colleagues at EPA and at the National Toxicology Program had been feeding phthalates to pregnant mice, rats, rodents. And what they found was that the male offspring developed in a way that was not completely masculinized, not completely what you'd see in a genetic male who was not exposed.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And this, they've studied this over and over and over again until they were really sure that they could do this repeatedly and which chemicals could do this. And then they published. And what they published was that when the mother, let's say rat, was exposed to a phthalate, let's just say, I'm going to give you a name, diethylhexyl phthalate, DEHE, just so I can talk about it. That's probably the worst actor in this class for lowering testosterone. When the mother was exposed to that in early pregnancy, then her male offspring developed smaller penises, smaller scrotum, testes were less likely to descend, and there were internal changes as well, changes to the vas deferens and so epididymis and so on. And this distance that they've been measuring for years, but which I and no other epidemiologists had not heard about, the distance from the anus to the genitals became shorter. And they called it the phthalate syndrome. So this is the first syndrome that was named after a chemical that a woman is exposed to in pregnancy. So that means
These guys in Japan were the first ones to study it.
Sorry?
The gentleman in Japan, your colleague, the chemist, he was
not Japanese. He was American. He was at CDC. He was American.
Oh, he was at CDC.
And he studied the chemistry. But the people who saw this and discovered this in rodents were Earl Gray and Paul Foster at EPA and National Pathology Program. Okay? So they showed phthalate syndrome. And then I thought about this and I thought, well, what about us? What about humans? John says we're all exposed to it. So what, do we see this in humans? So that became my next big project of unraveling this mystery, right? Mm-hmm. By the way, I'll tell you a couple of other things about rats. What Earl Gray said, AGD is forever. So if you have a small AGD, sometimes called the taint, or the gooch, or the grundle.
Very familiar with the gooch.
Yeah, those three terms are better known than the technical scientific terms. Mm-hmm. But when, that distance is shorter when the mother has been exposed in this critical window, 3 days. 3 days. If the exposure is during days 18 to 21, they found that out later exactly. Mm-hmm. Then they get this whole syndrome.
After 18 to 20 days after conception?
Yes.
Okay.
Gestational day 18 to 21.
Okay.
And the analog in humans is not as specific. We don't know exactly what it is. But we know it's the first trimester. We know it's the early first trimester.
Right.
Okay. So I wanted to see, how do I look at this? So they had rats. They fed the rats the phthalates. We can't do that. We can't feed pregnant women phthalates. Right? No.
That would be unethical.
That'd be unethical.
Highly unethical.
But remember the study for future families? The first one?
Yep.
Okay, you remember I told you that we saved the woman's urine?
Mm.
How lucky was that?
Right.
Now we can go back, get those samples, test them, and see how much phthalate is in their urine when they were pregnant. So that was just really fortuitous. And all my graduate students, I say, if you can collect urine, it's cheap, it's easy to store, and it's going to turn out to be useful. Right? So we had this urine. We sent it to John Brock and others at the CDC, and we said, tell us how many, which phthalates are in these women and how much. Mm-hmm. And there was a gradient.
Okay.
Had it, but some had a little and some had a lot. And then what are we going to do with that? We want it then related to the offspring genitals, right?
Yes.
So we had to get the kids
of all of these people.
All these people.
Wow.
to come in, and that was no easy task. But we got many of them. We didn't get them all, but we got many of them.
How many roughly?
Oh, gosh.
Off the top of your head, you don't have to be exact.
Yeah, we could look it up, but it was in the hundred. You know, it was like several hundred.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, what is this graph, Stephen?
Ah.
Yes. Okay, in Canada. Okay. Oh, it's interesting. There's no DEHP on the east coast of the U.S.
No, then maybe they didn't sample there.
Okay.
You know,
But they have that big graph there. It says MEP. So that there's a bunch of red, like in the New York area.
Yeah.
And then MBP. Wow. And what is that little zoo? Okay, that's like that's like the Eastern Europe or the Western Europe.
Yeah. I actually don't believe there's anywhere there's no DEHP.
Look at that giant spike right on, like, what is that, Iran or Saudi Arabia? That giant one of ME. It's mostly MEP, which is red, and the MDEHP.
So MEP, monoethyl phthalate, is in personal care products, fragrance, skincare products, makeup. That's very
Polish.
Nail polish, right?
Okay.
Yeah. MEP is a big player there. It's not actually one of the worst actors in terms of being anti-androgenic, but
the DEHP is the worst.
DHP is the worst, and then dibutyl phthalate, DBP, and ZP, benzyl butyl phthalate. And now what's interesting, there are new ones. We can talk about that process after. The new ones that are bad too, coming out and being put in the market.
So where were we?
Yeah, where were we? So I wanted to figure out. So John and others at CDC got the samples and did the measurements,
right?
Right?
Children.
And we got the children. And then the question is, what do you look at in the children? So it wasn't obvious what an AGD was in a child. We knew what it was in a rat.
Okay.
But how do you make that translation? So it took a while, a couple pilot studies, to actually figure out how to replicate the rat exam, if you will, to an infant exam. Worked with pediatricians to develop this and set this up so we could do it really and repeatedly and consistently get the same thing at a time, which you need for science. And once we figured out what that is going to be, we brought the babies. And if the mothers agreed, measured this syndrome markers of the syndrome in these children, right?
Right.
Okay, so we found it. We found the phthalate syndrome in humans. This means that the mothers with the higher levels of the anti-androgenic phthalates, particularly those three that I told you, were more likely to have a child with these symptoms, and most markedly shorter gooch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Right. And of course, I didn't use that in the publication, but because of shorter HGG. And that paper also made a huge impact. It made a huge impact scientifically, and lots of other people started measuring HGG. It also made an impact in terms of politics, or actually public health, because phthalates were then investigated and included
Who investigated them?
the Consumer Protection Act,
Okay.
and Consumer Protection Committee. Yes, thank you. And I testified there, and they heard that, and when they wrote their report, they recommended that phthalates be taken out of children's products, and they were in the Consumer Protection Act of 2008.
Okay.
So the paper came out in 2005, and we had this legislation. Now, I have to say, they were a little off the mark, because the products that they banned these phthalates from were children's products.
That's too late.
You get an A. Yeah.
First time ever.
That is right. They really should have been worrying about what the mother was exposed to. So I think it's great that it came out of pacifiers and sippy cups and toys and rubber duckies. Important also, certainly continued exposure is not a good thing, but it did not protect the pregnant woman or the fetus, right? Anyway, this paper made a huge impact. And then it left me with this question, and you've alluded to this earlier, which is, who cares? If you look, you have two sons.
Mhm.
If you looked and measured their AGD, it could be bigger, smaller. You wouldn't by eye see the difference. It's not anything that jumps out at you. It's not like the child looks weird, right? It's just something you can measure. Okay.
And what is the proper measurement? Like, what should it be, depending on age?
I can't-
Is there an equation?
No, there is no proper measurement. It's because it's a function of body size and age. And so all of these measurements are adjusted. So, how, like your height, your child's height. You say, is that child very high and tall?
Yeah,
It depends on their age, right?
Right.
Right. And for something that's measured very close to birth, which we did in our next study, what's the gestational age? How developed were they?
Right.
So I don't want to. Then people could read the book, but I don't want to have people going out and measuring their children's AGD and worrying about it. I don't want to do that.
So, like, for example, when you bring born, you have to bring them in for a 3 month, 6 month, 9 month checkup, and they give you a percentile of height, head circumference, weight, and all that. Do they do that with AGD? They don't do that with AGD, obviously.
Unfortunately not. That's one of the things I really, really would like to see. I'd like to see this as a standard at the newborn exam.
Yeah.
Just like you measure a kid's head circumference, you can measure their AGD.
Exactly.
And it would be so quick and would give us unbelievable amounts of information.
Right.
Because what turns out, this little measure is kind of incredible. It tells us something about the past and some of the future. So I've told you a little about the past. It tells you about the mother's exposure to things that not only phthalates, but other things lower testosterone. So it tells you about what was what we call androgenic environment in the womb. And by the way, it's relevant. We can talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it also tells you about the future, and that's the next step in the story. So when we said, who cares? Why does it matter? We were asking what does this have to do with fertility? What does it have to do with function? What does it have to do
And what does it have to do with the life of that baby as he becomes an adult in general?
In general, right. So we fast forwarded and thought, well, okay, let's at least see, because these children were very young. We couldn't see their function sexually, but we could look at young men. And Earl Grey had told us that AGD is forever. If you adjust for height and body size, then if it's short, I told you it's short forever. So we thought, okay, so if a man in college has a short AGD, it's likely he was born with a short AGD.
And does that also mean they have a small penis?
Those are separate measurements, but they're correlated.
They are correlated.
And on average, the phthalate syndrome in our study included a smaller penis. But
So small balls, or testicles, sorry. I want to be scientific here.
But we didn't measure the length of the penis. We measured the width.
Oh, interesting. Why was that?
Because the length is variable.
And the width is not?
No, not much. Not much.
Okay.
It's much more stable. So that's what we measured anyway.
So there's a strong correlation between the width of the penis and the length of the AGD.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would say more directly, there's a correlation between yes, and also to the phthalate levels and the penis.
Okay.
And phthalate levels and the length of the AGD. Okay. Yeah. So we went to Rochester, where I was living then, University, and we put up posters, and I had a wonderful postdoc working with me who took charge of the study, Jaime Mendiola, and he ran the study, and he got these volunteers to come in and give a semen sample and let us know their HED and complete a questionnaire. Okay? And they were very, wonderful and helpful. And one of them said, well, for $75, I'll give you anything, because that's what we did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And so what we found, or Jamie found, Jaime is his Spanish name, that the longer let's start with the sperm count. The lower the sperm count, the shorter the HED. The longer the HED, the higher the sperm count. Correlation, linear correlation.
Right.
Okay. Linear relationship. And then we couldn't ask about fertility in that population because these are college students. But in California, a colleague named Mike Eisenberg looked at men in an infertility clinic and did a similar thing. And he got their sperm count, and he got their HED, and he showed that, again, that it was HED and sperm related, but also that fertile men had a longer HED than men who hadn't delivered a child. It stands to reason. So when people say, who cares? I say, everyone should care, because that measurement tells you something about the future, not only about the past, what was in the womb, but in the future, how that boy is going to function. Right? Right. So let me stop that.
And you also said there was a correlation between how soon they hit puberty, right? Or was that only in women?
So that's not a correlation directly with phthalates. That's another, that is women primarily, and that is a whole other line of work, which maybe we shouldn't get into today, but it's very, very important and interesting. That the age of puberty in women is dropping, most markedly, apparently, in African American women, and we don't know why.
So you did a very good job in the book of just explaining to me how during development the baby's sort of like sexual reproductive organs are made. You basically explained there's a certain time where testosterone has an opportunity to kick in, which creates this certain area on the human groin that develops in the testes or not.
Right.
And it seems like when these phthalates are introduced, it stunts the growth of that area specifically.
Correct. And that's very well put. So let me just back up and say, before, let's leave phthalates out of it.
Okay.
Just in very early pregnancy, the male and the female genitals are the same. Right? You can't separate them. You don't see, it's actually just shit.
Okay.
And then at the critical time, specifically, we don't know in humans, but it's early pregnancy, the testes start to form. And that's genetically programmed in an XY individual, right? And so they start to form, and at a certain point, they're able to produce testosterone, and they do that. Okay, each genetic male. Female also, but just a little bit. Mostly, much more in the male. Okay, so what they showed in these animal studies is that when the mother was given phthalates in her food, at that time, when the testosterone is surging, that the surge is wiped out. It's eliminated. But the graph is very dramatic. It's just completely flat in males, genetic males. So that says that male needs that testosterone at that time to develop normally. Okay? Okay. And so the default, if he doesn't get it, that genital tract will remain the default, which is female.
Right. Okay.
So the degree to which it differentiates from the female, so development of the testes and the ovaries and the development of the penis instead of the clitoris, and so on and so forth. That the degree that separation takes place is dependent upon this hormonal surge.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
And there's a large variation in how developed the genitals can be with these babies.
Right. That's correct.
And how, so in your, you describe this lady Tracy and her son Barry, who was a boy who identified as a girl. What sort of correlation do you find with children, specifically with gender dysphoria, and as it relates to sort of like its surge with the transgender movement? I know there's no actual evidence, there's been no real studies done on it, but what was your take on that? And do you suspect there is a connection?
So first of all, in terms of our studies, we did not study that. We did not have children. We did not get information on sexual identity from children. That is an important study, and it should be done, and that should be related to chemicals that they were exposed to. But that has not been done. My suspicion is that just as the genitals differentiate into male and female, the brain also does. And we know that there are, for example, men. This is a stereotype, okay? And it's a social stereotype, and so it's very politically very difficult. But there are certain things like socialization seems to be easier for females, and spatial ability to manipulate things spatially, which is testosterone dependent, seems to be stronger in genetic males.
That's testosterone dependent?
Spatial, yeah.
Visual, spatial
recognition?
Yes.
You ask men to rotate a figure in space in their minds, they can do that and much more quickly and easily than females. That's
really?
Yeah.
Throughout life or only in early puberty?
It's not, I don't know.
Okay.
My understanding is it's through life.
Okay.
Yeah, not early figure. I don't. So in any case, there is a difference, and no question there's some differences in the development of the brain, and that these are governed in part by testosterone as well as the genitals. So it's very conceivable to me that probably the surge of chemicals which can impact the body's hormones might be doing something somewhat different in the brain and in the genitals. So, they could have maybe little effect on the genitals, and physiologically the child could be male typical, genetic male, but perhaps the surge to the brain has limited the development in that direction.
Right.
So this is just a wild hypothesis and maybe wrong, but I believe that changes that are important and hormonally driven are happening in utero. And I think that whatever we find as we go down the road, gender dysphoria, and is going to relate to in utero. That's the only have. Whether it's going to be due to a specific chemical or a class of chemicals or not. And let me just say that this whole area is very difficult because it's difficult for trans people, and I totally understand that because it medicalizes their identity. It says, why are you like this? And we don't that generally, and it's similar terms for people who have other atypical development, for example, ASD people and so on.
Right.
What causes that? Well, I'm not sure that question is yet. We've learned how to phrase that question in a way that not make people feel that the way they are is the way they should not be.
Right.
And I don't want to give that impression.
Well, right, but it seems like at the same time it's very important to study, especially when it relates to some of these in our everyday world. And when you talk about specifically the development of sexual organs being stunted in utero, and these babies being born with ambiguous genitalia, not testosterone or not 100% developed testicles or dropped testicles, you could imagine how that would translate to somebody being, or the way people describe, I feel like people say they're a male in a woman's body or a woman in a male's body. That I can see a connection there. But the thing is, you can't study it because you can't ask rats how they feel. You can't ask a rat, what do you feel like? Do you feel masculine or feminine?
Right.
So it's I'm definitely curious about that.
I think we're all curious about that.
Yeah.
And I think maybe, animal toxicologists will find some clever way to figure out what an animal's preference is. They can certainly already find out who that rat wants to have sex with. And they can produce rats, and as I told you, that males want to have sex with other males.
Really?
Yes. That can be produced with the pesticide we talked about before, atrazine.
Right. And this was a study that was done on fish and frogs as well, right?
Right. Frogs, particularly, yeah.
Frogs.
Right.
Oh, yes, they made homosexual frogs.
Right. So that is possible. But what that has to do with gender dysphoria is a really open question, and one that I think is very delicate, and we have to be careful about even asking without offending people.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, that we need some trans people to come in and do this research, because they will do it sensitively and they'll understand what the concerns are. And as non-trans, non-binary person, I'm afraid I'm, at risk of sticking my foot in it. You know what I mean? And saying things that will offend people. And so I'm being really careful.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have somebody on your show who's trans and would talk about it.
Yeah, well, it's hard, because serious academics like yourself, they don't want to talk about it because there's a very big risk of people coming after you or trying to discredit you in any way. And the problem with it is it does stifle discussion and research. Like you just said, you don't want to touch it. And that's a problem, I think.
I didn't say I didn't want to touch it. I said I didn't want to talk about it now because I don't know.
Right.
I can just tell you there's a study that I think would be relevant and that I think should be done. Right? And that's what I always do. I always design and think, how would we do this? And then I do it, right?
Right.
But this one is going to be hard. But it could be done. And there are databases in Europe and the United States where urine has been stored from a long time ago. And you could test that urine for environmental chemicals like phthalates or whatever, the bisphenols. We haven't talked about others and so on. And then you could see, if you have a very large sample, how their children developed and what percent of them were trans,
right,
or took that option or considered that option. There's probably a gradient, and see whether the exposures are related with behavior in, say, the adolescent years around sexual identity. That study would really be valuable here.
Yes.
The problem is that, like I said, asking that question and writing, it's controversial, and I'm afraid that it will take a minded funding agency or to say we're interested in this, we want to fund this, find this out.
Right.
But I'm not against studying it. I'm just against talking about it in ignorance and talking about it without the participation of the affected people. We can't always include the affected population in our design of our study, our study. To the extent that we can, I think we're being more and more sensitive to people's needs. So that's what I would like to see. I would like to see. I actually know one person who's an epidemiologist who's trans, and she would be great to work on this.
Absolutely.
And I think that will happen, but I don't have the answer now.
Do you think there's any correlation with gender dysphoria and things like anxiety or depression?
I've read some that there is, and certainly gender dysphoria people are under considerable social pressure and stressors, so I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't more anxiety. And
being prescribed things like antidepressants and stuff.
I don't know those data, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
The pharmacology and the medicine, and specifically the antidepressants, they seem to be an issue. I'm not an expert on it, but I know that more and more young people that I talk to every day are on uppers and downers. They're on antidepressants or on stimulants, something like Adderall or whatever, to study and to get through school and to get work done.
Are you talking about trans people? Or?
No, just in general.
Oh,
just young people in general.
Oh.
Specifically trans people, but
yeah. Right.
But I imagine if you combine the two, right? Yeah. It's gotta be a cascading effect. Gotta just make it worse. If you already deal with this feeling of gender insecurity or dysphoria, and you compound that with things like depression and anxiety because of it, and cultural stigmas,
difficult.
Not a good combo.
Yeah.
Let's talk about testosterone. Did we talk about testosterone yet? This is testosterone. Where does that come into the picture with all of this?
Well, obviously, testosterone is very key here. For it's important for the production, the development of the testes, the production of sperm. And by the way, now that more and more young men are seeking testosterone treatment.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday.
I'm concerned because they're not going to have sperm when they get around to having it.
Right.
So
I've been on some of these on Reddit forums that talk about testosterone, and it's I don't know if you're familiar with Reddit, but it's basically like a website where people can go and just talk about any topic, and it gets deep, gets into the weeds. But there's lots of kids on there in like the bodybuilding communities who are in their late teens, early 20s, that are, a lot of them even not, but some getting their blood work done and having abysmal testosterone levels. Testosterone are in like the 1 to 200 nanograms per deciliter, which is on the very, very bottom of the scale that the CDC recommends. These guys getting on testosterone, because it's like, what's the trade-off? Do I start testosterone therapy and feel great, feel like a normal person, and be able to go to the gym and be healthy, and sacrifice not being able to have kids? Like, it's a very heated sort of topic, because there's an obvious trade-off to doing that, but there's a huge advantage to doing it too, because you feel so good when people feel so good when you do it.
Yeah. So the information I have about testosterone, which is increasing as I study this more, is that it is declining just as sperm count is declining, and probably at a comparable rate. And because we know that many environmental chemicals have the ability to lower testosterone, it's very plausible that that's why this is happening, right?
Right.
But that doesn't actually prove it. We have to do something similar, that we did with, for example, in those Rochester young men. I'm just getting an idea here. We might be able to do this.
What can we do?
We could maybe, if we have those samples still stored, measure the testosterone, which we didn't do, in those young men, and relate it to their mother's phthalates, which we did measure.
Right.
Remember I told you that and what? Oh, maybe we've just started a study here.
Oh, wow. We got your next book.
Yeah. That would be really, really interesting. Or maybe not in these men, but some population where we knew, prenatal exposure, because I do think that that's where it's happening. And then we have measured testosterone, maybe several points in a young man's life, to see whether there's a relationship. So I give that out to people as if listening, if they can study, they could contact me and we'll work on it together.
Yes, we'll include your contact information below for people to email you. So testosterone. Sperm count is declining currently by 2.5% per year. How do you know what the number is for testosterone? How that's declining per year?
The study, no, and the studies on testosterone are not recent. They're not as recent as the ones in sperm. That little upgrade did, and with that,
Yes.
yeah, we hadn't done that for testosterone.
Okay.
So we will do that, and then I come back and tell you the answer.
Okay. Testosterone is very much linked to cardiovascular, cognitive function, many things.
Yes, and by the way, so is sperm count.
Really?
Yes.
I thought sperm count was just because it was tied to testosterone.
That's hard to separate, isn't it? Because they're intimate. It's one that kind of confounding we were talking about. Tell you that there's a number of studies now that show that men with low sperm count have more cardiovascular disease, have more diabetes, have more reproductive cancers, and die younger. So it's a marker of overall health, right? As is infertility, as is women's infertility. So all of these things are not, they don't stand alone. It's part of a mix, a complete picture where they're all interrelated.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if you had somebody who went through, like a young boy who went through chemotherapy and that killed all his sperm, and he wasn't able to produce sperm anymore. Because I know it's a young boy, like kids who go through chemo. I wonder if that is tied, if that's the same, if it still correlates to a shorter lifespan or shorter or worse cardiovascular health because of that.
Great question.
Or it has to be
You're just designing all these studies here. No, it's a very good question. And by the way, I have a friend, a young man who did go through chemo as a child for cancer, and he did bank some sperm.
Really?
Yeah, and he was told that he was azoospermic, had no sperm in the sample, but in fact he did conceive a child.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, they missed it. Counting is not you can't be guaranteed of counting every sperm, and he had some left.
So even if you have one, there's a chance?
It's possible. It's possible, and he lucked out. And he is very well and healthy, and I'm happy to say. Yeah. So it is not an absolute.
Who was the name? Oh, I'm sorry. We talked about him last night. Who was the name of the gentleman who did the studies on the frogs that turned the frogs homosexual?
Tyrone Hayes.
Tyrone Hayes. Okay, and he's at Berkeley.
He's at Berkeley. Yeah.
Okay, and and what are the specific chemicals that he induced into these frogs?
He studied atrazine.
Atrazine, and atrazine, that's
the one that we showed was related to sperm count.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you about glyphosate and Roundup.
Yeah.
What specifically did you find out about glyphosate and Roundup?
So surprisingly, glyphosate, Roundup have been one of the most poorly studied pesticides out there. And given that it's the most widely used pesticide in the world, makes you wonder why. But there are now studies going on, and we have some pilot data showing that glyphosate exposure does affect anogenital distance. But in these studies, which are small, and I won't, put a lot behind this, these were the females that were affected.
Okay.
And they had longer AGD.
Longer AGD.
And
they're more masculine.
Yes.
Interesting.
So a chemical can be anti-androgenic, knock down androgens, knock down testosterone, or it can be pro-androgenic, increase testosterone. So anything that increases testosterone will make girls' anogenital distance, gooch, longer, more in the male direction, because they're getting more testosterone, right?
Right.
Right?
Can that happen to men too?
No, because they're already so high that the amount that can be increased by an exposure will be more. Right. But if you're very low and you get an increase, it could double your exposure, you see.
Right.
And so, but this is very, very tentative, and this is an area of very, current study that people are looking at the effects of glyphosate in various ways. One, on the microbiome, on, obesity, on lots and lots and lots of things. It's one of the hot new topics in the field.
Yes. And, it seems like all of this is, you can put it all in the same bucket of our problem with trying to make everything convenient. And one of the
of the big problems with glyphosate and the Roundup is like they used to spray the crops and just spray the weeds individually, and now what they do is they develop this thing called corn ready Roundup. Have you heard of that? Where they basically just take an airplane and land with this Roundup, and it even gets all over the corn crops, but for some reason it only kills the weeds and doesn't affect the corn. So basically they're coated in these chemicals. That's not good.
Scary.
That's good.
Yeah.
And this just goes back to they're doing that because it's convenient, probably saves them money. But how do we turn the ship? Like all of these massive plastical companies that are billions of dollars and have lobbying behind them, how do we convince them that this is a problem? And how do we convince them to leave billions of dollars on the table? And, from their perspective, they're like, okay, we'll have, thousands of people unemployed and potentially collapse our corporate empires for a benefit that will only be seen 100 years from now, potentially, right? 3 generations or more than 100 years.
I think benefits will be seen more quickly. I think that what might turn the tide is some specific individuals who have personal concerns. So some powerful person who has unable to have grandchildren, or they are unable to have a child, or they see various, problems related to these exposures in their family, in themselves. That's why people donate. Many donors are donating because of their own personal experience.
Right.
So I don't know. That might be one way to, so as we get this information out, more and more people, hopefully more people will be concerned. So there's a couple of things. One is you can take personal action. And I definitely read in the book a couple of chapters about things you can do, and we can talk about that. And I'm not putting those down at all. Those are very important, and also make us feel that we're doing something, which we are. We can take political action by, sending letters, and that's nobody should do that.
No.
Right? So, realistically, I don't know.
More podcasts about it.
More podcasts, maybe we'll do something. I think the first thing is that people have to know that this is a problem. As Joe Rogan said, why don't we know about this? Right? And that's why I'm talking to everybody I can, so that people know about it. I think that's what happened with climate. So originally there were, scientists and others that were speaking, very forcefully about climate, but they weren't being heard. And then, partially through personal experience, hurricanes, floods, whatever, people became more concerned, personally concerned. And then they began to take more action. We started out by saying...
Even that, just look what's happening with climate. It's just all it's become is just this football and this polarizing effect. Nothing gets done. People just like to fight about it.
Yeah.
Click on news articles about it.
I know. But by the way, our problem...
That doesn't happen with this.
Right. Our problem here that I'm talking about today is, maybe people don't know this, but the chemicals in tech are petroleum byproducts. So it's not really a separate problem from climate change.
Interesting.
And one of my concerns, and concerns for many people in the field, as we start pulling fuel and for homes and cars and so on out of other products other than fossil fuels, then those resources will have to go somewhere, and they'll go into more plastic. In other words, that changing the source of our energy away from fossil fuels will increase the problem with plastics.
Changing it away from fossil fuel?
Yes, as we as a society say, okay, we're going to go to clean energy. We're going to go to, right? So we're not going to use fossil fuels. Well, what's going to happen to those fossil fuels? Right? And they can be put into plastics. And so there'll be economically, they have to go somewhere, or
Oh, I see what
You
you're saying.
see?
I see what you're saying.
so they're out there, and their use probably will increase as in these areas, household products and so on, as we decrease. That's who knows. That's a speculation,
Okay.
but it's a concern of mine that it's just another way that we're dependent on fossil fuel.
So, when it comes to plastics, though, how can people who are living their everyday lives and don't have the money to completely change their living situation, or every single piece of Tupperware and dish and thing in their house and everything they interact with, all their products, like what is like a rational sort of logistical way somebody can avoid some of the worst exposures to these phthalates and these chemicals? I told you I got rid of all my plastic baby bottles for my kid. I made my wife throw them all away, and we got glass ones.
That was great.
But not everyone can do that.
Right. So, food, to the extent that you can, if you can eat unprocessed food, like carrots in a bunch, or lettuce in a head.
Even if it's wrapped in plastic? Because a lot of carrots come wrapped in plastic.
Yeah, that's true. Here's the thing about chemicals leaving the plastic. If they're warm or if there's liquid, it's more likely, if the environment is warm or liquid, it's more likely for the phthalates or the bisphenols to leave the plastic, right? So carrots, I'm not so worried. But if you go to a farmer's market, if you're lucky enough to go to a farmer's market, you can just buy it from the farmer. That would be the ideal, I would say. I think I told you yesterday about an experiment where they took this farm, and some of the cows were milked by hand, and some of the cows were milked by a milk machine. And the cows that were milked by hand had no phthalates in their milk. Farmers and those cows that were milked by the milking machine, that milk had phthalates in it. So it's really hard to know, how to avoid them. If you go to buy a container of milk, even if it says organic on it, it's processed through a machine.
Yes.
You don't know that.
I mean, it's ridiculous if you walk through the grocery store, all the labels that are on every product. I mean, the FDA doesn't mention all that stuff.
No. So you were asking me some simple things people can do. So I would say, if you can afford it, eat organic, because a food being organic keeps out most pesticides. Phthalates are, by the way, also in pesticides as a inert ingredient, because they increase absorption of the phthalate into the plant. And in general, organic food is produced more carefully with respect to environmental risks. Okay. So I would say, if you can afford it, and not everyone can, that you would, buy organic food.
Or buy it from a farm.
Oh, buy it from a farmer, ideally, at a farmer's market or something. But and try to avoid fast food, because these tend to be ultra processed and full of huge numbers of chemicals. Again, that's an economic thing. Some people just have to, grab a meal at the end of a huge long day,
Yeah.
But so then in the home, besides food, we talked about this, but it would be good to treat your water, because we now know that water contains lots and lots of micro and nanoplastics, and I would prefer not to drink that myself. So I distill my water, and I know you use a reverse osmosis. Those are both very good ways of treating water. You can also get a filtration system, which is a little more problematic because you have to change the filter and so on. But don't buy water in plastic bottles if you can avoid it. Right? So,
especially when those plastic bottles have been sitting in a car or somewhere.
Right. Don't leave water in plastic bottles in your car. And then as far as air, our ambient environment, our air is full of these microplastics and nanoplastics. So HEPA filter is effective. Another thing that's effective is to just leave your shoes at the door, then you're not in those particles from the outside into your home, and vacuum with a HEPA filter. So try to keep your air clean. So these things come in through inhalation, through ingestion, that's eating and drinking, and dermal. So the dermal is your skincare products, makeup, sunscreen. You can worry about what's in those. And we don't have a completely perfect way of screening those. Environmental Working Group does a good job, and they have a guide to personal care products. Cleaning products, by the way, also contain a lot of these chemicals. So I would say to some of the things we suggest in the book, or some we haven't suggested that you can hunt for on the web.
Right.
Try to buy products that have screened to some extent, none very thoroughly, I would say, to some extent, to be free of these chemicals.
Now you talk about how you distill. Can you walk me through how you distill your water and how that's done?
Sure. Sort of. I mean, I can't tell you the actual mechanics of the machine.
Right, but like, is there a certain thing that you bought somewhere, or
Yeah, I bought a filter.
it's called a distiller?
Yeah.
Okay, where'd you buy it? Which for distillers? We can maybe look at them. I'm curious.
I would put,
Do
if
they
you don't
come-
mind, countertop distillers.
Countertop.
Yeah, because you don't want something that's going to be huge for a business, or but countertop, home distillers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, one of these just sits on the counter?
Yeah, the one on the left is actually what I have.
That one.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's the best. It's just
Right.
one, and that's how it works. You just
So-
fill it up.
Let's read that.
By the way, I don't want to be endorsing any particular brand here, but just say this.
No, yeah. We just clicked on the first one we saw.
So, you put it in at night. It drips out, it evaporates, condenses, comes into that pitcher, a glass pitcher, and then in the morning, I just pour that water into 2 glass pitchers that we keep in the fridge. It's wonderful tasting water, and then my husband cleans it out. And by the way, what's left, I live in San Francisco, the water's good, but what's left after we pour out, after it's been distilled, the residue doesn't smell great.
I bet. Ugh.
And so we cleaned it out with vinegar, and then we're ready for the next batch. We do that every couple of days.
Seen some of those water treatment. A friend who builds water treatment tanks that are for like different cities. They basically like filter all the toilet water for all of the cities, and it goes into this giant tank, like bigger than an aquarium at SeaWorld.
Yeah.
And they pour like tons of chemicals and stuff in there and filter it out, and that gets all siphoned out to our drinking supply, which is like nasty.
Right.
Could be in there.
Right.
Those things are probably full of phthalates. And they're probably pouring Roundup in there for all we know.
Oh, I'm sure, and pharmaceuticals as well.
Right. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
So
So that's a good choice. And I don't know. Do you want to say anything about RO?
Yeah. What is RO?
Reverse osmosis, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I don't know anything about it. I just bought one because I heard they were good.
Yeah.
I got it installed. It says there's like these 3 that are installed under there, and that travels through all of it. It's very complicated, but it makes the water taste better for sure. It tastes, there's a stark difference. I can tell the difference in the tap water and that water.
Absolutely. And an interesting little experiment, which would not be hard, would be to take the same source and pass it through a distiller, an RO, and a home filter. And then blindly ask people which they prefer and test them for chemicals. That would be
a great test.
A great, simple experiment.
And you can test it against liquid death, mountain water.
Yeah, there we go.
Not in plastic. I think it's like 7% of all recycled plastic goes into landfills.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. It is not. It makes people feel like they're doing the right thing, which is, unfortunate, because in fact they're not doing anything helpful.
Make sure I'm right on that. Can you see if it is 70%? What it actually is? I think it's closer to 70% though. Where does this go for humanity? generationally. If we can't start turning the ship now, right? If we're staying on the trajectory we're on right now, where do you see this going in 50 to 100 years?
Well, first of all,
Okay, it's 79%. Only 9% has been recycled. The vast majority is 79%. And you mentioned in your book, so the 79% goes into landfills. But you mentioned in your book there's this giant floating island in the middle of the ocean that's the size of Texas, right?
Yeah.
That's all just plastic junk.
I think that's pretty well known. That's the Great Garbage Patch.
Great Garbage Patch.
Yeah, and people have probably are tired of seeing all these animals, fish, turtles, with plastic around their neck, and the impact of these chemicals on the environment, on wildlife, is tragic. But you were saying, where do I see this going? I just want to say, I think I am an optimist at heart, and so I have hope that we can, once alarmed enough, make changes that will really move the needle. And I think we did that after COVID came out, and we desperately needed a vaccine quickly. And it was produced faster than any vaccine that's ever been produced, right? So I just think that what we need is alarm. We need concern. We need pressure to get governments and philanthropists and people that have the resources to do this, to say this is a moonshot. This is the moonshot we have to take. We have to make alternative forms of plastic. We have to get people to clean up their personal environment. And in animal studies, in 3 generations, full fertility can be restored. We don't have 3 generations, because for an animal, 3 generations is 6 years. A rat?
For a rat, right? Okay.
If you're a rat, you got 6 years. 3
So
generations.
2 years is the lifespan of a rat.
Yeah. And for us, our life, we have intergenerational is 25 years, so we have to look out 75 years. At the rate at which sperm count and other things are declining is probably not enough time. I think clean it up better than that. But the other thing that gives me hope is that we have alternative ways of conceiving. And more of those are, artificial insemination, and assisted reproduction in general has developed tremendously. And I think that we will continue to do that. We'll get more and more techniques for reproducing, which will be not the typical way of reproducing. For that to happen, people have to want children. And that's something that worries me a lot. Talked about this a little bit, but in many parts of the world, the desire to marry, have children, decreasing also. I haven't looked at the rate, but it's pretty dramatic in some countries.
Singapore and Korea.
South Korea or Japan. So for the species to maintain itself, we have to have 2.1 children for every couple in their lifetime. Okay?
2.1 children for every couple.
Yeah. Man, woman, replace themselves and a little bit extra because there's some loss. Right? So that's called the replacement rate for total fertility. And we're below that, and we're dropping. And that's gone down about 50% in 50 years also, just like sperm count, right? And think about 2.1. That's where you want to be if you want to keep the species replacing itself. South Korea is now at 0.83. And other Eastern Asian countries are around 1.
China's a big problem.
And China has a big problem. And here's the thing. People don't want apparently, to have more children. These countries are giving economic incentives for people to have more children, and they're not buying it. So I don't know what will turn that around. And economically, countries are recognizing that don't have enough children. You won't have the middle of the population pyramid to support the old people who are increasing.
Right.
And you have
Yeah, it's like we talked about earlier with culture. I personally, people my generation and younger, they're when you ask them why they don't have kids, they're just like, oh, I want to wait till I'm rich. Or I want to wait till I get my life figured out, or I want to get my career figured out. A lot of people I don't even, in their mid 30s haven't ever, 30s and even 40s have never even considered having kids yet because they aren't where they are financially to have kids. And I think that what you were also alluding to is that there's a societal thing that's happening with women in particular that are finding more and more successful careers in various industries or whatever it might be, that they don't want to necessarily raise children. They want to have successful careers, and they think maybe that after, but they don't realize that you can't do that after.
I think.
Why? And then you look at people. Sorry, then you have like Kourtney Kardashian, who just came out as she's pregnant. I think it's her fourth child with Travis Barker. She's like 45 years old. People think, oh, Kourtney Kardashian did it, I can do it too.
Right. And some can, but it's much more difficult. And the pregnancies are more complicated. And actually, parental age is a risk factor for lots of bad outcomes later in life, which is interesting. Older parents have more autistic children.
If I remember correctly, it's mid-20s. There's a 1% chance of having that chromosome 21, I think it is, Down syndrome, and then above 3.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. So postponing child birth it's risky because maybe you won't conceive, because as women age, they have fewer and fewer eggs that are available for usable eggs, and more chances of chromosomal abnormalities in the sperm, and so more chances for failure of that pregnancy. And by the way, we didn't talk about this, but if you look at couples going for assisted reproduction and test their urine, and that's the man and the woman, the presence of a number of these EDC chemicals in the urine affects the success of that attempt to conceive that pregnancy.
Wow.
The embryo quality, the number of embryos retrieved, the number of eggs retrieved, the embryo quality, the implantation rates, and the birth rates are all affected by the chemicals in the parents. And that's a study out of many studies out of Harvard, all out of what's called the Earth Study, and other people are looking at that too. But it's not just affecting the fetus in utero, it's affecting the fetus before it gets there, if you will. It's not a fetus, it's an embryo. But
infecting the eggs.
Affecting the eggs, affecting the sperm, affecting what after they've been put together, and even affecting the embryo, even after it's been implanted. So there's risks all along the way for the failure of this process.
I love the fact that you're optimistic, but I don't see how we're going to be able to fix it. I don't see. I hope it does, but it's going to take a lot of these podcasts, and it's going to take really shaking up the hornet's nest to try to get people to their ass and take some action here.
Yeah. Got to keep trying.
We have to keep trying. Absolutely. Is there anything we missed that we should talk about?
Yeah, I would like to say that it's not just humans, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of information on declines in multiple species. insect decline, insect Armageddon, bird decline. You know that. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And now there are studies showing even sperm count in horses and dogs has been declining as well as humans. So, of course, animals living in the environment or domestic are going to be exposed. Those domestic animals, dogs and so on, into the same air that we are, and the same water that we are, and probably they have a lot of the stuff in their food that I've never analyzed. But
And the alligators in Lake Apopka.
and in the wildlife, like the alligators in Lake Apopka that were producing smaller and smaller litters, and by the way, having smaller anogenital distance,
Smaller penises.
right? Penal size. That was the first thing that Lou Gillette showed, was that alligators in Lake Apopka had smaller penis. Lake Apopka was contaminated by pesticides. So that was when was that? It was like in the 90s.
Yeah, I think that's what you said.
Yeah. And so this is not a new story, and it's not just a human story. That's the point that I don't think I talked about and we can get into, but it's a planetary problem.
Right. But it's because of us.
A large part of it is because of us. Yes. I won't rule out that there are some, but certainly we see direct relationships, as in Lake Apopka, between the pollution and the ability of that species to survive. And I think everyone knows about species decline, the number of species that are declining and or endangered, and actually we are as well endangered.
Is there anything specifically with marine life that we're seeing a decline in, other than like alligators that are in lakes and stuff like that, but like in the oceans? We talked about how specifically here in Florida, there's all of these sugar plantations and pesticides are running off, and they're creating this giant algae bloom that happens here in Florida every year, where it basically kills off hundreds of fish and wildlife that all wash up on the beach and create.
There's your answer, isn't it?
On the beach, yeah.
You've answered your own question.
I did answer my own question, but I wonder if there's been any sort of people like looking at this on a macro scale with red tides and things like this. Or are there any things that we're missing?
Probably, but I don't know. I don't have that information. I do know that there's a study quite a long time ago where this researcher took 2 lakes in Canada and actually polluted one deliberately with EDCs and left the other one clean, and then compared the survival of fish in those lakes and showed very dramatically that the fish in the treated lake were pretty much wiped out. Yeah. So there's no question that we do that and that's going on. And by the way, a lot of the chemicals that are manufactured have byproducts that go into the runoff into the lakes, right? For the waste disposal. Yeah. So it's not a happy picture, but
no, it's not.
I'd like to just end by saying, countdown. Very
hold it up.
Yeah.
Hold it next to your face.
Hold it next to
There
your
you go.
face.
Smile for the camera.
Hi, countdown.
Beautiful.
So the book has a lot of humor in it, has a lot of personal stories, and makes it.
You have a great sense of humor.
Yeah, and my co-author, Stacey Colino, is an environmental journalist who was really responsible for that tone, that ability to bring some light to it and some humor to it. And we have 2 chapters of things you can do, so don't feel totally discouraged. Get the book, read it, and then I think sharing it is really important because that's how we spread the word.
Absolutely. Why don't you tell people where they can find more about you?
ShaunaSwan.com. That's me. It's all over social media. You can look for me there. I don't remember my Twitter handle.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah,
I'll put it down.
Yeah, that'd be good. Or I can send it to you.
Perfect. Oh, I already got it. You have to send it. I got it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you again. I very much appreciated this. And that's all, folks.
Right now. sounded. That's what that dude sounded like. That wasn't a dollar thing. Leave him in the world. You know, shit. I'm over here, yo. Before we started, he kept getting zero to buzz and in the mic. We got a big one to start with. And now he was looking around the room like, and now he's making a buzz in the mic. Listen to him. He's the walking buzz on man. When I was 19, I went to the boys with Louis Castaneda. And these new birthdays were in June. The night after ACDC, I took the way. It was like summer of 1980. Yeah, so after ACDC came back, it was a Saturday night.
How did you get into this world of publishing books?
Yeah, so I was a lawyer for a couple of years first, and then I joined my father's little publishing company, worked with him for about 7 years, then we sold the company, and then I started Skyworks.
Is this book right here the book that kind of like really set everything off for you guys? Is that like your biggest selling book?
Yeah, this is definitely the best-selling book that we've ever had, and
Hold it up next to your face.
yeah, and it's just a great story, so I'd love to tell this story.
Yeah.
But yeah, the real Anthony Fauci, I don't know where to start.
How many books did you sell of that book?
So we wound up selling more than 1 million copies of it, which is kind of an incredible thing when you think about the fact that there were just clearly so many people who didn't want anybody to read the book, and they were just doing everything they could do to make sure that book was hard to find, that it wasn't carried in bookstores, wasn't in libraries. It didn't get a single review in any major newspaper in the country.
Really?
Nobody would interview Bobby Kennedy to talk about it. I mean, they were scared to death that this was a book that was claiming that the whole government narrative of everything Dr. Fauci was saying day after day on television, that it was just all corruption, and it was all just a process of trying to make more money and have more control over people, and we're about public health. So the idea that a book comes out by somebody like Bobby Kennedy, who's a well-known guy, got 2,194 citations, he's got Blur-winning scientist. I mean, it should have been a big event, and it should have made, senators, Congress people question and want to sit down with Dr. Fauci, interview him, interrogate him, and find out whether this is true. Because, this is somebody who's risking their whole career. Somebody who could have had an easy life. He's a Kennedy, standing up, speaking out, and saying that he doesn't care what happens to him. There's no benefit to him, which makes him perfectly trustworthy. And he's coming out and he's risking everything to tell the world that Dr. Fauci is corrupt, and that the government is corrupt, and that they're trying to hurt people. And what happened was they just tried to silence him in every conceivable way. So you couldn't even place ads on, in newspapers. The New York Times turned down an ad. Usually they're chasing me down to get more ads.
They turned down an
ad. Yeah. And, they had reason for it. So I asked them why. And they said that they wouldn't take an ad of any kind. So they have this division called standards management, where they get ads and they try to figure out if there's something in it that is true. So basically, they're saying they don't care whether a book makes claims or untrue. All that they're looking at is whether the ad itself makes claims that are untrue.
Okay.
So they wouldn't ask us anything. They would not ask, they didn't ask us to change anything. They just said they wouldn't accept an ad any way, shape, or form for this book. So their whole policy had described to me clearly beforehand, and just would not place it. So they were obviously getting pressure from the government not to be involved in any way. So the only thing that all the major newspapers were willing to do at the time was to run hit pieces against Robert F. Kennedy Jr., just to say everything bad they could possibly say, to try to discredit him, to try to claim that his books and his speech speeches and everything that he was putting out was misinformation, it was misleading the public, and it was harmful. But they wouldn't say why. So they wouldn't debate him. I mean, Dr. Fauci could have come out.
They're coming after us right now. You hear them?
Yeah.
The black helicopters.
Yeah, definitely. They're here, and I don't care, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't care. So, here's the thing. Dr. Fauci at the time was probably the most powerful person in the world, right?
Yeah.
He was making all the rules that told everybody on the planet what they could do and what they couldn't do. So he could have gone on any show and trooped in any expert that he wanted. So why was he so afraid? I mean, why wasn't he willing just to meet with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on a network TV show and debate him to the end? So if you're really worried that there's, not going to be trust in government, the best way to do that isn't through censorship. It's through dialogue. It's through proving that what he's saying isn't true. So the way that people actually become more powerful in many cases is by being censored.
Right.
Because people wonder, why are you doing that? What's the point of it? I mean, if you really have claims, go through some of those 2,194 citations and tell us which ones of those are wrong. Make a real argument.
So we were discussing fun yesterday, like with all the censorship that's going on the internet with him, and like his interviews and his videos getting taken off YouTube. That seems to do more harm to the people that are censoring them, harm if you want to call it that. But what it does is it rallies that base, the people that kind of question this stuff and people that want to look deeper into it. Because when they like people like me, something that's set off of YouTube or censored on New York Times, it makes me want to look into it more, figure out what's going on and what they're actually saying.
Right.
So it seems like that probably helped a lot with some of the book sales.
Well, I think what happened is, we got this whole team of people, and I was part of it. And I just went on to every show that would have me on, every radio show. I mean, I was doing it all day long, just dawn to dusk, going on to small shows, big shows, anybody who would have me. And there was a whole group of other people doing that. And I think that with us all doing that and Bobby Kennedy doing that, it just sort of caught fire. But it was not because people were hearing about it from the mainstream media. So the idea there was they were just going to ignore him and hope that he went away. Because he was doing something that's hard to do. I mean, he was standing up to the most powerful people on the planet, to the most powerful government on the planet, the most powerful public officials probably in history. And he was telling the American public that they were all lying. And that's a pretty gutsy thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the most, so if you believe this book, these are the most corrupt public officials in history. These are the most corrupt companies in history. These are the biggest, most powerful people, the biggest, most powerful companies. And he's standing up and saying they're liars, they're corrupt, they're stealing from the public, they're ruining your health, that these are really dangerous people. And it was difficult for them, I think, to know what to do about it. And I think they probably sat around thinking, if we engage in dialogue, we're going to lose here because we don't really have anything, right? So we're telling the world what to do. We're forcing them to do it. We're threatening them if they don't do exactly what we tell them to do. They're going to have consequences. They're not going to be able to work. They're not going to be able to go to a restaurant, to a movie. They're not going to have a life unless they do exactly what they're told. And not to do that.
Have you ever been contacted by intelligence?
Maybe after this show.
I would just imagine that there would be some sort of something going on, that there would be intimidation or something that trying to talk to you or influence you in some way. Like, hey man, cool it.
Yeah, I don't know, how that all works. I mean, I know that there's something like 17,000 doctors who stood up and kind of disagreed all around the world. No. Sort of stood up and disagreed with the mainstream narrative, with Dr. Fauci's narrative.
Right.
So, that's a lot of doctors. I mean, it's not a lot of doctors in the sense that there are, tens of thousands of them, but it's a lot of brave people standing up. And they did go after a lot of those people. So they went after their medical leaders. They tried to discredit them in every way that they could. So it was the same kind of playbook, but there were a lot of other people in the background just not willing to accept it.
What was it like? Like, did he try to get this book published by any other before coming to you, or what process like? And did this book sort of open your eyes to everything that's been going on?
Yeah, so
with
I
public health?
had known Bobby Kennedy for a while. We had published his book called Thimerosal, Let the Science Speak, which I think was in about 2014. And when that book came out, it was the same sort of story. I mean, it was a much smaller issue at the time, meaning that it didn't involve every person on the planet. But it was still a big story because thimerosal, which is a form of mercury, is in certain vaccines now. In the past, it was in many more. It's in many, many vaccines that are sold all around the world in poor countries. And thimerosal does have really bad side effects. And so he came out with a book that went through hundreds and hundreds of peer-reviewed studies. And while the CDC was saying that it was perfectly safe, they said that they took it out of certain early childhood vaccines, basically because they were just being really cautious. So they basically said, it's really safe, we didn't do anything wrong, but we're taking it anyway. But then they refused to take it out of all the vaccines that they sent to Africa or to South America, to any poor country. They get the vaccines with full mercury in them. So the depravity of something like that, when all of these studies, I mean, this was just an incredible research project. And once again, they didn't respond to any of it. So they didn't say, some of these reviewed stories have been proven to be correct. Nothing, not a word. So the book came out once again. He's claiming that tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of children's lives are being ended by something vaccine that's being given to them. All the families are being told perfectly safe. So it's the same kind of story. And this book comes out, and there's no research, there's no investigative journalism at it, not a single one, nobody in the country.
I'm only about halfway through the book so far, but one of the things that kind of blew my mind was he mentioned that Google owns 2 of the vaccine companies.
Yeah, there's a lot of sort of mixing up of the ownership and the boards of all of these different companies, and they're all corrupted. Even when you look at the CDC and the FDA, you find that people working for the government can own a piece of a patent.
Right.
So they're supposed to be regulating one of the pharmaceutical companies, for example. And yet, if they approve something, if they approve a drug or a vaccine, they can actually earn royalties on it. So the entire public health system is just riddled with these conflicts of interest. And once again, nobody is investigating it. Nobody is, there's no sort of watchdog group that's looking at each vaccine or each drug really, really carefully. There's nobody protecting the American public. Bobby Kennedy sometimes says that the only people standing in front of real harm to children in this country are mothers. The mothers know their own children. They know what their weaknesses are. They know that if they had a reaction to it, maybe they're more likely to. The whole idea of public health now is just to give the exact same thing to everybody.
Yes.
And so the reason there is that it's all about the money. Because if you were not concerned with just maximizing your return on investment, you would look at all subtleties. You would say, well, do we want to give the same dosage to a kid who weighs 200 pounds that we give to a kid who weighs, 50 pounds? They don't do any of that. They have no concern for public health. They just to help pharmaceutical partners make as much money as they can at the expense of, millions and millions of people's health.
So the relationship with you and Bob again, was it when you wanted to publish that first book?
Yeah, so I had listened to him giving speeches at various places, something like, I don't know, maybe 12, 14 years ago. And he had given some speeches in New York City, where I still live. And in those speeches, it had just been really convincing that there was this growing corruption in public health. And so I was really happy to publish that book, and then I stayed in touch with him. And when this book was read, I was all in to hear the whole story, to learn about it. I was part of the entire process.
Oh, really?
Of writing? No, not of.
Oh, okay.
Not of writing it, but I several times, and I was in close touch with all of his team, and his team was just this incredible team of facts, and they were so meticulous. And I see that Bobby was working on this book 16 hours a day, 7 days a week for, something like 10 months. I mean, he was just at it, and he was, incredibly for one reason, not that he was going to make a penny. He doesn't even get royalties on a book. So there was nothing in it for him.
He doesn't
just
make money off?
Not a penny. It all goes to Children's Health Defense, which is this nonprofit here.
Okay.
So his only concern was to protect people's health, primarily children. And he was so dedicated to that. And that's why I think he would make such a great president, because I don't think we've had a president in recent history where the person is just really dedicated to make the world better, to solve problems, not just public health problems, but any problem. And so, part of the reason that we published this other book, which is The Real RFK Jr., it's the same kind of title.
Yeah,
but the idea was that many people have an idea of who they think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is. And they have that idea because of an incredible sort of a psyop of control over what the media does, and also over, what people think. So when you have just incredible censorship on the one hand, then you have incredible propaganda, and the whole media is sort of helping with that propaganda, almost like they're reading, from the same press release that's given to them from Dr. Fauci or somebody working with Dr. Fauci. So how are you ever going to know who a candidate is if that candidate is censored so incredibly? When he went on to ABC, they taped him for, I don't know, like an hour, then they cut it down. Then they weren't even happy with cutting it down, so they cut out some of the things that they didn't like and tailored it to presentation that they were happy with. But even that, they decided to kind of bookend it with disclaimers saying that it was misinformation, or that Bobby Kennedy shouldn't be trusted. And then they added in that that many of the claims had been debunked by serious scientists. So that is so incredibly improper in a democracy to do that. I mean, this is a candidate, a serious candidate. He's polling at 20 to 30% of the Democratic Party. At the very least, they should bring in people who disagree with him then, and give him the opportunity to respond. But to let him speak and then dissect it, put the disclaimers in there, call him names, call it misinformation, and not give him a chance to respond, to any of those counterclaims.
Yeah, I saw something recently where someone combined like all of the recent articles that have been published about him in like big publications, and every single there was like 10 headlines that all started the headline with anti-vaxxer Robert Kennedy Jr.
Right,
and it's bonkers, man. Like they use that to just like discredit him as an anti-vaxxer. What? And my apologies if I haven't done the research, but what does he say can be done if he was to become president as far as kind of reforming public health in the country and fixing some of the that he talks about in the book?
Yeah, so I think one of the first things he would do, what he says time after time, is that the people running the agencies of the U.S. government, the FDA, the CDC, the EPA, many of those people, many of the top people are corrupt, but most of the people working there are honest, sincere, hardworking people who really care, studied for years and years, who did all kinds of research, and he believes firmly that they really want to do the right thing. But the problem is that the most corrupt and the most greedy people rise to the top, that this is a country that's just based on money. And you have to find a way to kind of decouple money from public health or from any of the other agencies. So you can't have this sort of system where time after time people work for the government, then they go work for Pfizer or some other big company, and they all know that their whole life is tied to green lighting service. So when people say that Robert F. Kennedy is an anti-vaxxer, that's a ridiculous statement in the sense that what he said all along is that he wants to look at the safety of vaccines. He wants to look at what's put in the vaccines and what those things are doing to people. So that doesn't make you an anti-vaxxer. It doesn't make you anti-anything. That's just a word that they come up with to confuse people. In the same way that they use words like misinformation or disinformation or malinformation or even domestic terrorist, or they just come up with all of these terms, conspiracy theorist, when they don't have a real argument to disprove it. Because if they believed in dialogue and debate, then you wouldn't have to call people names. I mean, people should not be against vaccines or for vaccines any more than they're for a pill. So you look at a pill, nobody would say pills are safe, right? So the question is, what pill is it? What's in it? What does it do to you, right? Let's research it. Let's figure it out. What is a vaccine? It's a delivery mechanism for things that are in it. So if you put cyanide in a vaccine, I think we could agree that wouldn't be a good thing, right?
Right.
So if you're putting mercury in a vaccine, and mercury is toxic to a child's brain, clearly that's not a good thing.
Right.
If you're putting aluminum in there, is that safe? What's the research say? Perfectly fine for serious people to question what's being put into their children's bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane for them not to question that.
It seems like if he's anti-anything, he's anti-pharmaceutical companies.
But I don't see that he's really anti-anything other than the greed and corruption that has taken over this country. I mean, if you look at some of the research that's been done on vegetables and berries, which we would all think, oh, vegetables, salad, blueberries, raspberries, they're all great for you, right? But, even there, you have to think about, well, what's on them? Are these, just doused with, drenched with pesticides? And if they are, they could be the most toxic foods out there. I mean, you might be better off, eating a candy bar than having broccoli that has pesticides in it. So it's not about what the delivery mechanism is. So if it's for broccoli that's really healthy, clean broccoli or good, health, clean meat, that's probably really good for you. But you want to know. So you could see two pieces of steak, and one of them could be pumped up with hormones. They could look exactly the same. one of them could have all kinds of chemicals in it. You wouldn't want to feed that to your family. You would look at the other piece of steak, and you'd have no way of knowing that steak is, fed much better foods, isn't pumped up with hormones or other drugs, is grass-fed. I mean, any of those kinds of things really matter. And there's nothing wrong with people wanting to investigate these incredibly large, powerful, greedy companies and a government that is in bed with them. So we need more people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And I think that there are thousands and thousands of people who are seeing what he's done and seeing how he suffered in his, quest to kind of make the world more accountable. Is it that people, that the New York Times or the Washington Post, that they don't question the fact that we're the richest, most powerful country on the planet, and our children are the least healthy. I mean, how does that happen? So I can tell you how that happens. Oh, sure. I mean, go to third world countries all around the world, and their infant mortality, their rates of autism are lower, their rates of allergies are lower. So how is that possible?
Sorry to interrupt, but this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Verso. We all know how important it is to get the right amount of nutrition, exercise, and sleep as we age. It's something I'm really passionate about and have discussed at length with doctors and nutritional scientists on this podcast. That is why I use Verso. Verso is a company dedicated into translating scientific breakthroughs into products that hold the potential to increase longevity. I take Cell Being every day to help combat aging by increasing my NAD levels with powerful ingredients such as NMN, trans-resveratrol, and TNG. NAD Plus is arguably one of the most powerful molecules in the body, but declines with age. Keeping NAD Plus levels high helps guide longevity genes called sirtuins. Sirtuins are called longevity genes because by activating them, they support overall health and slow down aging-related effects by regulating important processes inside of cells. High NAD Plus levels can improve your metabolism, repair damaged DNA, and ramp up energy production in your brain, immune system, and muscles. Now, you can't take NAD Plus as a supplement, too big for the cells to absorb, but NMN directly converts to NAD Plus, while resveratrol activates your sirtuins, which increases their attraction for NAD. These two molecules act synergistically and increase your NAD Plus more than just NMN on its own. Verso also publishes third-party testing from each batch produced to absolutely guarantee you're getting what you pay for. Head on over to ver.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout to save 15% off your entire order. Or go to ver.so/KONCRETE right now. It's linked below. Now back to the show. It seems like these big publications are very much co-opted by intelligence and by the government. And I had a guy in here a few months ago, Jack Murphy, who was doing a report on some spy operations, some sabotage operations that were going on in Russia, and like some railroad tracks being blown up and some factories being lit on fire. And he was basically, through all of his sources and then what he talked to, what he discovered was that there was a NATO ally that was working with CIA to conduct some of these operations. And he was working with one of the top 3 publications in the U.S. on this story for probably close to 6 months. And when they were getting ready to press the publish button, his editor at that station said, we got to clear this with the deputy director of the CIA. Got on a quick phone call with deputy director, and he said he has an off-the-record agreement with this publication. So we can basically say anything he wants, yes or no, or kill this or don't kill this. And they have to do that, and they have to keep it completely off the record. So, for example, if he wanted to publish the article and the publication was going to publish it and say, this is what Jack says, but the deputy director of the CIA denies this, this, and this, and this, and this. They can't do that. They just say, oh, okay, deputy director disagrees, we're going to kill the article. Right. So that's what happens with some of the biggest publications. They're all in cahoots with, and look, I get it. I understand that CIA's job is to keep covert ops off the front, right? To protect national security or whatever it might be. But in this case, it just blows my fucking mind that it is literally affecting the health and the lives of kids in our own country. and they're getting away with it.
Well, that's what happens when people get too much power. You know, there was a Rachel Maddow clip that I saw, which was Rachel Maddow talking to Chuck Schumer, and they were discussing some claims that Trump had made, where he was coming down hard on the CIA and the FBI. And, you know, this is, I don't know, 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And Chuck Schumer said with a smirk on his face that that Trump will learn what happens against the intelligence agencies in this country. And he seemed to in some way be proud of that. And that was it's a scary moment, but it's easy to find. And it's real.
It's very
and he obviously knows that they have an incredible amount of power, too much power. And it's the same kind of thing. I mean, Robert F. Kennedy, you know, Bobby's father, was a corruption fighter, and he was saying the same kinds of things. And JFK was saying the same kinds of things. And, you know, they were likely shut down for saying those things. They were likely killed for saying those kinds of things. So it is very serious, and like I said, it's very real. And, you know, it's hard to imagine. I think it's hard for a lot of people to imagine that there could be people out there who would give children something that isn't safe. So I think that's one of the reasons why people often don't believe it, because they don't think that there could be this many powerful people. It's sort of like the general theory that if a conspiracy is too big, then it can't be real. People are willing to imagine a conspiracy where there are, you know, 5 or 10 really bad people get together. But how can it be thousands and thousands of people?
right.
But you look at something like the opioid crisis, and you see the same kind of thing. I mean, there were years where I think 200,000 people died unnecessarily from that. And that's not low. And I don't think that's just the Sackler. They were sort of like, they were the bit. But it was pretty clear that of the other big pharmaceutical companies were doing exactly the same thing. And then people all the way down the chain were just sort of following it. You know, from government to the doctors to the pharmacists. And, you know, they were all taking part in it. So if you see that, and you see that there were hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people killed unnecessarily, why is it such a leap to think that maybe they would approve and sell and force you to take and give exemptions for safety to, you know, all of these big companies who are creating a COVID vaccine that maybe doesn't work and maybe harms millions and millions of people. So that shouldn't be such a leap of faith. That should be a real, sincere fear after what we saw with the opioid crisis and what we saw with mercury in early childhood vaccines and what we saw with BIOS and what we've seen just time after time after time. So nobody should be shocked by that. It is hard to go up against these just incredibly powerful forces.
Is it when it comes to the presidential race, which is it's kind of premature right now, but it seems like he's the only one that is like openly talking about it and being interviewed about it. I don't see Trump doing a little bit, I guess, but it's not really covered. I don't see much of it. I know he's doing like rallies and he's doing these big talks. I don't think Biden's saying anything about it. Who is there besides Biden that has a chance, you think, on the Democratic side?
Well, so let's go back to the first thing that we said, that nobody else really seems to be running now. And I think that's a great point, because I don't even think Biden really ran for president in 2020, but he's certainly not running for president now. And, you know, because all of his handlers, all of the people in his team, they want him to say as little, ever let him debate Bobby Kennedy. They would absolutely have to. So Bobby Kennedy, on the other hand, is flying all around the country, talking to anybody who will talk to him on every show, big shows, little shows. I mean, he is going full throttle 24/7 because he knows that he has to break through this censorship. So, he went to the border, I think it was last week or possibly the week before. And, who else has gone down to the border? So he actually created breaking news. So the mainstream media didn't really cover it. So you didn't see a big New York Times front page story. But, he pointed out, he interviewed something like 150 people, and he found people from all around the world who were coming across the southern border with nobody stopping them, with no system, no plan. And they were from Africa, they were from China, they were from South America. I mean, they were from everywhere on the planet. So, that's a real problem. And that's not xenophobic, that's not racist. It's a problem that we have to have a plan. So, and the plan could take a lot of different forms, but he has said that he would make the southern border impervious. And I think so that's a great statement. I mean, what made power in this world just as people walk across their border? I mean, why would you do that? We clearly need people to do certain kinds of jobs in this country. We have shortages of all kinds of workers. So, but we could easily come up with a process where we say, hey, the country is short of carpenters. Let's bring in carpenters from all around the world. And they can have paperwork, they can be processed correctly. There's no reason for this to be so. And there's nothing wrong with having a real plan. And I think so one of the things that clearly Bobby Kennedy would do is he would have a plan. It doesn't mean even that so many fewer people would come. It means that the immigrants coming into this country would do so in an organized fashion. We would know who they are. We would have some kind of balance of where they're from, what their skills are. I mean, that's just good planning. Everybody should want that.
That's something Trump ran on too, though, right? Like he ran on the border wall and building that wall, but I don't think he did much, or I don't think much got done. It seems like when people run on these kind of grandiose ideas, and again, I don't hear him touting it the way Trump was touting it.
Right.
But there's this thing that seems to happen throughout history when people will run on these things, and once they get into office, it's like there's some guys that come in suits and say, this is going to happen, this is not going to happen.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's got to be aware of that with his family history.
But I think part of the reason that Trump wasn't able to get anything done in the area and in some others is that so many people hated him so much and vilified him so much that they have this idea that anything Trump said, even if it was just accidentally correct, anything at all that Trump said, they just wanted to do the opposite.
Yes.
And I think that that's where Biden got into trouble with the border, that he told the whole world that we have sort of like this kinder and gentler border where we were going to treat people better. So what is that telling people, right? So he's not going to have any plan. He's not going to have any real border. And he's telling people that they should come, that they're not going to be processed, that they're not going to have paperwork. We're not going to have to know anything about who they are or where they're from. And of course, that's going to result in a lot more people coming and the border getting less and less organized. So I think that, Alan Dershowitz's book that I have here too, which is called Get Trump.
And the threat to civil liberties, due process, and our constitutional rule of law by Alan Dershowitz.
So the idea there is that so many people just wanted to get Trump, wanted to get rid of Trump, wanted to, discredit Trump, that they did not care at all whether he had a good idea in one specific area or whether it was a bad policy. So the whole point was just get Trump at any way you can. And part of that may well have come. Chuck Schumer may have been right that he went up against the intelligence agencies and they were gonna find a way to get him back. And in that clip, Chuck Schumer, with a smile on his face, says they will find a way to get you back.
They always do.
Right. So I think that's a great point that Alan Dershowitz makes and that Bobby's made many, many times too, is that when you do rights, not so easy to get them back. So people say, well, we want to, get rid of COVID so we can force people to do all kinds of things. We can censor them. We can, make them stay home. We can do everything that we want just as long as we have this goal to end this crisis. Or we can try to get rid of Trump. And it's okay to do anything. Take away all of our constitutional rights. Let's just get rid of Trump. Let's get rid of COVID. Let's end the war on drugs and the war on anything. I mean, there's always a war on something. So there's always a reason now for people to give up their constitutional rights because we're in this constant state of war. But the problem is that once you give up rights, it's not so easy to get them back. Once you give them up, you might never see those rights.
Yeah, that's very true. And it's clear throughout history. Alan Dershowitz, he's an interesting one. Was he in a similar boat to Bobby Kennedy, where he was having issues with censorship and getting his stuff published?
He was having a lot of censorship. And my view of him is that he stands for the rule of law. So, he's a real lawyer in the sense that he believes in the constitutional right to have a sincere, hardworking lawyer defend you, and that that you can't be guilty in this country till you're proven in court of law to be guilty. And then, we get into the whole question of cancel culture. And so he was right in the middle of that. Wrote a book for us called Cancel Culture. But we've gotten in this country to the point where, and one of his books was called Guilt by Accusation. And the idea there is that you can accuse something and then they have all the consequences, or at least many of the consequences that they would have has gotten their day in court or found guilty.
Right. And especially when you have these mainstream publications that have so much trust by a lot of the people in the country, like the New York Times is posting things, and people take it seriously because they're posting stuff, and they have throughout history clearly been wrong about stuff, and they've gone back and fixed stuff.
But they fix stuff, on page 22.
Right.
They run their big stories. The Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. I think they ran 7, and they ran stories that Kennedy was one of the disinformation dozen. And that whole story of the disinformation dozen that came out right at the right time was that they're these dangerous people who are going to tell you things that aren't true. We don't have to disprove them. We don't have to have any real discussion. Even though we say it's a democracy, we can just tell you that they're part of the disinformation dozen. Nobody even knows where that comes from. So it comes from this very little nonprofit that's very well funded from a bunch of kind of shadowy groups that didn't exist before. So it's this entity which has no gravitas. I mean, no history, no scientists working there who have researched things. So how do they decide who the disinformation dozen is? And it's obvious how they decided. They were told who to put on that list because that was a government operation to control the narrative. And they had to create these villains. And they had to say that everything that they said was wrong. Even in many cases where it's so clear that what they said was right. And even if at the time, many people thought it was wrong, now it's sort of mainstream knowledge that you can still get COVID if you're vaccinated. You can still spread COVID if you're vaccinated. You can still get heart problems if you were, at no risk from COVID. You can get heart problems and you can die of those heart problems. So, all of those claims, which were considered to be disinformation by all of the major newspapers. You take somebody like Dr. Mercola, who's a sort of a well-known natural health doctor, has a big, has a podcast and a daily newsletter, and he was called part of the disinformation dozen too. The New York Times wrote a big hit piece on him. Then they did a video on him, which was at a very high level. So they were really going after him on all these different kind of platforms in the same way that they went after Bobby. And so the fact that Dr. Mercola and Bobby Kennedy and so many other doctors and scientists were actually, even by the mainstream now, they've been proven to be right. Nobody has apologized to any of them. Nobody's taken them off the list of the disinformation. Nobody's taken down. The Times hasn't run articles saying, hey, we're really sorry that we said these things about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We're really sorry that we said all these things with so many people. Just hundreds and hundreds of people have their lives ruined. And they were right. And it isn't even clear now, in many cases, how right they actually were.
Yeah, and when it comes to presidential candidates, it seems like the ones that the quote unquote deep, you want to call it, not one of the best terms I came up with. My favorite one was the dream swamp. I think that he was right on point with that. It is a fucking swamp. But like they're worried about the most are the people that street. The ones that Wall Street, they don't need the funding from Wall Street, Trump being one of them. I don't know. Right. I don't know Bobby's situation with that. But it seems like some of the people who are most controlled by Wall Street are the ones that are most easily controlled, period.
I mean, Bobby Kennedy can't be controlled by anybody because he's not in it for the money. He's not in it for the power. Doesn't want to go to Washington and be a politician for the rest of his life. He believes that we're at this kind of turning point in history. That we're at this where the future of mankind is at serious risk. So I think he wants to be president to kind of set it right, to put people in at the heads of all these agencies who will actually change them, who will deal them from Wall Street, from the big pharmaceutical companies, from the big agribusiness companies, and set the world in a better direction and then go home.
And with the FDA specifically too, when you're talking about some of the big pharmaceutical companies, but FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, food is like they don't pay attention to food at all. I just had a guy in here who was a former executive at the FDA. He was in charge of the supplement branch of the FDA. I forget the exact title he had, but he was saying that I think it's upwards of 90% of their budget comes from pharmaceutical companies, and like less than 5% of their focus is on actual food. And food is in the country. Yeah, with overpriced foods and the amount of people that are unhealthy and overweight. Yeah, that's a major part of it.
Yeah, and then there are all these, So I mean, the first point is a great point, and there was to the New York Times' credit, good story on how something like 75% of the FDA's budget comes from the companies that they're supposed to be regulating. Right. So it's just so clear that kind of system won't work. It just can't work. It's just much too much of a conflict of interest. And the idea of it was that they would get good products that would help people to market quicker. So that's how they sold it to the government. That they said, look, we're willing to pay for the CDC. We're willing to pay for the FDA. We're willing to pay for the EPA. And all that we want is a much quicker process. But the problem is that with a lot of these things, you don't want a quick process. You don't want a quick process with something that you're going to put into the arms or the stomachs, of billions of people on this planet. You want real caution and real research, and you want to listen to dissenting voices. Right. So you don't want to, like I said before, weaponize all these terms, misinformation, disinformation, conspiracy theory, as a way to just get an outcome that you want. And, the outcome is really just more money and power. It's not health. It's not progress. It's not speed to the market of life-saving drugs. I mean, that they could have done at any time. It's a process by which everything is controlled by the most powerful people. So, Bobby often talks about how the class has been gutted in the last few years, that there was a new billionaire, I think, every day during it.
Right.
So the middle class got poorer and poorer, and a really small number of heirs got richer and richer and more powerful. And, so when you look at that, there's a system in place now which is good for anybody. And so clear. I mean, even the main newspapers run stories like this one. And Bobby quotes this one from time to time. That story is about how 53% of the people in this country don't have $1,000 that they could spend on an unexpected charge, like a medical charge that came in. So the richest country in the world, with more billionaires than any other country, more powerful corporations than any other country. And yet the country itself is suffering. So we're not only, extracting money from countries all around the world, but we're not happy with that. We're not happy with our sort of empire that we're extracting money and bringing it back to the people of this country. But we want to also extract the money from most of the actual people who live in this country, so that, like I said, there's worse healthcare here than in third world countries.
Right.
There are worse health outcomes here than in third world countries.
Yeah, we're like below Costa Rica when it comes to health outcomes here. I think I heard Bobby say that.
Yeah. So that, I think, is really what Bobby is fighting. It's not about vaccines. It's about corruption. And it's about corruption in all areas. Corruption at the border, corruption in our foreign policy, corruption with our funding of other countries, and corruption with pharmaceutical companies and agribusiness companies. And, it's just a whole system that is sort of like a system of funnel money from the people who work to a small number of people, and with no regard whatsoever to outcomes of millions and millions of people all around the world, or their lives, or trying to actually make their lives better.
Yeah, so much focus in our government on different countries around the world, overseas, with like the military industrial complex. So little focus on actually happening to the people inside our own country, like inside the walls of the United States. And when it comes to how much we pay for healthcare, or how much, like, these inner cities that are dealing with this poverty, like figuring out a better way to educate people.
Right.
To make your country better, you want to have smarter people. You want people to have an opportunity, or at least a shot, if they're interested, to get a higher education and become something. They should at least get that shot.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that's something that has always been overlooked in my lifetime, at least I feel like.
Yeah. And then there's all this sort of crazy stuff going on where we're sending, something like $200 billion to Ukraine, and we're funding that by cutting people's benefits here.
Right.
So we're sort of saying, screw you to the middle class here. And we're getting involved in some war there. And we're actually pretty clear on what our objective is. It's not to save Ukraine. It's not to make people's lives better, even in Ukraine. I mean, it's clearly making people's lives worse here, because we can't do any domestic projects here. We can't deal with homelessness here. We can't give people, decent benefits here. But it's all about weakening Russia. It's all about this sort of chessboard of the world.
Right.
And so, people have to, that this whole period where everybody had a Ukrainian flag, in the back of their car, in their front lawn, hanging from their window.
That's funny. You said a Ukrainian restaurant just opened down the street from here. I've never heard of a Ukrainian restaurant before.
Right.
I've never like anyone say to me, "Hey, you want to go get some food?"
Yeah.
No.
But when you think about it now, you know, in the same way that people think that maybe Bobby Kennedy is crazy, and that because they've been told to think that by the most powerful, most well-funded people on the planet who are running these disinformation campaigns and these propaganda campaigns. So they don't want you to know who RFK Jr. is, which is why we did this book. But at the same time, they're telling people it's all about Ukraine. You know, we're going to make our stand in Ukraine. Nobody even knows what they're fighting for or who they're fighting for or what the plan is.
Right.
So they've forgotten all about Afghanistan because they've been told to forget about it, because Afghanistan is a big problem. And there are millions and millions of people there who believed in us, who believed the things that we told them, who believed that our adventure there wasn't about politics. It was about actually wanting to help people in this country. So we went there, we spent, I don't know, $1 trillion, some huge amount of money that's inconceivable to anybody listening and is inconceivable to me.
Right.
And we spent it there and we got nothing for it. Nothing.
Right.
I mean, the people there are no better off now. And to some extent, they're probably worse off because it's possible that certain countries have kind of a development that takes time and that there's sort of steady progress they could make. And then it would be legitimate and long lasting. So we went there and we promised that we were going to give them a shortcut to real lasting change where people were going to have rights that they never had before. The idea was that they would have rights like we have here, but they didn't get that. And so they got the taste of what it's like, but then they got the incredible disillusionment that they had been lied to too. So the same government that's been lying to the people in this country has lied to people all around the world in the promises that they've made, that they really are looking out for their welfare. And you have to kind of wonder, you know, why did we go to Iraq? Why did we go into Syria? Why did we go to Afghanistan? And why is there no kind of reconciliation of that whole story? Like, we changed the world there. I mean, there were millions of refugees who flooded the entire planet. We had no objective. We didn't succeed in anything that anybody can point to. Yet, you know, because we have so much power, we didn't commit any war crimes. You know, Russia's said to be committing war crimes all the time, and for all I know, they actually are. But it's inconceivable in this, you know, almost 20-year period of us fighting wars in all these countries, bombing people all around the world when we say we care about the environment, or we say we care about gun control, something like that. But why were we doing all of this? And the idea is that it's the same kinds of issues that are raised in The Real Anthony Fauci, that it's all about money and power. And if it's not really all about money and power, then I say, you know, explain to me what it was about.
Right. I don't think anyone's denying it was all about money and power. What are his specific ideas when it comes to foreign policy? Because that's something I haven't heard him really talk about.
Yeah, so he says that he wants to bring the troops home from all around the world and, you know, try to have the kind of peace that his uncle described. His uncle didn't want to go to Vietnam at the end. He was getting closer to real negotiations with Russia. He was an incredibly well-loved U.S. president in Russia. There were people, you know, put up posters of him in Russia, but all around the world, people put up posters of John F. Kennedy because they believed that he stood for peace, that he wanted to envision a world where we could peacefully coexist with people. And so I think that that is Bobby's view. Now, you know, clearly there are times when you have to have some kind of armed response, and it has to be decisive. I think that it's clear that so much of it for us now is just once again about making money. It's about making weapons that we're never going to use. It's about selling weapons to countries all around the world. It's a game, but real people die in these games, and real people's lives are ruined, just as in the COVID vaccine game, any other of these kinds of things.
I mean, it seems like you've become like the publisher of dissidents. Did that start with the Fauci book, or was that did that happen way before this?
Yeah, I don't remember a specific turning point, but we're the biggest publisher of JFK assassination books. I think we published something like 60 of them, many of the real classics. But I think that there's been this period since World War II where there's been more and more corruption and a more and more powerful government. So I don't know when that turning point was for me, but there've just been case after case of it, and it's grown to be a bigger and bigger part of what I think about all day long.
Yeah, and now talking to John too, John Kiriakou, he's an interesting one too. Like we were talking about earlier, how
definitely
the government uses and they try to throw blame on some of the worst things that they've done, like enhanced interrogation, throwing it on John Kiriakou,
where he was really trying to stop it.
Right. And there's just this bureaucratic force that is just unstoppable, which is clearly the case in his situation. He's sent to prison.
Right. But, so if you disagree and if you push back and if you don't kind of toe the line, you suffer consequences. John Kiriakou is an incredible example of that. As is somebody like Snowden.
Right. What sort of blowback have you received in your life, like personally, since doing this kind of stuff? And do you try to get discredited personally for publishing some of this stuff, or what's up for you?
Yeah, some of the people ask me whether I'm afraid of the consequences, and I think that's a good question, because a lot of people have suffered really bad consequences. But I think for me personally, I'm more afraid of the consequences of not publishing the books that I want to publish or that I think are important for people to read, and not personally just coming out and saying what I believe. So if there are going to be consequences, that the consequences of saying what you honestly believe and fighting for freedom of speech, that so far outweighs anything that anybody could ever do to me. That I want to be able to be proud of things that I've done in my life. When I'm laying on my deathbed, and hopefully when I'm 120, I want to think through, not that I backed down or that I complied or that I was, afraid to publish something or to say something or to do something or to make a choice that I believed in. And I think, one of the great things that's happening in this country now is that I think COVID brought that out in a lot of people. So I think that, 5 years ago, there were a lot fewer people who questioned their government, who questioned public health choices, who, there were many, many more who just believed they read or what they heard and did what they were told. And then bragged about how much freedom they had, versus other countries. But I think that during COVID, we've had this incredible force of people just saying no. People just saying, I don't believe this. That the government isn't telling me the truth. The New York Times isn't telling me the truth. I can't believe that the books on the New York Times bestsellers are actually the ones selling better. I can't believe that I really need to be protected from Bobby Kennedy or the information doesn't. And so those people have led to this kind of show and so many other shows where hundreds of millions of people all around the world are hearing information that isn't censored and that isn't controlled And that, I think, has never been true before. So, I don't know where that leads, but I think one of the ways that you see that is you see that with a campaign like Donald Trump's campaign, where 35% of the people who are going to vote for Bernie Sanders voted for Donald Trump. And they were just voting for an outsider. They were voting for somebody who they thought couldn't be controlled. And I think that if Bobby Kennedy was allowed to actually speak to the American public, and if Biden started actually running against him and they debated, and people were able to kind of honestly look in their newspapers and on their TV shows at two different visions of what's going on in the world. Biden telling you that the government's honest, that everything they do is for your benefit. Bobby Kennedy saying that isn't true. I think the American public would not vote for Biden. That they would not want Biden to be their president. And it's pretty clear that they don't want him to be their president. But they're not allowed to see that there's a really strong alternative.
It's become clear that the generation of people which is getting older and older, the generation who consumes content, podcast content specifically, people have more of a trust for that kind of stuff. This because it's long form discussions that are unedited, not curated and on television. It's stuff that everyone has their own favorite podcaster that they trust, and there's more this growing sort of organic movement online with podcasters, and Bobby has been on some of the biggest podcasts recently.
Yeah,
I think he was on. I think even his podcast with Theo Von got shut down or deleted. Theo Von's a big comedian. And I was just listening to it 2 weeks ago. It had 2-3 million views or something like that. And I went back to it the other day to sort of finish watching the last 30 minutes of it, and it was completely gone.
Yeah. So that's a great point. So there's been some focus on there being less censorship now than there was during sort of the height of COVID. But you see time after time now that there's a lot of censorship right now.
Right.
And it's sort of quieter, but there are things being taken down, shows that Bobby Kennedy did that were up on YouTube that you can't find them now.
Right.
So they just sort of take them down. They don't even tell you that they take them down. They just quietly take things down. So I think it's probably a little bit like Twitter, that there are probably people who are embedded there.
Oh, yeah.
And that those people are acting for, government agencies to kind of curate things and just try to sort of spin it towards Biden. That Biden doesn't have to run, Biden doesn't have to talk. He's just going to be handed the presidency.
Yeah, but here's where I question that. Personally, when I see 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 podcasts get shut down by Bobby Kennedy, but then he's on Jordan Peterson with no censorship, not even demonetized, getting millions of views. He's going on some of the biggest podcasts, Breaking Points, with millions of views. Yeah, they're not shutting those down. Those are important podcasts. Yeah, a lot of people pay attention to those podcasts. So when I see some of those other podcasts get shut down, they're doing it almost just enough to get people's attention. They're censoring just enough to show people, look, we're going to censor him. But we're still going to let it go on some of these bigger platforms. So it's enough to get his message out, enough to show what he's talking about, but look, he's being censored at the same time. So it's almost like they're riling people up. It's like lighting a fire under their ass even more. So I always wonder, is there any reverse psychology going on here? Because it doesn't seem like it's hurting him at all, right? It seems like it's helping him. And I don't think these people are dumb.
Yeah, so, I always like to think about those kinds of things too. What are the plans? And, Biden is a tough one, so if you really want Biden to be president for 4 more years, it's hard to imagine that anybody would really want that, other than just as a figurehead, being president, maybe just an E-road. But I think that Bobby's able to break through and get on all of these shows, and these shows are harder to shut down. So if you try to shut down Jordan Peterson or Tucker Carlson, so Tucker Carlson, it's a strange story that happened in the last couple of weeks, where there were people writing stories that his new project on Twitter, that it was failing, even when it was just starting. But if you look up it's got more than 120 million views now. When has there ever been a show that's gotten 120 million views? I mean, he was getting 3.5 million viewers when he was at Fox. Right. So how can anybody call that a failure? When Bobby Kennedy posted on Twitter his take on what had happened to Tucker Carlson, he got something like 12 million views for that.
What did he say about it?
He just said that he believed that it was a sign of corruption, that it was him going against really powerful people. It was him. In the prior week, he had Bobby Kennedy on, where Bobby was talking all about the Ukraine war.
Oh yes, this was right before he left.
Yeah,
he got fired.
Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 days before. So Bobby was just saying that he believed that it was a sign of the same kind of censorship, the same kind of corruption that he's been calling out in all areas of the government. And that clearly resonated with millions and millions of people. But then once again, like, you don't see the New York Times running a front page story on Bobby Kennedy's tweet getting, 12 or 14 million views, of Tucker Carlson's first new show getting 120 million views. I mean, you would think that would be a big story. Why aren't there front page stories saying that? And so all of it. I mean, even with the indictment of Trump, and whether you love Trump or not, as Alan Dershowitz says in Get Trump, you have to believe in constitutional rights or not believe in them. So you can't say, well, leave Hunter Biden and not indict him and not really follow that story wherever it leads. But we're going to try to take down Trump and still really have a constitution.
Didn't Bobby say that he was actually good friends with the head of Fox at one point, when he was talking about he would go on there all the time and talk about the environment and some of the environmental issues he was behind? But as soon as he wanted to talk about these pharmaceutical companies, he was like, I will never have you on Fox, and if any of my anchors ever do get you on independently, they'll be fired.
Yeah, so I think that story, or at least the way that I heard it, was that he met him at a restaurant, and he kind of asked him, why he wouldn't let him talk about these kinds of things, or why he wouldn't have him on to talk about the kinds of things that he really wanted to talk about and that he thought were newsworthy. And the guy from Fox said 70%. Actually, I don't think the guy was from Fox. Wasn't from Fox, but it was from some big network. And he said 70% of our advertising comes from pharmaceutical companies. So we just can't do it. We would fall apart if we didn't do it. So you see that on all sides, that the companies are funding all of the media. They're funding the universities that are doing all the research, that people are afraid to come up with science that disproves the people who fund it. There was something on somebody posted something on Twitter that I thought was kind of funny, which was that 97% of the science that's done in this country agrees with the people who are funding it, and the other 3%, they get censored and deplatformed. That's heavy. I mean, I have no idea if that's true, but I believe that it is the vast majority of the science that actually, gets peer reviewed and makes it all the way through and is taken seriously, is science that is just helpful to the people who are in it.
Right. What now in the real Anthony Fauci book? The sort of subtitle is Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the War on Democracy. What specifically was Bill Gates? What was his biggest role in this whole thing that he talks about in the book?
Yeah, so one of the big roles is that, Bill Gates was a big proponent of vaccines, of the COVID vaccine.
Right.
He was, invested, up to his eyeballs in, and if you listen to him,
Wasn't it right before the pandemic kicked off?
I believe so. So I think that the story there, to some extent, and he's involved in a lot of different things. But the story, just when it came to vaccines, which I find kind of fascinating now, is that there are a lot of clips out that show him saying clearly that the COVID vaccine is incredibly safe and incredibly effective. And then the story is that he sold some of the shares in the that he owned shares in, and then his view of the success of the COVID vaccines changed drastically. So he played it perfectly, where he was sort of a marketing guy for it. Then made money, then tried to join the other side, and it was convenient to do that when he didn't have to risk any money, and where he could kind of take credit for being somebody who's, more nuanced. But he was only willing to do that when it wasn't going to cost him any money.
Right. Yeah, he's one of the weird ones. Has he ever debated Bobby? Or has he talked to Bobby? Has Bobby ever spoken with him about this?
I don't believe so.
But Bobby hasn't been sued, has he?
No. That's a great thing, that Bobby said about the real Anthony Fauci when it first came out. He said, this is an alarming book. That if you read about the financial entanglements that have gone into our public health since the AIDS crisis, you will be shocked by it. And if you think that it isn't true, ask yourself, why hasn't Fauci debated me on any of it? Why doesn't Gates debate me on any of it? Or why haven't I gotten sued? So he said that time after time, and no, nobody has sued us for, any information in the book being incorrect.
Really?
Yeah.
Are lawsuits a big thing to deal with when you're running a publishing company?
Lawsuits cost a lot of money, and most of the books don't have any kind of potential lawsuits that would lead to making lots of money. But you would think that if people really thought that they could shut Bobby down by suing over things that were in the book, that they would have done that.
Right.
I think what they believed was that the best way to handle it would be to vilify him and to run hit pieces and to try to make everybody in the country think that he's anti-science, that he's crazy, that all of the bad things that they've said about him. But it's so clear that there's been this sort of attack on science, and the attack isn't coming from Bobby Kennedy and the disinformation doesn't. It's coming from this fake science that's taken over the world. That's what real anti-science is. It's science where you're not allowed to disagree. Because anybody knows, any scientist knows that real science has to stand up to disagreement. That's what, the scientific process is, right? That people disagree and they fight it out to the end. It's like the fight club of science. The people bring their very best arguments and their best data, and they disprove somebody else. And that's how we make progress as a species on this planet. Versus just saying the only science that you can hear is the science that will make us more money.
And they are shutting down a lot of conversations, aren't they? I don't think they're doing debates, are they? This year, for the next election,
for the primaries, they don't want to do it.
They don't want to do it.
Yeah, but I think that,
and why is that?
People, well, look at Biden. I mean, Biden can't have a debate with anybody. Like, you could pick anybody in, any restaurant in the country and just, bring them outside and say, here, have a debate with Joe Biden on this. And I think almost anybody would out-debate Joe Biden.
Yes. Yes.
So think about Bobby Kennedy, who's really going into the details of each issue. I mean, I'm fascinated by his way of sort of, there's so many different things that maybe he's not an expert in. So even as candidate, you have to make, outreach to people who are experts and to hear kind of both sides and really think it through. When is the last time we had a candidate doing that? Who was really kind of open to any argument.
Right. And that's the thing too with politics, right? Like there's these presidents, they rule these issues, but they don't have hands-on experience with these issues.
Yeah.
They sort of like have this, okay, we're gonna run on this, and this. These are our talking points for this. But this guy's he's litigated himself many lawsuits,
500 lawsuits,
like
or something
done
like that.
all the research, read all the reviews and the studies. Like,
yeah,
the amount of time and effort he's put into reading this stuff and writing this stuff is like no other president has spent that much time on anything.
And I mean, he's a scholar, he's a reader, he's a serious thinker. And when he brought each of these lawsuits, he was reading science for them,
right?
Because you
had to learn it, right?
You can't, go up against Monsanto and fight about glyphosate in Roundup. I mean, that is a massive lawsuit, and it's a massive issue that is poisoning people all around the country and all around the world. You can't go into a battle like that with a multi-billion-dollar company without comprehending the science, without really being careful in your reading of it and consulting, so many different experts in it so that you can, go up against the most powerful people on the planet and actually beat them. So he was able to win a $70 million judgment against Monsanto, which then, to some extent led to the 13,000 or so pending lawsuits that they have. So he took part in taking down, one of these most powerful companies out there. So I think, it's possible that one person can do that, and that one person can inspire millions of people to help do that, so that we could then have a country where we don't allow products to be sold or things to be injected into young children that are not well researched, and that we don't call those people anti-vaxxers, we don't call them conspiracy theorists, we call those people folk heroes, or freedom fighters, or, people who really are working day and night, who dedicated their lives to trying to help other people. So the idea that everything's sort of flipped on its head and really want to do good things are called the villains. Like the victors always make the, right history. And,
right, they rewrite history.
Right now, Fauci got to write the story to some extent. But I think that it's important not to let him go. And it's important to keep fighting it even though the crisis period is over, because the problem and the danger is that, even though he's just one person, there are more and more people. It's like a many-headed monster. And there's just going to be somebody else. And the same kinds of things are going to happen time after time after time if we don't get to the bottom of what happened and make sure that everybody in the world knows what happened and that it was a product of greed and corruption, not about some hero trying to protect us from a virus.
Now, running for president is not cheap. How is he going to fund all this? And these big pharmaceutical companies are notorious for sponsoring presidents, and some of these, some of the biggest industries in the country that are responsible for the environment or for public health. Those are sort of like the biggest proponents for funding these campaigns. But how is he going to do it?
Yeah, so I think that, he's going out there on all these podcasts, and, he's been saying that this might be the first presidential election that's won on radio shows and podcasts. That and if you look at the actual data, so you look at what are the main TV shows now pulling in, maybe it's 2 or 3 million viewers, and that's maybe the top 2 or 3. But Joe Rogan is pulling in 11 million, maybe 12 million. Tucker pulled in 120 million, and the second one I think was 50 million, and the third one was something around there.
So there's them on the scale though.
Right. Well, kind of hard the numbers always mean. Maybe there are 2 or 3 people, view it at different times. But if you dissect that 120 million views, you have to dissect it a lot of times for it to get anywhere near as low as mainstream media is. So when you have Biden, who isn't going on any podcast, Biden might go on to some network TV shows and read some canned message he else wrote for 45 seconds and hope to fall down or to misspeak and say that Russia is our partners and we're fighting somebody else. All of these kind of misstatements that he always makes.
Right.
But to have a candidate who's going on a show that maybe 120 million people watch, and then asking them to help, to send in $25 or $50. I think there's a good chance that the American public is waking up to what's, and like I said before, that I think 3 years ago, 5 years ago, there was a small fraction of the number of people in this country really believed that it was possible that a bunch of big companies were colluding with the government and public health officials and other, and doing things that even they knew were not good for the public. But now I think you probably have half the country thinking that. And I think some Democrats think that's all Republicans, and I don't think that's true at all. Even when Tucker was still on Fox, something like 35% of his viewers were Democrats, because there were a lot of people who would watch Tucker and they would disagree with a lot of things that he said, but they felt sincerely that there were a lot of topics that he covered where they couldn't get the information anywhere else. Maybe they could get it on a bunch of smaller shows. They could get it on Joe Rogan, but they couldn't get it from the newspaper that they've been reading for the last 10 years, or from the network TV show that they've been watching for the last 10 years. Right. So I think that power, the power of speaking directly to huge numbers of people in this country, is a very powerful tool. And if Bobby keeps doing that and keeps, talking day after day on these really big shows, but, there are so many other forces. So there's the some of the polls have come out and they don't even mention Bobby. So there's the Harvard-Harris poll came out. It's one of the prominent polls, and they listed something like 15 Democrats going down to 1%, including a whole list of people who have already said they're definitely not running, like Bernie Sanders, and they just left Bobby out. So that I think is another piece of the kind of DNC kind of saying, hey, we've decided we can call up pollsters, tell them not to include Bobby. We can call up our friend at the New York Times and tell them to do a roundup of Democratic candidates and leave Bobby out, or say he's a crackpot, or just kind of chip away at the corners of his popularity.
Right. Well, what are some of the other most controversial things that you've published besides, some of the stuff that Bobby's talked about with public health? Right. You got Pierre Corey on there.
Yeah, Pierre Corey's book, I think, is a very important piece of the puzzle, because it, on the one hand, seems really clear, and there are a lot of peer-reviewed studies saying that ivermectin helps prevent COVID, helps lessen the effects of COVID. And so if Pierre Corey was allowed to speak and was allowed to show his studies and make the argument on national television at the time that the COVID vaccines were approved, arguably they couldn't have been, because they had to get a waiver of, you know, the proper study. And the only way that you can get that kind of waiver is if you show that there's no viable alternative to this product that you're offering.
Yes.
And so the whole reason for coming out and, you know, having Dr. Fauci and so many other people go on to 100 different TV shows, and I've seen sort of these things that people post on various sites. Instagram, though, there's some where they have 20 different people at various news stations, and they're all saying almost the exact same
I've
words.
seen that, yeah.
You know, where it's like, ivermectin is a horse medicine. It's only meant for horses, and it can kill you.
That's like something like a nightmare watching that. When they're all on the same screen at the same time, and they're just
almost the exact same words.
Yeah.
Most of them saying the exact same
perfectly
words.
sufficient.
And you look at that, and this book shows you that that isn't true. That millions and millions of people have taken ivermectin without any side effects over the last, I believe, 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's meant for humans, that there are two different kinds. One is actually for livestock. But it was a totally fake story that was sort of sold to the entire American public and to the world, and it was a lie. And even now, nobody's come back. You don't see ABC News or NBC News or the New York Times running front page stories saying, "Sorry, we were wrong about that. If you had all taken this, the outcome would have been much different." And so you look at what our outcome actually was, and it's something like 1.1 million people are said to have died of COVID. I mean, it's kind of hard to know whether any of those numbers mean anything, but that's more times the number of people who died on the whole continent of Africa.
Right. We were giving ivermectin to Africa, weren't we? Or was it like the Southern American countries?
No. Africa, it's a very common drug there that's been used for the last couple of decades. And so on the one hand, it's fascinating that with a 1.4 billion population and countries that are much poorer than our country, that they would have something like 1/16 of the deaths per capita.
Right. The deaths per million were like extremely low.
Right. Yeah. So, how is that possible? I mean, how is it possible that we're so proud that we're looking up to this genius, Dr. Fauci, who gives us results that are 1/16 of the results that they were able to achieve in Africa? So part of the reason might be that a large percentage of the population there was taking ivermectin, right? Before COVID, during COVID, and still.
There was no country that was worse than us, death per million, I don't think.
I don't believe that there was either.
It's such a weird thing too, because like if you're gonna eradicate it, if you're gonna get fixed, like how do you fix the problem? Because it's human nature. Like this it's sort of the worst part. What's happening with pharmaceutical companies is like it's the worst part of capitalism, right? It really is. It's like a bastardization of capitalism. It's where these people just they like fuck taking care of our community or our country, the bigger picture, and let's just focus on driving as much profit as possibly can. And like the patents are a big problem with this, right? Like some of these medicines that were getting suppressed, or the patents had expired and there was no money.
Right.
That combined with the revolving door of the regulatory agencies and the pharmaceutical companies, it's like if you fix that, how do you stop it from happening again in some other direction? Right? Because it is human nature. So much money moving around. It's just like, how do you keep a check on it? It seems so hard for me to comprehend how that would happen.
It just seems like you need better leaders. And we just haven't come up with good leaders. And, part of that might be, it started with, Robert Kennedy, Bobby's father, and JFK, and so many others getting killed during these. Since then, we haven't incredibly smart, incredibly dedicated leaders. And then you see all of this data of, senators who came into power and they had a net worth of $500,000. They're in the Senate for 30 years and now they've got $120 million net worth.
Yeah.
So you see that every side of it is about money.
Yes.
From the lobbyists to the actual politicians, that everybody's taking money.
Right.
And,
Lobbying.
so, one of the things, and then corporations are people so that you can have, all of these big pharmaceutical companies being found guilty of crimes. So you have like this incredible situation that I think people will, just be fascinated with in 50 years when they look back on it and they study it in law school classes, where you have crimes without criminals. So you have some of the worst crimes in the history of mankind, where nobody goes to jail, where they're just criminal fines. So, Vioxx is said to have killed, 50,000 to 100,000 people, maybe more. There are all these documents showing that that they knew about it, that they knew people were getting heart attacks, that they got letters from researchers and scientists who worked for Merck at the time, and they just didn't do anything because they had no personal liability. There was a lot of money in it. They have another drug to take its place. They were worried that the share price was going to plummet, so they just let these people die. So when you talk about, somebody lets 50,000 people die in a year, maybe, when they know what's happening and they know that they can stop it, and then the only consequence is that there's a criminal fine, which becomes almost like doing business.
Right. But it seems like the only people who would want to get into politics are the worst people, like the people that are even in Wall Street and finance and any sort of politician is just run up with these people who have no talent in anything else other than ass kissing and ladder climbing. Right? It's just this societal ladder climbing game of making more money. And those people are not the people that you want to run the country. They're not. You want people that actually have care. You want people that have the right moral compass, and those kind of people have no interest in politics.
Right, and that's a big part of the problem. But I think people need to be inspired, and they need to see a leader who's different.
Yeah.
And when they do, then I think, when John F. Kennedy was president, I think there were a lot of children thinking, I want to go into politics.
Right.
I want to do something good.
He might be the last guy, John F. Kennedy. He might be like the last good human being.
That they were really thinking, not just in the United States, but all around the world. And it's true, and it's covered in this book, that there really were, like I said before, people in Africa and all around the world putting up posters of John F. Kennedy.
Right. More streets named after him than any other president.
Because they really believed that here was a leader who wanted to change the world and make it better, who wanted world peace so that people didn't have to worry about their whole country being blown up. And, but one thing Bobby said that I think is important for people to hear about is that one of the things that they might come after him with is say, well, if you're going to reform all of the agencies of government, and if you're going to make it harder for big companies to kind of squeeze more money out of the population and out of the world, isn't that going to lead to some kind of economic crisis?
Right.
So the idea, though, is and he said this many times, is that corruption, destroying the environment, all of these kinds of things that he's fighting are actually anti-capitalist.
Yeah.
You know, these are not things that are good for real capitalism. These are things that are good for fascism. These are things that are good for a handful of billionaires, a handful of incredibly powerful companies that want to tell the government, want to tell every person in the world what to do, what to think, what to put into their body. So that isn't capitalism. Capitalism is the 53% of the people in this country who don't have $1,000, because fascists have destroyed capitalism. You know, because having a good environment, having healthy people, having small business, you know, that were destroyed during COVID, that builds capitalism. That's the real capitalism. And fascism is the destruction of all of those companies, and the building of bigger and bigger companies that are just make it impossible for innovation, for progress, for all the kinds of things, or to build a small business, right? All of the kinds of things that are the good sides of real capitalism.
And now he's a big proponent of nuclear energy too, right?
No, he seems to have mixed feelings there. So
he's anti-nuclear. He says nuclear is bad. My bad.
Yeah. But my guess is there. So what you get with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is you get a really sincere thinker. Mm-hmm. So, you know, his history with sort of 3 Mile Island and the New York area, where you know, nuclear power plants have a bad history. So the idea then is the possibility that nuclear power, which is really, you know, potentially beneficial to the whole world, the idea is, can you make it safe? And so, you know, if there was ever anybody who would be potentially convinced of something, where they have a view, you know, like John F. Kennedy started out as kind of like a cold warrior, but he was convinced that peace is possible, so he had a real transformation over a relatively short period. And I think that if there's any candidate who is open to ideas, it's Bobby Kennedy. You know, that if you could convince him, if you could, you know, have a room full of scientists who would show studies that prove that nuclear power can be safer than it's been in the past, then I think he would be all for it.
Right.
So I think that's what you get. And you know, many times people look at politicians and they find one thing that they don't like.
Yeah.
And then they think, oh, I don't like that person.
Right.
So the idea is that you're never gonna have a politician who you like on everything. What you really want to know, the politician, and with Bobby, you get this in spades, is that you can trust him. That you can trust this person to do the right thing, to not be corruptible, to not be bribable. And if there's anybody who's not corruptible and not bribable in any sense, it's Bobby Kennedy, undoubtedly.
And I think he talks openly too about when it comes to energy and stuff. He says, like, you know, he hasn't read all the papers and the studies.
Right.
When it comes to some of the public health stuff, like he's a bona fide expert when it comes to that stuff, like legitimately.
Yeah.
But when it comes to some of these other stuff, at least he openly admits that, like, look, I'm not an expert on this. This is what I do know. I can easily have my mind changed with better information or better facts.
Yeah, but to go back to the transgender question, you know, he's made some statements there, and I could imagine that he would make more. So one of the ones that he made was that that he didn't think that transgender men ought to be allowed to compete in women's sports.
Oh, he did say that. Okay.
Yeah, and he said that because he said that he believes that that's an assault on feminism. That sort of like there's been this progress that's been made in sports where women have really made these great breakthroughs, and where the sports professionally are really viable, and they're well watched. There are all these new superstars in all these different areas, all of the various sports. And if you allow transgender men to come and play all of those sports, that's actually anti-feminist. That you would then have all of the stars be essentially men.
Right.
And so I don't think that that's in any way transphobic. I mean,
No.
I mean, if there's going to be, so let's just say that the world right now is right, and there's this just a huge number of people born into the wrong body. I don't believe that that's true, but let's just say that that's true. If it's a significant part of the population, we can have a third kind of sports. So we can have men's sports, we can have sports for women, and then we can have trans sport. But to do it the way we've been doing it now, I don't think benefits anybody. It isn't fair. It's not progress. And Kennedy has said very clearly that he's not.
Yeah, it made me more convinced. The more I see about this stuff, it makes me feel more and more like we're living in some sort of video game. This whole transgender. You see, someone was on the White House lawn yesterday, a trans man, I think. With pulled his top off and had like legitimate tits.
Yeah. That's just crazy stuff.
It's like we're living in a simulation, man.
But it's just an insult to the country, really. I mean, but then if you take a step back and you see, well, what's the big product that goes along with this? And the big product is a pharmaceutical product called a puberty blocker. And so, it looks like we're going to get to a point, if we don't change course, where there are going to be millions of children in this country taking puberty blockers. And these are untested drugs. Nobody has any clue what happens 30 years down the road. I mean, these are the kinds of decisions that can impact the future of mankind.
Right. This is late stage empire shit. Like, this is very scary.
But this is, the carelessness and the ruthlessness and the desire for just another pharmaceutical product that you can sell to millions of people at a very high price. So, and that brings me to something like GMOs, where it's the same sort of thing, where I don't think anybody should be pro-GMO or anti-GMO. It's a lot like a vaccine. It's that you need to know the details and you need to do the research. But when you're talking, about having a GMO sample, or, GMO mosquitoes, or, vaccinating bumblebees. There was a story about that in the New York Times, I think 2 weeks ago.
Vaccinating bumblebees?
I don't even know how you would do that, but that was the story.
For real?
For real.
You gotta find this.
Yeah. So, when you're talking about doing these kinds of things, of introducing GMO species, or feeding the entire planet GMO foods, or vaccinating people with, genetic products, you're really getting to a point where you're screwing around with the kind recklessly. Yeah. And, that I think is not something that, free people in a democracy would allow. So people who haven't been lied to or fooled or censored or, subjected to, the most powerful propaganda that, I've said before, and I really think it's true, that the kind of censorship and propaganda tools that these powerful forces have would be the envy of any dictator in history. That they can just just get to everybody. They can blanket people with a message. They can, like we said before, they can have 100 newscasters on 100 different shows on the same day, parroting all the same food, all of the same statements, all of the same claims.
Right.
And that stuff, gets through to people's brains, and it does brainwash people.
But yeah, go to the top of this again, Michael. What is the title? USDA approves first vaccine for honeybees. Dallin Animal Health's vaccine for American foul brood, an aggressive bacterial disease, is the first of any insect in the United States. A company in Georgia has received conditional approval from the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the first vaccine for honeybees. A move scientists say could help pave the way for controlling a range of viruses and pests that have disseminated the global population. It is the first vaccine approved for any insect in the United States. What?
Yeah, so I think that, it's just another product that they're selling. And, I think that any sincere person who looks at the things and who knows what's been happening in the last 20 years in this country is going to look at that and say, we should slow down the research, because the impact of getting it wrong is so severe. And it's the same thing with the COVID vaccine, that the impact of getting it wrong, is unimaginable, something that you would put into the bodies of 7 billion people. So I think that's a lot of the reason why we need Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be president, because he recognizes that we're at this turning point in history. And I don't think that's about trying to make people afraid, but I think it's about being honest, is that you just have stories like this every day and you don't know whether to believe that the people who are doing this kind of thing, what their motivation is. Is it just to have another product to sell? Is it just sort of interesting to try it? Are GMO salmon a good idea or a bad idea? The company that makes them wants to get them to market as quickly as possible. So I do think that we need some regulation in this country that's not owned, funded, by the people who are going to make money off their decisions.
Right.
And that's what I think you would get with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., but you would also get this new group of scientists who are, some of them have written books for me, but they're very serious people who, like Bobby, have taken a lot of risks to say what they believe is true. And Dr. Pierre Corey is one of them that, he could have had a much easier life. He didn't take this road. There was no money in it for him. There was no benefit for him. So he didn't have to fight the disinformation campaigns that were being waged, where, that we described before, that people were saying that ivermectin or any of the similar things that were available at the time. He could have just sort of towed the line and made a lot more money, probably had more friends, more options, and a brighter future. But there are a lot of people who have come out during this period, and they're not willing to live that kind of life. And so I think people like Pierre Corey, people like Dr. Peter McCullough, people like Dr. Robert Malone, there's so many of these people out there who risk everything, who would make, even, somebody who I really like is Dr. Joe Latipo, who is the Surgeon General of Florida. And he's just such a sincere, he does real research and just sort of follows it where it goes. And so if people like that group were running the CDC and the NIH and all of the different medical health divisions, I think that would go away to turning things, point where the direction could be permanently changed. Not that it gets perfect, but that you get a whole bunch of powerful people who feel that it's their mission in life to end corruption. So you need a leader who's taken the time to get to know all of those people. And Bobby knows all of those people well and has spent the time getting to know which of those people are really trustworthy. So the question is, it's easy to talk about, you can look at Ed Dowd's book, Cause Unknown, right, which is about the other side of whether vaccines worked, whether they prevented COVID, whether they prevented the transmission of COVID, which is pretty clear, that they haven't. The other side of it is that they've led to these, massive heart attacks by, thousands and thousands of young people who were at no risk from COVID, who were at statistically zero risk. And, one of the things that this book does is it shows the actual headlines and the backstories of hundreds of young, healthy kids, mostly athletes, who died suddenly on the field. Many of them actually on the field. People who had never had any health problems before. And, you kind of look at that and you say, we've had these people who have lied to us. And, they sold us a product. They gutted the middle class. They ruined businesses. They shut down schools. I mean, we don't even know what's going to happen with a whole generation of children who missed a couple of years of school. Right. So we have all of these problems that are sort of the side effects of big lies. And so the question is, what kind of truth and reconciliation can we have to set the country straight and to get in a direction that is more hopeful, where we really would have a sense that our leaders care about us, that our doctors and our scientists and our pharmaceutical companies are actually trying to make us healthier, or trying to make people live longer. And we're far from that now, but I think that we're closer actually than we were before COVID. Bobby Kennedy is kind of the leader of a rebellion. And it's a rebellion that's really broad-based, where people are just sort of sick and tired of what they've seen. And they're just not going to stand for it anymore. Right. And they're ready to join something and to fight against what they see. They don't quite know how to do it yet, but I think that they're primed to sort of say the world is going in the wrong direction, and that we need a leader who's going to turn that around. And we need a broad-based sort of group of people who are willing to stand up and fight. And that's what they get from alternative media, from the something like 17,000 doctors who refused to do things the way Dr. Fauci wanted them done. Leaders like Bobby Kennedy, shows like this show, people who are willing to take some personal risk and really try to turn things around.
Well, I appreciate you doing that. So you said over 1 million books sold in the last, 2 years it's been published?
Yeah.
It's fucking incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Where can people find all these books that you're publishing?
So the company name is Skyhorse Publishing. My name is Tony Lyons Certain, which sort of like, prove to me what the truth is, don't force me to do anything. And where else people can find it. Oh, right. So for Bobby Kennedy's campaign, I would really encourage people to go to the Kennedy campaign website and to donate money. And then I'm part of a super PAC, which is called AmericanValues2024.org. And
What's a super PAC? I heard the term. I kind of lose this.
Yeah, so a super PAC, if you want to donate money to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s campaign, the most you can donate in total is $6,600. So $3,300 for the primary, and then $3,300 more after that. Though you can do it all at once.
Okay.
So if you want to donate much more money and help him become president, you can donate the money to a super PAC. And so if you donate money to AmericanValues2024.org, we then use that money to, anything we can do to get the word out Bobby Kennedy's message. So, for example, if he's on 20 different podcasts, we would take clips of those podcasts and create talking points, influencers to kind of go out and discuss those talks, send out emails, send out text messages. So those are the kinds of things that all politicians do. And they're usually really, really well-funded super PACs. And part of the reason that they're so well-funded is that the politicians are corrupt. So it becomes kind of...
what does that stand for? PAC. Super PAC.
Political Action Committee.
Political Action Committee, okay.
So
a super political action committee.
Right. So there's no limit on the amount of money that you can donate.
Okay.
So if you're a pharmaceutical company and you know that you have a candidate who's going to kind of give you immunity from prosecution for the products that you create, or is going to speed them through the process, you think really good idea to put as much money as possible into this super PAC to help that politician get elected. But it's more like lobbying.
Right.
In that case, it's sort of like you're almost putting it on your P&L. It's sort of like, we're going to spend $10 million to get these 3 people elected to Congress, because then we're going to have enough votes to get something passed that's going to make us $50 million. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of thinking. And that's the kind of corruption that we have to get rid of in this country, because we don't want politicians who are put into power for the sole purpose of helping big companies make more money,
right,
at our expense.
Well, I appreciate everything you're doing. Some of the most fascinating books, from Robert Kennedy to John Kiriakou. I'm a big fan of all of them. I'll make sure I link everything below.
Great.
And thanks again.
Thanks again for having me.
Dallas, bro. I love this. Work in Dallas, the improv. Yeah, I work the improv, but I work the one out in Addison. Addison. Yeah, I worked Addison. That was one of my favorite clubs. It is a great club, isn't it? One of my favorite. But the hotel used to be 50 yards away. Now they switched to there. The one I stayed at was really close. You can walk. How many minutes? Literally, not even joking. 2.5 minutes, maybe less. And they put you back in that hotel. They said they took you out of this. I was like, nah. But they did take you out for a little while. The first time I went, they had me staying some other place down the street. You gotta drive down. There's some shit wrong with that.
So, thank you to Hamilton Morris for giving me the title of this podcast episode. Andrew Gallimore is building a DMT machine to connect us to the alien worlds.
Kind of. That's kind of true. Yeah. I'm not building it, but
that's beautifully stated.
Yeah.
So, thanks for coming, first of all. Thanks for bringing your books, beautifully designed books.
Thank you very much.
What do you do, and how did you get into this world of psychedelics and doing what you do now and studying these extended stay DMT trips?
It's a long story, then.
I'm ready. I got at least 6 hours.
Well, I mean, how far do you want to go back? I mean, when I was really young, like primary school age, I don't know what grade that is, but like 7, 8 years old, really young, I was interested in ghosts, vampires, werewolves, the unholy trinity, used to call it. Weird things, weird experiences, much to my parents' concern at the time, because I was kind of too young to be interested in sort of dark, occult kind of things. But as I grew and got to my teenage years and started thinking about my future, that has morphed into an interest in psychedelics. And I remember a friend kind of been talking about psychedelics for a while. This was before I'd ever had any actual experience. Something about the stories that I'd heard about psychedelics kind of appealed to me. And I remember a friend brought me this magazine to school. And this Terence McKenna interviewed on the back page, and he was describing his favorite drug, something called DMT, and this just fascinated me. I thought, oh my god, this sounds incredible. And these incredible, his characteristically kind of baroque oratory on DMT is inimitable, really. I thought, okay, this is fascinating. I didn't know what DMT meant. I didn't know what it was. Didn't know what DMT stood for. I had to go to the library and look up what DMT meant. And got completely the wrong answer. This book of acronyms or something. But I knew from this point that I wanted to study psychedelics in some way. I was maybe 16 years old. So I thought, okay, I need to study. So I did. I went to university and studied chemistry and pharmacology, and kind of developed a reputation amongst my friends at that point as being this kind of drug guy, this guy that liked drugs. And it all kind of developed from there. And it wasn't until maybe 15 years ago that I started really thinking seriously about DMT, and as my scientific understanding of drugs and their pharmacology and the way they interface with the human brain kind of matured. I started to realize that DMT was truly something remarkable, that it wasn't just any old psychedelic. It was something much more profound, if you like. And but even it wasn't until I actually experienced something for myself, and by this time I had the best part of a decade of Terence McKenna lectures and his books under my belt, and I'd heard all the stories.
Wow, so you were deep in this before you had ever experienced it personally.
Exactly. And I thought, because of that, that I'm prepared. I thought, okay, I know what I'm going to see. I know what it's going to feel like. I know what kind of experience this is going to be. But I was completely unprepared. It shocked me to my very bones when I first experienced it. And it wasn't even a breakthrough experience, mind. This was sub-breakthrough. And yet I was confronted with this undeniable, immense intelligence, this inordinate complexity, this hyperdimensionality. This thing was far, far more than I could possibly have. And I remember lying on my bed, coming back from this experience, kind of reconstructing my human self. And just all I could say was, oh my God, oh my God. I was shaking, I was shattered. All of my fundamental ontological assumptions about what is and isn't possible had been uprooted, had been obliterated. And so that was the moment when I really thought, okay, I'm going to devote my life to this technology as I start to think of it now, rather than just a drug molecule. I think of it as a technology. And since then, I've been evangelizing, writing, and speaking about DMT.
How did we first discover DMT?
So, well, I mean, DMT has a history of use in humans that goes back thousands of years in traditional preparation. So, ayahuasca, the snuffs, cahoba, snuffs, and yopo. This goes back thousands of years. But actually, the first time that Western realized the when the psychedelic properties of DMT, the molecule, were first discovered. That was back in 1956. I think it was a Hungarian, Stephen Zara. He was. This was not long after Hoffman had discovered LSD, of course. So psychiatry at the time was becoming increasingly interested in psychedelics and their potential for studying consciousness, for studying the human mind, for studying disorders of consciousness, things like schizophrenia. And so Stephen Zara, he became interested in psychedelics, and he tried initially to get hold of some LSD. He failed. He was behind the Iron Curtain at the time. So he got some mescaline instead, which he consumed, and he had a real experience on Christmas Day. But then he turned his attention to these cahoba snuffs, these used by indigenous tribes in Amazonia. And there had been some previous research on these snuffs.
What is a snuff?
So it's like a so the cahoba snuff specifically is a ground up seeds, roasted seeds, plant contain a mixture of different tryptamines, but in particular bufotenine and 5-methoxy-DMT and also DMT. And the studies at the time had come to the conclusion, erroneously in my opinion, and in the opinion of Stephen Zara, that bufotenine was the major hallucinogenic or psychedelic component of these snuffs. So yeah, the snuff, to kind of go back to your question, the snuff it's ground to a fine powder and then forcefully. So you have this fine powder, very, very fine, a bit like, Rabbi. Okay, so there's a powdered tobacco. The seed is finely ground up and that's into a long tube, maybe a yard long. Wow, yeah. And there can be up to a teaspoon, I've read in certain reports of this. It's laid out in this tube. One person on one end, the mouth, the other person up the tube up the nostril, and then, forcefully forcefully blows this into your skull. I mean, it sounds like an appalling experience. I'm sure it's extremely painful. The eyes start running, and mucus starts flowing from the nostrils. It's blood. It's not nice. There's certainly more efficient ways to consume psychedelics than that. So I don't recommend it to anyone by any stretch of the imagination. But these have been used for hundreds of years. So the studies of the snuff that have been done, kind of chemical analysis, isolated bufotenine, and what they actually did is they took this bufotenine, they injected it into a group of inmates at the Ohio State Penitentiary, I believe it was, and tested the effect, and they went purple and some nauseous, and their blood pressure shot through the roof, and it wasn't, there was some kind of imagery that they saw, geometric visions, that kind of thing. But it wasn't convincing to Stephen Zara that this was the conduit to the gods. This is how they communicated with the gods. It just didn't seem that psychedelic. So he turned his attention to the other component that has been isolated, dimethyltryptamine. bufotenine is 5-hydroxy dimethyltryptamine. It's a different molecule.
Okay. Is that the one where people talk about like being inside the sun when they're in there, and everything goes white?
That's 5-methoxy.
Oh, okay.
Dimethyltryptamine. It has an extra carbon. So yeah, but they're closely related. So Stephen Zari synthesized, he's also a chemist as well as a physician. He synthesized the DMT and he started swallowing it in increasing doses. Now we know now that DMT is not orally active on its own, so nothing was happening. He went up, he started very low dose, few milligrams, increased. In the end, he was swallowing like a gram of this stuff. And just nothing was happening. So he thought, okay, maybe I'm just way off here. This is on the wrong track. I was wrong. But then a colleague said to him, have you thought about injecting it? So he injected it into a cat, first of all. I mean, I don't know what happened or what the cat said, what kind of trip report you got from the cat. Probably not much. So he decided then to inject it on himself. Intramuscular injection. That was it. He instantaneously, within a couple of minutes of the injection, he started seeing beautiful, complex, rapidly altering scenes in front of him. So he was having the world's first pure DMT trip sometime in April 1956. Wow, yeah. And so he got straight to work. He got some volunteers from the hospital, nurses and doctors and stuff from the hospital where he worked. He began the world's first kind of DMT human. And
when did we first discover that our brain produces DMT? And can you explain how our current virtual model of the world works, what DMT has to do with that?
Yeah, so I've never been convinced by the idea that Rick Strassman particularly proposed that low levels of endogenous DMT were responsible somehow for the way that we experience reality in the waking life. I've never particularly convinced by that. DMT levels. So DMT is very closely related to serotonin, which is of course an endogenous neuromodulator. And it's not that difficult to kind of divert the metabolism from. So serotonin starts from tryptophan, which is then converted to tryptamine. Then you hydroxylate and you get 5-hydroxytryptamine, which is serotonin. You could also go a slightly different direction and from tryptamine to dimethyltryptamine. It's very easy, in other words, to make DMT. And so way back in, beginning in the 1950s, scientists, psychiatrists were already thinking maybe there is some aberrant metabolism in certain people where they produce more DMT than normal, and this is responsible for schizophrenia. So this was referred to as the transmethylation hypothesis of schizophrenia. So straight away they were looking for DMT in schizophrenics. So measuring DMT in their urine, and trying to find a consistent, significant difference between DMT levels and schizonormal normal people.
How hard is that to do, to measure the DMT in somebody's blood?
It's not difficult to do, but it turned out to be difficult to find any significant relationship. And this hypothesis has kind of fallen out of favor now. There aren't really any psychiatrists who consider the idea that schizophrenia is caused by an excess of DMT. And it doesn't make sense, to me at least, in terms of phenomenology. The DMT trip it's not the same as the schizophrenic experience, so it just doesn't make any sense to me. DMT is responsible for schizophrenia, and that would explain why they did get the results looking for it. So in terms of what DMT does, we kind of need to get back to, as you said, your model reality that your brain constructs. So the what you experience in normal waking life, what you experience when you're dreaming, and even the world that you experience under the influence of DMT is always constructed by the brain. This is absolutely fundamental. It's something that I repeat, and I repeat because the problem we have with D, I think, is the question about it are poorly constructed. So people will say, we've all heard that phrase, oh, it was all in my head. Right. But all experiences are in a all in your head, always being constructed. Your brain constructs what world model. Brain, I like to say, is a world building machine, right? It constructs neural activity, patterns of a unified pattern of information, basically. Now, that applies under all circumstances. It applies in dreaming, as I said, it applies in the DMT trip. So when you take DMT, your brain is constructing a different world model. It's constructing a different model of reality. Now, in the normal waking state, this world model is constrained, it's modulated by a constant trickle of sensory information from that thing outside that we call the environment, that we never have direct access to. It's a numinal space. It's not something we can directly access. So the world that you're experiencing now is this model. It looks like you're experiencing the outside world, but actually it's all internally constructed within this light, sealed, black, dark space within your skull, where your brain is.
Right. The place people go when they do these things, like whether it be DMT or psilocybin or anything, is that things that are all there, like invisible, that are just become apparent, or is it just the mind like turning inside out on itself?
Okay. So this is the central question I've been wrestling with for the last 20 or so years, right? We don't know the answer to that question, but there are a number of explanations for the DMT experience. First of all, when you smoke DMT, you take any psychedelic, it's the world model that changes. What psychedelics are doing is they are interacting with certain receptors in deep layers of cortex. The cortex is the area of the brain that constructs your world model. And the classic psychedelics, so that DMT, LSD, psilocybin, they interact with these receptors and they perturb the world-building machinery. They allow your brain to construct a different model. So the model changes, the structure and the dynamics of the model changes. Now, with a low dose of something like psilocybin mushrooms, the effect can be relatively subtle. You get kind of an altered model of the normal waking world. It's more fluid, it's more dynamic, it's more sensitive to incoming sensory information in that state. But with DMT, something quite different happens. Terence McKenna used to call it a 100% reality channel switch. Your brain it's not just an altered version of the normal waking world, but it's a completely different model of reality. It's like switching the reality channel. And the question is, and it's a really difficult question to answer, but it's the kind of the orthodox explanation for this is, it's your brain is just picking it up. So it's a wild cortical fabrication. But that's never made much sense to me, because we know that the brain wasn't dropped ready to kind of construct worlds. The brain evolved to construct the normal waking world as a model of environment. This is the world your brain knows, has learned, has evolved to construct. It knows how to construct one world model, right? So then you ask the question, well, how is it then possible that when you perturb the brain with this simple plant alkaloid, it suddenly becomes capable of constructing entirely coherent, inordinately complex, hyperdimensional worlds filled with seemingly hyper-intelligent beings. Where did it learn or evolve to construct these realities? It's confounding to me even from a neuroscientific perspective. It's like, imagine a young American child who only speaks English, and a 5-year-old or something, suddenly wakes up and starts speaking fluent Siberian Yupik or some South African click language. It would be shocking. Like, where did he learn to speak this? And it's similar. It's similarly confounding to me that the brain knows how to construct these bizarre alternate realities that have no relation whatsoever to the normal world. Nothing taken from our world and brought into its completely disjoint reality. And that is, to me, remains a great mystery, unless somehow the brain is receiving information from somewhere else that's kind of constraining and modulating and informing its construction of this alternate world model. That is why it's such a problem, in my opinion, to explain DMT.
Where could else be?
Yeah. Don't have a clue where this other space could be, and this is kind of what I've referred to as the data input problem. So the normal waking world, as I said before, it's always receiving information from the environment. We understand how that works. We understand stimulation of visual information, stimulation of the retina. We understand how sound information works. We understand how information gets into the brain to help the brain construct the normal waking world model. Right. So this data input problem as well, if the DMT world is being modulated by information from elsewhere, where is this elsewhere? That we don't understand.
Might not be within the constraints of space-time.
Exactly. And this is where, well, we're getting to later, we start to think about where these other domains might be and the kind of relationship between our reality and these other domains, and particularly the intelligences that we see within these other domains, which are often way beyond anything in this, you can imagine, in this universe.
Now, everybody, when they do DMT, they always experience the same thing. They always experience these extreme geometrical patterns, and they all experience these so-called elves that are dancing around telling them things, like giving them positive messages that are transformative in some aspect or another. Is this pretty much consistent through everyone? And is there how much deviation or variation is there from all the people that you've actually studied or talked to that experience DMT?
So everyone's experience is, in some sense, different. Everyone has to construct their own model of the DMT space, right? We all construct our own model of the world. Everyone's model of the world is in some way different, yet there's a certain consensus about what's what. I can never get access into your brain and look at your model and see if it maps to mine.
I think about that all the time. I think about like I'm looking at you right now, and I see this room, and if I walk outside, I know like what the trees look like and what the cars in the parking lot look like. But I always wonder, like, how would you know, looking through somebody else's eyes, if they're seeing the same thing? We use the same language to describe these things.
Yes.
The language is the same, but we have no fucking clue if it's how similar or dissimilar it really is.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we refer to it as a consensus reality, because there is some consensus there. But I don't know if when you look at the color green, what that looks like to you is the same to me, but it doesn't, because I have a very mild form of color deficiency, mild form of red-green color blindness. So my reds look different to your reds, but we agree that they're reds. And you can apply this, of course. I mean, we don't even know, if I was to be able to look through your eyes, whether even that world that I saw would make any sense to me. That's kind of wild, right? It might be completely confusing, bizarre, right? But you make sense of it. Your brain has learned to construct that model of reality. Right?
Some people go through most of their lives not being able to see three-dimensional, and they don't even know it.
Right. I mean, you can get some. One way we know that your brain is constructing reality is when things go wrong. So there's a certain part of the visual cortex, for example, that's responsible for your experience of motion, motion to objects in the world. If you have this rare condition called achinotopsia, where there's a damage to a very specific area of cortex that's responsible for motion information, they see the world as a series of still images. And I can't imagine what that's like. Can you? But I really can't. But that's how I see the world. And similarly, achromatopsia is when the part of the brain that represents color information is damaged specifically, and the world becomes white to the people, right?
I heard that like something around 95% of the neurons in our brain are dedicated to vision. I don't think more an absurd amount of the neurons in our brain are dedicated solely to vision.
Right. We are a visual species. We rely on visual information more than any other information. I mean, imagine looking at the room now and trying to describe it in such detail using words, using sound, such that somebody could reproduce the room to photographic precision. Right? Imagine that, right? So clearly, there's a lot of information. There's so much information that we have in our visual world, and all of that information is represented by this unified pattern of neuroinformation in the brain. Yeah. But getting back to the entity, right?
Yeah.
So to answer your question about do people see the same things, everyone's experience is certainly different, but there are certain universal DMT motifs, if you like, that many people describe. The structure, the ambience of the space, the geometry, and also, of course, the beings within the space, the so-called DMT entities. And this goes back, of course it goes back to these indigenous tribes in Amazonia who are using DMT. They used it to communicate with beings. They call them spirits or gods, right? We might have a different name for them now. But certainly it's clear that this is a characteristic feature of the DMT experience is the experience of other beings. And Stephen Zara, so you mentioned these elves, right? Terence McKenna, the elves, the machine elves, Terence McKenna calls them, they're by far the most famous denizens of these hyperdimensional realms. There's no doubt about that. But many people like to say, well, people see elves because McKenna saw elves and McKenna spoke about elves, so that's why you're seeing elves. And it's like, it's hard to get past that. So what we did actually a few years back is to go back to the original trip report. Let's go back to the 1950s. Look at the trip reports there. Stephen Zara's very first study. Now, unfortunately, the interest is in kind of the details of the trip report. This is like Rick Strassman, the study in the 90s, where he carefully had them write down everything they experienced. So they would say, I saw hallucinations. But even within these old papers, you get these little snippets of trip reports that had back then the characteristic flavors. They were described rapidly changing, rapid procession of complex geometric imagery. They were describing beings that were called gods, language of the time, or they would call them spirits. That was the lexicon of the time, if you like. You see some kind of non-human intelligence, and you refer to it as nowadays we might call it something else. One of Stephen Barr's first subjects is these little dwarf-like beings that moved around very quickly. That's all we got. But this is characteristic of these DMTL, these very sprightly, lively beings, often very cheerful. And they welcome you into the space, and they love to show you things all the time. Look at this, look at this, look at this. And they were there in the first trip reports, and then through the 60s and on, with people like Timothy Leary describing elf-like beings, and insectoid-like beings, and reptilians. There are certain types reptilians, man, and they can be ferocious. In Rick Strassman's study, one of the subjects describes being, how should we say, raped by reptilians. Yeah.
So there are 5 beings in there?
Oh.
Pardon this brief.
Yeah, fortunately, before anyone becomes totally frightened by DFC, the vast majority of entity encounters are either positive or neutral. Often the majority. We're talking like 90%. Yeah.
But what about that 10%? What's going on with those guys?
Well, I mean, they vary as much in their character as they do their form. We wouldn't predict this was all beings of love and light, and that's to be expected, right? The same on Earth. Not everyone's nice. Most people are nice, right? To some, yes. or kind of neutral. And this is the same in the DMT space. Okay. They often seem to be aware of their the large gap between their and what. I mean, this is their work, after all, that we're kind of entering, if you like. And they like to have fun, some of them. So there's a lot of kind of mocking going on sometimes, teasing, right? Kind of trickstery kind of behavior with these entities. They like to scare you. So you have to be kind of aware of that, but there's nothing they can actually do you any harm other than giving you a bit of a
Has anyone ever been harmed by I mean, other than like abuse? Because I know personally people who during their young age, like through high school and through college, that abuse psychedelics like LSD or mushrooms, that they've been off ever since, or like they never really cognitively recovered from that.
You don't. Well, I mean, the problem with these longer acting psychedelics is that you've got a much better chance to get yourself into a bad head space, right? When things start to go wrong, you start to freak out, become anxious or panic, and that can last a long time. And so I think there's a greater potential for you to get yourself into some really bad places with psychedelics. Why?
But they last hours and hours.
Exactly. With DMT, for most people, it's shocking. It's astonishing. McKenna used to say the only danger with DMT is death by astonishment. Right. These are shockingly astonishing. Choose your superlative. I mean, these are so bizarre and profound, strange and impulsive experiences that the real danger, I think, or the risk is that everything you thought was true, everything you knew of reality is about to be iterated. You're going to come back and realize that you knew fucking nothing, that everything you thought was real or not real or possible or impossible. It's gone. It's gone. And there's no coming back from that. So you will be fundamentally changed in respect. So you have to be prepared for that. But for me, that was I was euphoric. after I came back, having seen this, realized this. But for some people, if you have a particular ideological position about humans and our relationship to the cosmos, then you're in for a bit of a surprise, my friend, to say the least. But for most people, it's so rapid. It's like being on a roller coaster. You're screaming, you're scared, but it's wild. But you get a chance to mull it over. You don't get a chance to think about the implications of it at the time. Only afterward. Yeah. So by the time you kind of oriented yourself, if that's even possible within the space, you're already kind of on your way out. Then you can think about what has happened. And for most people, they actually forget a lot of the details. They come out ranting and raving and oh my God, this happened, and then it's like a dream. It kind of just fades away, and you can't remember details. So, for most people, there's no lasting, certainly not psychological damage.
No, like I've always been worried about, like, I never tried hardcore psychedelics. Like I never went past weed or like edibles, but I've done edibles and had some pretty trippy experiences. Like whenever anyone describes mushrooms to me, when I do an edible, that's what I experience. Like it's wild, and I'm a hyper responder when any drugs. So any drugs I do, whether it be medication or like drugs, it just takes a little bit for me, and I have like a crazy reaction. Like I just take one pull of a joint, and I'm singing. When it takes like my friends or anyone else I know who's with me, they have to smoke the whole joint. But for me, it's only one pull.
Yeah.
So like I've always been super scared of diving into that world. And then on top of that, when I was little, when I was young, I heard a story. I don't remember where I heard it, but I heard a story about these two Marines that were roommates, and one of them took shrooms, and the guy was tripping on shrooms, killed his roommate, cut his heart out, and cooked his heart in the oven and ate it. And after I heard that, like, I'm never trying mushrooms. But there's a lot of those fake stories that came out like in the early 90s.
Oh yeah, I mean those stories go back to the 1960s. Yeah, people jumping off buildings, they thought they could fly. And there's no doubt, I mean, these drugs aren't without risk. Anyone who claims that shouldn't be listened to. But there's certainly risk. These are very strange headspaces that you're getting yourself into. And of course, there's a potential for problems. But then these are not drugs. These are not party drugs. For most, some people do like to use them as such. But certainly, if someone is inexperienced, you need to be very careful about what you're doing. Be in the right environment, right? The right people. Someone who's not tripping, and someone who's very experienced, so they can redirect your consciousness. But all of that stuff, DMT seems to kind of transcend setting, I say. It has no relationship to normal human experience, right? And it's so fast. There's nothing you can do to prepare for it, in my opinion.
And there's so another thing I would be concerned about is coming out of it and having like a lasting slippery grip on reality afterwards.
Again, DMT, what's something kind of remarkable about DMT is it's so clean, and it's fast. You're in there and you're fucking deeper into a dissonant reality than you could possibly have imagined before you go in there. It's just remarkable in every way that this could happen. The brain can do this. The brain can actually switch its reality channel with such efficiently. And then you come out just as quickly. And then within 10-15 minutes, you have sort of an afterglow. So normally you're a little bit euphoric after having seen this, having experienced something that you couldn't have conceived of prior to DMT. But then you're back to normal within 15-30 minutes.
And how old were you the first time you tried it?
Sometime in my early 20s. So relatively late, actually, for many people. I mean, I don't recommend people are taking DMT in their teens or any psychedelics.
There's this guy who has a really popular YouTube channel called All Gas No Brakes. I think they changed it since then, but he does like these really cool kind of like run and gun documentaries on weird subcultures around America. And he did an interview where he talks about how when he was like in his early teens, he did a lot of LSD, and now he is like perma tripping. He said he like sees hallucinations in his visual field all the time.
Yeah. So this is called hallucinogenic post-hallucinogenic perceptual disorder. That's it. Post-hallucinogenic perceptual disorder. It's quite rare, but it does happen. We don't quite understand why it happens. It's not that much research into it.
I would imagine it's not good to do this shit when you're like young and your brain is still developing.
That's it. I would suggest the same thing. I advise people about what they do or don't do. It's their decision. But yeah, I think as your brain is developing, certainly, if you're 15, 16 years old, seriously give your brain a chance to mature and develop before you start assaulting it with any kind of psychoactive.
Right.
Not just, LSD or DMT, but any kind of psychoactive. Wait until you're in your 20s.
With anything, even if it's not psychoactive. I see so many kids that are in their like mid-teens now that are injecting testosterone, trying to like get jacked at the gym, and it's just like, what are you doing to your body before you're fucking 16 years old?
Yeah. Totally unnecessary.
So you said you were originally into chemistry, right?
Yeah.
How did you evolve into becoming a neuroscientist?
Well, the thing is that to really understand psychedelics, it's interdisciplinary, it's multidisciplinary. And whilst understanding the chemistry is really important, and the pharmacology, like how do these molecules interact with protein receptors in the brain? What effect does that have on these information generating cells, these neurons in the brain? That's the realm of chemistry and pharmacology. But to really understand what's going on at the cortical level, global brain level, cause these effects on the structure and the dynamics of your experience world and your consciousness, that requires an understanding of neuroscience. So you need to be pretty conversant at every level, from the chemical level all the way to the global brain level. And so after I did my PhD, which was in biochemistry, I realized that the neuroscience part was kind of missing from my repertoire, if you like. So I thought, okay, I need to do a postdoc in something neuroscience. And so I shifted with great difficulty, I will add, into a completely different discipline, which is computational neuroscience.
Wow. That's a nice sounding word.
Yeah, it sounds impressive. Yeah, that's another benefit of studying that, because I'd spent years in the laboratory doing wet biochemistry, which is, some people like it. For me, I found it really tedious. It's a slow process. Growing cells, they die or they get infected. Everything takes a long time. So I was tired of the lab. I wanted to get out of the lab, man. So I didn't want to work in rats and I didn't want that. So I thought, okay, computational neuroscience. This is where it's at, actually. Brain function using computers. That's, to me, seemed like the way the discipline, the field was moving. There's only so much you can learn from studying wet brain.
What were you doing studying wet? Like, what specifically were you doing studying wet brains and studying rats?
I wasn't, and I didn't want to. That's the thing. So I thought, computational, that's the route. So I did a couple of postdocs. I did one in England, York University and Oxford University, studying synaptic plasticity, computational models of how neurons communicate, how those connections change as we learn, etc. And then after that contract finished, an opportunity, shall we say, opened up in Okinawa in Japan. and I'd always wanted to live in Japan since I was a teenager for some reason. Don't ask why, because I don't know why, but I did. And I tried to learn Japanese when I was a teenager as well, but failed at it. Yeah, because my German teacher said I couldn't.
There's something fascinating about Japan.
Yeah,
I'm in the middle. I'm on season 3 of Man in the High Castle right now.
Oh, really?
Have you seen that?
I haven't. No. In the original language?
Yeah, I never knew it was in Japanese.
Oh, maybe it isn't. I don't know.
No, yeah, no. It's basically a show about if the premise of it is if America lost World War II, and it's the Nazis and the Japanese are occupying North America.
This is PK Dick. It's PK Dick's story.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so they're basically in an alternate reality, right? And there's this one Japanese guy, the trade minister, who is able to meditate and travel to our country back in where it was like the 50s or 60s in America, and he's being able to go back and forth and visit his family in that dimension, and then his life in this dimension. And there's this crazy, like, it's insane. It's really mind blowing, but you know, it's a lot of like the Japanese culture really comes out in that documentary. It's fascinating.
Yeah, Japanese is. I love the culture. I love the people. Something weirdly, I would say, to many people at least, quite psychedelic about Tokyo. It's a very strange world. Very seems to me almost DMT in just the lights and the complexity of the city. It's like a fractal city. You walk along the roads, the streets in Tokyo, and all the storefronts are all lit up. There's big, huge, like neon lights everywhere. You go into a building and you'll go the elevator, and you'll find yourself in a new little world. There's like more stores kind of tucked away within one floor of one building, little tiny bars and things. You can never get to the bottom of Tokyo. You can have 3 or 4 lifetimes going to a different shop or different store, different bar or restaurant every day, and you never get to the bottom of it. So it's very cool. It's very small. All the streets are kind of narrow. It's very different to Florida, believe me. That's something.
Florida is another dimension.
Yeah. It's amazing when I come to America. The roads are so fucking wide and so broad. It's huge, beautiful, but very broad, very different landscape. In Tokyo, everything is compressed.
Very dense, right? There's a lot of people there too, huh?
A lot of people, but not as people imagine that wherever you go in Tokyo, it's always going to be, like crushed with people. And in certain pockets, like Shibuya or Shinjuku, you're going to see that a lot of the time, like serious crushes, loads of people. But then you can turn a corner and find yourself in an empty street. There's nothing there. You shutter close, you might hear a cat, you might see a couple of kids playing or something. Very peaceful, actually. So I live in my area. It's relatively quiet. I can go for a walk for an hour after lunch and hardly a handful of people.
Really?
Yeah.
So it was like on the outskirts or something?
In West Tokyo, a place called Kuchido, which is kind of a hip area. It's within Tokyo, but 20 minutes from Shibuya, between Shinjuku. But
imagery I've seen online of like the sides of like with these mountains and these big lakes and stuff. It just looks incredible.
Got everything. You've got this obviously, but then you can get a train out of Tokyo and within an hour you're in a place like Nagano. It's a beautiful kind of mountainous region with lakes and Alps, the Japanese Alps. So if you like, you can do everything relatively simple. If you like, sometimes you want to be in the city and the kind of the hustle and bustle and the excitement there, and then you want a weekend out in the mountains, hiking and stuff. You can do it all. So yeah, that's kind of why I like.
Can you speak Japanese now?
Yeah, fortunately.
Really?
But now, don't get carried away, Danny. It's fiendishly difficult to learn. I mean, I've been there 8 years now in Japan, and I'm still learning. I'm still studying every day, learning words, learning the kanji, the sounds. It's really just the way they construct sentences is completely alien to the way that we construct sentences in English. So you have to learn a completely new way of constructing your thoughts and expressing yourself. And sometimes you think of, I want to say this, and it's like, oh, how the fuck do I translate that into Japanese? How it takes a long time to do that. They speak so quickly, and it has this certain characteristic sound. A lot of the words sound the same sometimes. You can move pieces of the word around and get a new word. So unlike in English, so if I take the word television, right, I can't switch that around and say vision telly. That's not a word, right? You never get that confused. But in Japanese, often the words are very, very similar. And you can rearrange the pieces and get a brand new word. You have to remember which way round it is, so you don't get the feel, I find, a word in the same way you do in English. If you take the word elephant or something, you kind of sits in your brain somehow as that word. Japanese, they're so similar, they can be rearranged. It's hard to develop that feeling, that sense of the word. So I'm often thinking, is this Ryoryu or Yoshu or George?
Can you write in Japanese too?
I can read, I can type in Japanese, but writing all of the kanji, and so I know about maybe 2,000 kanji, what's called the Joyo kanji, which is what you need for basic literacy. What all children when they leave school will know these basic kanji. All official documents use these 2,000 kanji, which in itself is a lot of kanji. But there are maybe 50,000 of these kanji. So if you're reading, it's weird, right? When you read a novel in Japanese, you will often have above the kanji, so above this Chinese character, another few characters that tell you how to pronounce that kanji. Because each kanji can have up to, some kanji have like 10 or 15 different ways of saying that one kanji. Can you imagine that? So you look at it, you don't know you've no idea how it's said. Like, that's even more complex than Chinese. In Chinese, you get one mapping, one kanji, one Chinese character to one sound. In Japanese, you can't do that. So they have kind of Chinese readings and they have Japanese readings, the onyomi and kunyomi. So it's such a difficult language, in my opinion. I never struggled intellectually with something much as I have. I'm not dumb by any stretch of the imagination, but Japanese really.
And being able to having to translate all of that and communicate with people in the field that you're in has got to be like compounded level of difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't lecture in Japanese. Certainly not on neuroscience and psychedelics. I can converse, I can have conversations with my friends, but sort of academic level, scientific speaking Japanese.
Sushi's good too.
Sushi, of course. Sushi's like, I don't eat sushi anywhere else.
You don't? Oh no, you don't eat anywhere else.
Yeah, they had it in Palm Springs, just up in Palm Springs.
Oh god, that's awful. Anywhere in California, sushi's terrible.
Not eating sushi in the middle of the fucking desert. Come on, give me a break.
It could be dolphin. They eat a lot of dolphin. I heard they used to feed. They used to feed, like, pack the schools with dolphin meat and like feed dolphin meat in Japan. Have you seen the movie The Cove?
I've seen that. It's horrible. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think Japanese people would be as shocked to hear. Most Japanese people certainly would not consider eating dolphin at all. No.
Right. Yeah. But I don't think that they knew about it. Like they were slaughtering all those dolphins and just trying to find those like diamonds in the rough so they could sell them to SeaWorld. And then they ended up with all of this dolphin meat, which is super bad for human beings, like super toxic. I forget what's in it, but there's
mercury.
Yeah, it's mercury. Yeah, that's crazy. That movie was scary. So what were we talking about? So you moved to originally?
Yeah.
When you were how old?
35. Give my age away here.
How old are you now? You look young.
Thank you, but how would you think I am?
I would say you're like 40.
Pretty close. We'll leave it there.
A little bit north?
A little bit north. Scotch a little bit.
So, do you think? By the way, do you think you'll stay in Japan? You want to live there forever?
I have no intention of moving back to the UK. You know, I've built my life there now, and I feel at home there. So I'm a permanent resident. I have right to remain, so to speak, permanent, as long as they don't deport.
That's cool. So, you transitioned from the wet lab stuff into the computational stuff, and you studied, like, you wanted to get a better understanding of the entire human brain and how it relates to different chemistry.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to be able to understand why. I mean, it's one thing to know that DMT or LSD binds to these particular subtype of serotonin receptor. It's another thing to explain how that event going on at this subcellular level is causing these dramatic changes in consciousness. So making that connection, that being able to form that narrative to a satisfactory extent in my own head, how that worked, has been something I'm working on for a number of years, and is the base of my latest book, Reality Switch Technology thing. I've kind of put together, if you like, everything that I've been thinking about and researching and studying over the last decade or so to form a coherent narrative how psychedelics work. That's kind of the aim of what I wanted to achieve with this.
You wanted to find out exactly how psychedelics work.
Yeah.
And you described this, I believe, a little bit in Hamilton's podcast, but correct me if I'm messing this up. But from what I understood is there is a cortical column where neurons travel through, and basically there's error signals. So like if I'm walking down the street and I see the trees and the road and the cars going by, there's no error signals, so I don't have to process that. But when you take psychedelics, something fundamentally changes and you start getting all these errors.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good summary. So going back to what I said before, your brain is constructing this model. It's a pattern of neuroinformation. It is these cortical columns. So the cortex is constructed as like a 3D mosaic of these columns, right? They are cylindrical and they're all stacked side by side. So if you imagine looking at your cortex from above, you would see like little circles or something like that, all packed together. And each column is responsible for, it's the fundamental computational unit of the cortex. It's responsible for representing a basic feature of the world. And so you could think of it like pixels in a way. That might be a little bit misleading, but you can imagine an image is formed from lots of pixels. So imagine your entire world is constructed as this mosaic of a pattern of cortical column activation, basically. And this pattern of activation is changing all the time as your experience of moving through the world is this constant stream, this constant flow of this cortical column pattern of activation. Does that make sense? Yeah. So what's happening when you take a psychedelic? Well, actually, let's go back to, you mentioned error signals. So your brain has this model, right? Your brain's model is kind of like its best guess, its best hypothesis about what's going on in the world. So it uses its model. Your brain has this model. It's working. The brain doesn't know if this model is true, if it's correct. It doesn't care. It has no way of knowing the truth of the model. All it knows is, does this model work? Does this model allow me to predict the flow of sensory information, right? So the sensory information is always entering the brain. The brain is trying to make predictions about what's going to happen next. If this model is working, the brain should be able to predict the pattern of information that is coming next. So, to make this a bit clearer, imagine you've got a pool ball rolling along a pool table at a constant speed, right? So your brain constructs this model of this ball on this pool table, right? And so because the ball is moving at a constant speed, the brain knows that, it has a model of the movement, the trajectory of this pool ball. Your brain knows that, the ball is here in this position now. If the model is correct, you should be able to predict the sensory information coming from the ball in the next moment. So your brain has this model, it's working. It doesn't need to know actually anything of really, doesn't need anything new. There's nothing surprising happening here. The ball is just, and so when the ball that's moving constantly, it says, okay, this model is working. I don't need that sensory information, and it extinguishes it. It filters it out. It doesn't need it. So the model is working. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're frowning a little bit though.
No, I'm just thinking.
You're
concentrating. It makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So the brain doesn't. Processing sensory information is expensive. It has to be passed through these neurons, and neurons have to communicate, and there's a lot of energy expenditure in processing information from the outside world. It also disrupts cortical activity. So your brain tries to filter out and not use sensory information as much as it can.
Right.
So as long as the model is working, your brain is making these predictions all the time. You don't know it, but your brain is making these predictions all the time. If the prediction is correct, nothing happens. You don't process that sensory information. It's filtered out. But if something surprising happens, the brain didn't predict, makes a prediction about sensory information, that prediction turns out to be wrong. The pool ball suddenly
takes a right turn.
Right? That's startling. And your brain then, it generates this prediction error because there's a disconnect between the prediction and the actual sensory information.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
This creates an error. So if the prediction matches the sensory information, there's no error. If the prediction is different to the sensory information, there's an error. It's like the gap, the difference between them. This prediction error is then processed and sent up into the higher levels of the cortex, and it's used to update the model because the model must be wrong. The model's not working anymore. It must be wrong. And so then only these error signals need to be used to update this working model. And this is much more efficient than trying to absorb all of this sensory information. Most of it, you know about anyway.
So what is the error? What does the error look like?
The error is just like anything else, in the cortex, is a pattern of information in the form of action potentials. It's electrochemical signals being passed up into the cortex.
So is it like learning? So like learning would be an error?
Yes, there's learning. Well, there are many types of learning. Certainly, all the time, your brain is updating model. I prefer to think of it as a model update, which you could think as learning.
So if I'm like learning to play chess for the first time, what are just a ton of errors?
Or
if I'm learning to play do any sport that I've never done before.
Yeah, that's probably a better example.
Sport, right?
That's probably a better example. Yeah, you're learning. When your brain is faced with a novel situation he hasn't seen before, it doesn't have a very good model of it, then you'll get a lot more prediction errors. But as the brain refines its model, those prediction errors start to go down. Yeah. A good example, when I was a few years ago, I was walking through my hometown, and in the window of one of the department stores, right in the window, weirdly, was a police officer stood there. What's he doing there? Like literally stood in the window next to the mannequins. This police officer, yeah. But so at that point, let's think what's going on. My brain has seen this sensory information, received this information, and it says, okay, there's a police officer there, and there literally was a police officer in my world model. That's the important point. My brain constructed a model of this police officer based on what it knows of the world. Now, as I walked around, so the brain is then predicting, as I walk around the police officer, I should see his face go into profile. The brain is predicting what it's going to look like, information it should receive.
Right.
But what was it? It was a photograph of a police officer that had been put in the window. It wasn't actually an officer. So as I'm walking around, where I should see the face of the profile, it worked. There were error signals. The model was failing. Then my brain said, "Oh, this model is wrong," and I suddenly realized it's just a photograph. It's just there to kind of discourage you from stealing. I guess. Right. So that's kind of how your brain is doing that all the time. It's it's building this model of everything in the world, trying to predict what's going on. It's only when it fails to make the prediction that it generates these error signals that your brain then uses to update its model. Have you seen the hollow face illusion?
No.
So the hollow face illusion, people can Google this. It's very famous. It's
your cue, Michael.
It's like it's a picture of a mask, and it just a normal mask, 3-dimensional. You look at it and it looks like a normal face. You know, the nose is coming out and everything.
Oh yes, I think
Right?
I think I've seen this.
As it rose, so what's happening here is your brain has seen this sensory information. It goes, this is a face. The brain knows how to build models of faces.
Mhm.
So it constructs a model of, there we go.
That's it.
Yeah.
I've seen a different one. I've seen like a statue or something. Okay.
Right. So if
Oh wow.
right. So what's happening here? When your brain sees the mask from the back, it assumes it's a normal face. It doesn't. The brain is not used to constructing kind of hollow,
Reverse images.
right,
yeah.
concave faces like that. So your brain constructs a normal 3-dimensional face, and you see it exactly as you would a normal 3-dimensional face. But as the predictions of the model start to fail, right?
Yeah.
And so your brain then has to upsize. That moment you realize, oh, it's the concave side of the mask. That's the moment your brain has updated its model. It's changed its model from convex regulus, which is the default, to this alternate alternate model, right?
Right.
So that's what your brain is doing all the time. It's constantly testing. It's a cycle of model testing. That's the role of sense information. So you don't actually need, as long as your model is working well, you don't really need much sense information. And what's interesting about psychedelics is what they do is when they bind to this subset of serotonin receptors, a receptor called the 5-HT2A receptor, they stimulate these neurons that are important in maintaining the integrity of the model. Right, so I spoke about these cortical columns earlier. You mentioned them first, right? So these certain types of neurons called pyramidal cells, and in generating these predictions of the model, right? Your model is constantly making predictions, as we said, and in order to make good predictions, your model has to be coherent, it has to be strong, it has to be well formed. And what psychedelics do is they stimulate these pyramidal cells in these columns, and they make them more likely to fire. They increase their excitability. They're more likely to fire. They're more likely to share with other pyramidal cells within other cortical columns. So overall, this world model that your brain is constructing starts to break down. It starts to lose its structure integrity. It becomes more fluid dynamic. And so as a result, your world, objective perspective, it's your world that starts to change. Yeah. So your world becomes more fluid and more dynamic. Your brain is able and predictable world. It is very unstable, fluid, and dynamic. This has interesting consequences because if the model is starting to lose its integrity, the predictions themselves degraded. So your brain can't make good predictions anymore. So as a consequence, the errors increase. Your brain fails in its predictions. There's going to be a greater mismatch between the prediction and the actual sensory information. So error signals go up. Now, we can say that in simpler terms. Well, the brain becomes more sensitive to incoming sensory information, because sensory information is only processed in the form of error signals. Am I making sense? Yeah. So from your subjective perspective, what happens is the world becomes, colors become brighter, everything becomes rich, literally receiving more information from the environment in the presence of a psychedelic molecule like LSD. Now, that is kind of cool in itself, right? But we can take this one step further. So, so the brain is receiving all of these extra signals in the presence of this psychedelic. Now, the error signals are used to update the model. And so the fact that the brain is receiving all these error signals means the model isn't working anymore, which it isn't. We need to update the model. But no matter how much the brain updates its model, it can't use these error signals because the model is structural integrity. And so this means that the brain constantly tries to update model. From your perspective, the identity of objects changes before the eyes. That's what's happening. So you'll look at something and its identity will change. Yes, you will look at a microphone become a cat or something, or you will look at the pebble driveway. This is described by Alexander Shulgin in his book Cal. He looks at this pebble driveway and it becomes this glistening bed of gleaming jewels. Then turns into a snake, the back of this huge, beautiful snake. So that's kind of that experience, which is quite common with psychedelics, can be explained just by looking at this simple interaction between this molecule and this receptor and working it through the effect on the model, the effect on the brain's ability to predict based upon its model, loss of integrity of the model, failing predictions, increased prediction errors, greater model updates. So that's that's the level of understanding I've been trying to reach over these years, is trying to make connections, multi-leveled connection effects on receptors and why people have these certain subjective effects.
Wow.
But that doesn't explain DMT, which is...
That does not explain DMT.
Not quite. Not quite. Right?
So what you just described, it's like right now the brain structure works, the way these cortical columns interpret the world, funnel it to us to experience. It seems like it's crystallized. Like in my kind of, it seems like it's crystallized in a certain way, and when you introduce psychedelics, what it does is sort of like melts that and makes it more plastic.
You've got it. That's perfect, right? That's a perfect way of describing it. So it's sometimes referred to as a hot state of the cortex. I think of it, imagine like a piece of glass that's very, very rigid, very hard. You can't manipulate it, right? Heat that glass up and it bends to your will. It becomes hot, of course, and it becomes more fluid, more flexible, and that's kind of the state that your brain is in under the psychedelics. And from that, we can explain why psychedelics are useful clinically. Because let's imagine that is deeply depressed going on there. Well, certain embedded neural acting patterns, right, in their brain is rigid, but it's rigid seeing certain patterns that are negative. You're ruminating about how fucking awful your life is, whether it's what becomes entrained in a certain sense. It becomes rigidified, and you can't shake it off. People say, can't you just snap out? No, you can't, because your brain is always to some degree flexible, but you can certainly entrain, these connections in the brain, and it becomes, over time, it becomes rigidified. You can't get out of it. So when you take a psychedelic, the whole brain becomes much more
smashing it with a hammer.
Well, that's a bit extreme, but yeah, you are heating up. You're not literally heating up the brain, but you are creating this so-called hot state, in which the brain is much more. You can start to break down these rigidified patterns of connections and explore null state. You can explore states outside of that. You can generate much more positive states, more positive patterns of neural activity. And then as you come out of the psychedelic state, the idea is that your brain cools down in a way back into a more positive state. So that's that.
Right, but like for things like depression, right? Like for psychedelic treatment of depression, you don't necessarily know that their experience is going to be positive, right? So like with some of these therapies, are people sort of guiding their trip, or like sort of like pushing them in the right direction to make sure it's positive, to make sure they break this depressive loop, or are they just taking it and taking the psychedelics and hoping for the best?
Well, so normally you do have it. Well, I mean, it's like if you heat a glass, you need a skilled glass blower to get the shape that you want. If you're not skilled, then you end up with, well, it's shit.
Yeah.
Right? So it's kind of important. So yeah, it's not just, I mean, people do find benefit sometimes, though I can't recommend it. Just taking a bunch of mushrooms and going on a hilltop and exploring themselves more deeply and being able to access, normally latent memories or things like this, and that often is very beneficial. But sure, in a clinic setting, you won't just have the tripper, the patient, so to speak, but also somebody who is going to direct their thought process, their consciousness into more positives. Yeah,
right.
For sure.
Yeah, that's like, it's got to be something that only experience, to where you can do it, kind of like actually take some sort of, like, is that possible? Can you do this? Like get into like one of these states and actually control and sort of like become part of it? Because I know, at least in my experience, it's always something that like I'm fucking white knuckling the chair and like hoping like, God, get me out of this. But for someone who's doing some sort of therapy to cure their depression or PTSD, something like that, they're brand new to it, and it's going to be terrifying. And that's a natural instinct, just to be like, I've lost control. How do I regain?
Okay, so this is so before I was talking about this, the brain becoming more sensitive to the flow of information from outside. So one way of thinking about this, and this will relate to DMT when we get to that a little bit later, is that the brain is more susceptible to, or the cortex is more susceptible, because it's in this hot fluid state, it's more susceptible to incoming information. Yeah, so the incoming information, if you like, is helping to reorganize. This is what I call informational reorganization. The brain is much more susceptible to being reorganized by sensory information, being sensory information. Now, there's also a source of information coming from, not from the outside, but coming from deeper brain structures. So all the time, your world is being modulated and informed, not just by information from the environment, but also memories, for example, right? The way you've seen the world before and how you remember the world before is important for how you're seeing the world now. And it's useful to know what a cat looks like. Yeah, you don't have to kind of build the model of the cat separately. It's useful to know if you met somebody and the last time they were total dick to you, right? And you had a really horrible argument. When you see that person, your instant response is back off. I'm going to avoid this person, right? Because your brain has this memory, and you don't
see their face.
You just see their face. Yeah. Fuck that. I'm out of here, right? So that is the memory trace of this individual, and associated with it are also flowing up into your world. Yeah. And that's happening all the time. But again, that is kept under control. You don't want your brain being flooded by memories when you're trying to navigate the world in the current. You don't want to be, this is quite difficult sometimes. You don't want to be thinking about, imagine if something, when something really awful or annoying happens, or you said something to somebody that you regret, and maybe you're driving and you can't stop thinking about it, and it's, oh, I wish I hadn't said that, and it intrudes. You can't fucking concentrate because it's this memory of what you did. It's so emotionally charged. It's kind of intruding into your world. That can happen. So your brain, this brain's world model is not only trying to constrain the flow of information from outside, it's also trying to constrain the information coming from these lower subcortical brain structures, an area called the hippocampus, which is important in memory. So it's stopping the flow of information from memory as well, keeping that down to a trickle, just what your cortex needs to help, to inform the current model of world. And what you see psychedelics, and this has been seen for decades, is the influence of high dose LSD, for example. People get flooded with past memories. Yeah, they find them reliving experiences that in the past. So you can imagine, right? And why is that happening? Well, it's happening because your world model is losing control of the flow of information from the senses, but also losing control of the flow of information from the lower subcortical structures, including the hippocampus, that's responsible for memories, right? So we kind of understand why that's happening. And you can also imagine why that might be helpful. If someone had a particularly traumatic experience in their past, is still they're not able to process sense of. They're pushing it down deeper and deeper. They're preventing it from making its way into the cortex, into the current experience of the world. So they're unable to process it. What psychedelics can do is allow that kind of release those, what I guess psychoanalysts would call repressed memories, repressed traumatic memory, releasing up into the cortex so that they can be dealt with. But that can be very traumatic. So this is why you need someone really experienced with you when you're doing this. So if you sort of from something like post-traumatic stress disorder, you might be repressing memories of the traumatic experience for very good reason, because they can cause massive disruption. They enter the cortex, and so but they need to be dealt with. You need to
what is the downside of them being just keeping them repressed? What is the actual effect of having these traumatic memories that you just don't even think about?
Yeah, I mean, just because they're kind of repressed doesn't mean they're not having an effect, and so it's connected to emotion, and emotion is also central to how we the world. The way that we emotionally respond to things is absolutely so. That's our value system. We're constantly judging. When we meet someone, we're constantly judging. How we respond to them depends on how we feel. Always that's happening. And if you have these repressed memories, then they can still have some kind of influence on the way you're doing the world in quite negative ways. Right. And so you have to kind of bring them up and process them properly and form more adaptive or more positive constructions of these kind of model these and memories. So it is useful, I think, to release these memories. At the same time, it can be dangerous, opening floodgates. So it should be done, of course, with someone who's experienced.
Wow. You know, when you were talking about having these triggers that unlock deep buried memories, I remember it happened to me the other day walking down the street, and one of my neighbors had their garage door open. They must have been doing the laundry, and I got this pungent smell. It was a smell, but it was this smell that I haven't smelled in like 25 years or like 20 years. And it brought me and it put me right back in the last situation I was in where I smelled that smell. And it was like this girl's house during high school. It was like hanging out in her bedroom. And I remember specifically being there because that smell was always in her bedroom. And it really just shot me back to that part of my life. And it was so weird. And I kept wanting to like go back. It's like I would forget about it as soon as it went away, or I would like have trouble recollecting it again. So I'd walk back past it, and it would like shoot me right back into the memory. It's so strange.
Yeah, smell is it's so evocative. I mean, I will smell a perfume of like an ex, like a long time ago. Like we're talking maybe 25 years ago when I was with this individual. I haven't seen them in more than 2 decades. And yeah, when I smell that scent, it's like instantly it's associated with that one person, and always will be.
Yes. It's so weird too because like I had no idea that memory even still existed in my brain.
Right.
Like it's like I think my hard drive's full because all this stuff I do, and like I don't have room for any more memories. But like the fact that memory came up from that smell was just mind blowing. Like I haven't felt that smell in over 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, smells do elicit very strong, can elicit very strong kind of responses. I mean, this is also in our,
but it's not with sight or like noises so much. Maybe a little bit.
No, well, smell directs to very deep centers in the brain. I mean, you can imagine if you smell like putrefying flesh, response to that is pretty strong, right? If you open the refrigerator and you've had some shrimp in there that you left in there for a month, it's like instantaneous, and it's recoil. It's a reflex response here. This is appalling. It's this sense of disgust, and that's obviously so important in our who survived to be able to recognize rotten food. Because if you make the mistake of eating rotten food, then you can die, right? And the same with positive scent, and that things that smell nice, for reasons as well. Fruit smells nice, right? These kind of scents. So this is why this scent is hard to get into deep areas of the brain and can elicit emotions. Of course, are highly connected memories. So you're setting off your triggers, emotional and memory circuitry with certain smells, and that's why when you smell something that was emotionally charged to you, right? So you don't get the effect if you went to, I don't know, something kind and that was not particularly important to you, 20 years ago, and it's had a characteristic smell. When you smell that, you probably go, that smelled like that studio that I went in for 5 minutes 20 years ago. No, but if you, as I said, with like a relationship, when there's a strong, whether it's positive or negative, strong emotional, because emotions are important in forming memories, right? If you get yourself in a bad situation, you're frightened, right? Say you're getting down a particular alley somewhere in, I don't know, wherever. at that point, your brain knows, okay, this is something I need to remember. If you're scared, you need to remember this. It's clearly something that your brain has to hardwire so that if you get yourself in the same situation again, that you will know how to respond. And so often, if you will avoid that dark alley for the rest of your life, and every time you go down there, even if you go down that alley, your brain is going, oh no 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 no. Yeah, and it recognizes the structure of this space, and it activates this emotion. So when you have this gut feeling, I don't like the feel of this. Your brain has made some deep processing that's unconscious to you. You don't recognize it. It's not up here. Your brain has made that connection. This is bad, and you get that gut feeling, that feeling in your gut, that emotional response. I need to get out of here. Right. That's not an accident. It's not psychic abilities. It's the brain, some deep processing that's gone on here. And if there was a particular smell with that as well, that's great. This pathway, these emotions that are associated with it. So this is why smells are so evocative.
It's so fascinating too how rare that happens, and when that does happen, it's so profound too. Like whenever that happens to me, it's like I want to talk about it to everyone. Like, have you ever had that? Have you ever experienced this? And it's such a rare thing that modern humans encounter.
Exactly. Well, we don't rely so much on smell anymore. I guess that's why. But other animals, it might be very different to them. They would use that circuitry much more than we do. But sometimes when there's a smell that's connected to something quite emotional, that memory, that circuitry is laid down, and will remain there for a long time. It could be decades. So also, this is kind of interesting. When I was young, just a little kid, maybe 8 years old, I had two twin brothers, not my twins, they were twins, younger than me. And they got really sick. I used to fucking love jelly. You would call it Jello.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like seriously, I used to. Whenever I went to my grandma's, she would always have a big bowl of jello made. My mum would always make it. It's fucking cheap, right? It's cheap, but I absolutely loved it. And anyway, came home one evening. My little brothers, they had the flu. They were really sick. And my mum said, "Oh, I made this bowl of jelly for you." I went, "No, quaff down this big bowl of jelly." Next morning, I had flu and I became sick, like really sick. I've never eaten jelly since then.
Really?
Yes. Why is that?
Yeah. The smell?
It's simply because your brain associates emotion. Your brain associates, so not just emotion here, but if you eat a certain type of food and you become sick, your brain makes the connection. This food made me sick. Do not eat this food ever again. Yeah?
Yep.
Again, this goes deep into our evolutionary history. Very important. You make a mistake eating bad food, do it again. Yep.
I do the same thing with when I go to a restaurant and get food poisoning.
Right.
Same thing. I will never go to that restaurant.
There you go.
I haven't been to Burger King since I got food poisoning in like 20.
There you go. Right. And so that mistake, its connection is erroneous. Jello didn't make me ill, but the brain. It's better to have a false positive in this sense than a false negative. So I after that, now I can eat it a little bit, but I don't have any desire to eat it. But since then, certainly throughout my childhood, I went from really fucking loving this delicious sweet jelly to being repulsed by it.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's powerful. The emotions and the way that the brain works. There are some really deep, old mechanisms that are designed to keep us up, and they still function, even though in this case it destroyed my love, the love of my life at the time.
It's okay. It probably made you healthier.
Yeah.
Isn't there some the stories of like Jolly West and Sidney Gottlieb and the MK Ultra stuff and the Charles Manson stuff, where they were studying basically to make people became more suggestible when they were under the influence of psychedelics, and they were able to manipulate them in different ways.
Yeah.
Is this using this same process you're talking about, where it kind of like softens the whole world structure of the human brain?
Got it. Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
it's the same, presumably. Anyway, that's it, the same process going on. You have this highly manipulatable, if I can, if there's such a word, brain in many ways, and it could be information-driven reorganization, your sensory information from it, but it could also be ideas. That's going into the brain, and they can reorganize, if you like, neural activity. So the brain becomes globally or more broadly susceptible to inputs. So that would explain that.
Yeah. So there's that story that from what I think Jolly West was involved with it, with the elephant. Are you on?
No. Tell me.
Jolly West. You'd have to look it up. Look up Jolly West. He killed an elephant with LSD, I think. He like gave an elephant an enormous amount of LSD, and something happened. And well, he did all of these experiments. This one was like, he was like proud of this one. I read about it in Tom O'Neill's Chaos, where he basically, are you familiar with that book?
No.
Tom O'Neill, he was an investigative reporter who was tasked to write an article for, I think it was the 20th anniversary of the Manson murders. And it ended up being like a 20-year story he did. And he basically like got sued at the publications that he was hired by, and when he refused to stop reporting on it because he kept finding all of these holes in the case, these gaping holes. And he eventually got connected to this clinic in Haight-Ashbury, where it was a CIA-funded clinic where they were giving people LSD and amphetamines. And there was these research papers. Two guys were doing giving the hippies LSD and giving them amphetamines, and like studying all this different stuff. And Jolly West was connected to this clinic, and Jolly West was the guy who did that experiment on there it is, the LSD-related death of the elephant. One of the more unusual incidents in West's career place August 1962. He and two co-workers attempted to investigate what does that say? Muscle in elephants?
I can't read it.
Museth in elephants by doing Tusco, a bull elephant at the Lincoln Park Zoo in Oklahoma City with LSD. They expected that the drug would trigger a state of similar. What is that word, Michael? Must. M-U-S-T-H. Instead, the animal began to have seizures for 5 minutes after the LSD was administered. Beginning 20 minutes later, West and his colleagues administered the antipsychotic promazine hydrochloride. They injected a total of 2,800 milligrams over 11 minutes. The large promazine dose was not active and may have contributed to the animal's death. Died an hour and 40 minutes after the LSD was given. But yeah, so he's being interviewed by in his book about Charles Manson, and he's like bragging about how he killed that elephant with LSD. And he was just fascinated by, like, he would go in dormitories with students and like be like giving them, like, they would all be doing LSD and think they're a part of this crazy new movement, like in the 60s. Wild character, but I don't know where I was with that, but like
Stability.
yeah, the stability part of it with like Manson and his followers, and them like he was this just wild, charismatic guy who knew how to talk, and you know, when you give, and he was giving his followers LSD and he wasn't necessarily taking it himself, and you know, that's just, it's wild what can be done to the human mind in that kind of setting.
Sure. I mean, with LSD, if you take it on your own, you can have some kind of rather wild ideas and thought processes that often seem quite profound at the time. When you kind of come back to a more focused, rational state, you realize actually that was not as profound as I imagined it was.
Right.
You regain some insight.
Right. Yeah.
But if you have someone reinforcing this when you're in a psychedelic state, whatever message they want to print in you, I imagine this can be quite effective as a tool of so-called mind control. Yeah.
And what about, I'm curious too, because they were doing amphetamine studies. Are you familiar with what amphetamines do to the brain?
Yeah, I mean, so this might have been the same study. I mean, Ken Kesey, who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yes.
He was also given, he was in a medical trial that was probably around the same time. He was given a mixture. He was given LSD, and he was also given alpha methyl tryptamine, IT290 at the time. It was described as a super, but wasn't actually a super. Yeah. It wasn't actually an amphetamine. It's a different kind of molecule. But yeah, so I mean, amphetamines, they work completely differently to the psychedelics. They release noradrenaline and dopamine, particularly into certain areas of the cortex. So they, so you have these. So when dopamine is released, it's kind of taken back up. It's kind of vacuumed back up into the neurons, released from the neuron, then vacuumed back up through these special transporters that kind of terminates its action, which basically allows the brain to kind of control the levels of dopamine that are active. What amphetamine does is it switches these channels, these pumps, if you like, back into reverse. So they start pumping dopamine out of the neuron. So it floods the brain with dopamine. And that makes you feel fucking good. You know, the noradrenaline has this neurostimulatory effect, same effect on noradrenaline as well. It causes neurostimulatory effect. The dopamine causes euphoria. So you can imagine, right, if you have this combination, I'm kind of semi-speculating here, but if you've got a combination of amphetamines that are making you feel good, this LSD, which is loosening up and making your brain more suggestible, yeah, you're receiving these messages, you're feeling fucking great. It's telling your brain this is a this message is fantastic. Like you've just found the most delicious food or something, right?
Right.
You know, this flood of dopamine. You're feeling great. So you can imagine why you would get this association between this message becoming imprinted brain and this sense of euphoria and elation. And stimulation. It's like, oh my God, this is it. This is the message. This is God speaking to me. And that kind of happening. You know, yeah. So that might explain it.
That's what Hamilton described on his podcast. He described a situation. He had to take an Adderall, basically flying across the world, and then to like help himself go to sleep, took some sort of psychedelic,
Gaboxidol.
and he said he had the craziest trip of his life.
Yeah, not a psychedelic. It shouldn't have a psychedelic. It's a completely different mechanism. It works by completely different receptors. But in high doses, apparently, and it was news to me at the time, it can have quite profound psychedelic effects. So there are a number of ways, actually, you can reach these different types of psychedelic effects in the brain. It doesn't have to be stimulation of these 5-HT receptors. You have molecules like salvinorin from Salvia divinorum. They also can have effects that are reality-tearing effects that can really take you to another fucking world. But they work completely differently. It's this kind of remarkable molecule, this salvinorin, is isolated from this single plant, this what was a very rare plant in the wild that grows in these cloud forests in southern Mexico. The only plant of its kind that produces these, the only plant in the world that produces this particular molecule that looks nothing like the classic psychedelics and has a completely different mechanism. Nobody predicted. And yet, when its discoverer, Daniel Siebert, so this Salvia divinorum has been used traditionally for a long time, and normally it's there are a number of ways to consume it, but often you would take leaves, you would roll them into a cigar and just chew them gradually over a number of quite a long time, and this salvinorin molecule is absorbed into the bloodstream and it generates this psychedelic effect. But we didn't know until I think it was the early 90s what the kind of the psychedelic component was of this molecule. And Dan Ebert, who's kind of a severe aficionado, he's the man when it comes to psychedelics. He made this extract of Salvia divinorum, a very pure extract, it turns out. He didn't know this at the time. It was like 80% pure salvinorum. And he smoked just a small amount, a couple of milligrams, what seemed to be a small amount. And he was instantly catapulted. He was taken out of his body. He found himself in the impossibly strange world. His reality was torn apart, obliterated in a second. It was a horrifying experience for him, but he developed, he discovered the psychedelic essence of Salvia divinorum. So in many ways, he was elated.
What else did he say about that world?
Well, he describes it. You can find it on the internet. I forget the details, but so the thing about salvinorin, particularly the isolated molecule, is that it's very different to DMT. It takes you to, like DMT, in high doses, it takes you to incredibly strange worlds with a very strange kind of geometry, populated world filled with intelligent beings, often more malevolent. There seems to be a greater propensity for negative experiences with Salvia. Most people don't like it. Most people who do purified salvinorin never repeat their experience. Some do. Some proper kind of psychonaut head cases, they really kind of get into it. But he found himself being propelled through many different types of worlds, over about 15 minutes, possibly bizarre worlds, until finally he kind of came back. What's kind of, I think, quite frightening about deep salvinorin states is what I call existential absoluteness. Once you're in that space is all that's ever existed. Any memory, any connection to your humanness in this world is gone. It's completely. You've no memory of ever taking a book. Nothing has been brought with you. You're in this space
and you've always been in this space, and you will always be in this space. And to me, that thought is horrifying. Not having a threat back to reality, back to, or should I say, well, bring a threat to the normal waking world and your existence prior, finding yourself in this existentially aloof space that is not necessarily a nice space. It's not like going to heaven, right?
What would you say is happening in the brain there?
Okay. So there's a part of the cortex. So the spirits, they work cortex. I spoke about these pyramidal cells. So it's stimulating these pyramidal cells, which are in the cortex, the deep layer to the cortex. Now, underneath the cortex, you have this very important but relatively small part of the brain called the colostrum. And the colostrum is, well,
like the milk that mothers produce.
Yes, but completely different.
Same word.
But completely. And the colostrum is, well, we fully understand the colostrum. There are still like conferences devoted to understanding the colostrum. I mean, that's that, yeah. About it for a long time, but we don't really understand it completely. But it seems to be an integrator of function. It's a global inhibitor. It keeps your the construction of your world model. It keeps neural activity constrained. It's constantly sending out inhibitory signal, keep the brain under control. That's what it's doing all the time. It's like the conductor of an orchestra. Yes, it's telling, a conductor of an orchestra, it's controlling which instruments are sounding, which ones should be quiet, which ones need to be, loud. It's controlling the flow of the music from moment to moment. Now imagine a colostrum doing that in your brain, but with your world model being constructed by your cortex. It's telling which parts of the brain need to be quiet, which ones need to become activated, and then quieting them down so other parts can become active. It's constantly maintaining this control over the flow of cortical states from moment to moment. Yeah. Now, what happens when you consume salvinorin? Salvinorin binds to a type of receptor called the kappa opioid receptor. It's a family of receptors that morphine binds to, right? But completely different. Now, these kappa receptors, they inhibit the neurons in which they activate a kappa opioid receptor. It shuts down that neuron. And there are lots of these kappa opioid receptors. So when you take salvinorin, it binds strongly to these kappa opioid receptors and it shuts the colostrum. So it's like shooting the conductor of the orchestra in the head. God, yeah, and the orchestra just goes kind of wild, doesn't know what to do, right? And so your brain is like a release mechanism, whereas the classic psychedelics are stimulating the brain directly, yeah, cortex, by binding to these 5A receptors. Salvinorin is in the orchestra, the conductor, and it's employing this release mechanism. It releases the cortex from colostral control by the colostrum. And this is why you get these wild patterns of emergent activity.
That's why there's no string back to our current reality.
That could be it. I mean, understand why it has certain qualities, but that's kind of a broad explanation why, why from your perspective, why your world model is completely novel patterns of cortical activity begin to emerge, and that is explained by you as this a complete shift in your world. Everything breaks apart, brand new patterns start to emerge, and this is the experience of this reality tearing world. Very dramatic.
Wow. Has anybody ever used psychedelics, any of these other drugs to, like we talked a little bit ago about how you can reconstruct these, like some of these loop that they're in, like with depression or,
Yeah.
or reliving memories, and sort of break them out of it. But like it seems like this is all very much connected to. Has anyone ever utilized any of this stuff to, for example, learning Japanese? Could you essentially sort of like loosen up those cortical columns or like a new way of looking at the world, and then let kind of relearn or retrain your mind in some way?
Yeah. I mean, certainly the way that we view the world can sometimes impede, the rigidities, the very strict and rigid models that we've constructed, ways of thinking about things, ways of approaching problems. Yes, this has become quite embedded, quite rigid, and in a sense, that's the kind of thing we want to be able to approach problem that's worked in the past, in a specific way, and that 95% of the time or whatever, that's going to work for you. But what happens when you're faced with a problem that you can't solve? And it's like, what now? And it's very difficult to that rigid way of approaching something. So you take a psychedelic, you explore more possibilities, and perhaps arrive at a novel solution to the problem. And that's why I think psychedelics are so useful for creativity. We get in our own way. I think, a lot of it. When you're trying to, if you're a musician, for example, you find yourself, I'm not a musician, but I guess you find yourself going through the same chord progressions, or you can't let yourself go. And I was speaking, actually, coincidentally, on the way to the airport in Palm Springs, a musician, low doses of psilocybin, just like a gram. Not a super psychedelic.
Grams is a pretty good amount.
Well, maybe for you, but he still has he's still kind of compass mentis, right? He can still have conversation and he can still think, but everything's loosened a little bit, and it allows him to become much more free in the music that he's making. He can think of new ideas much easier. He gets out because the brain is capable of exploring novel routes. It gets out of these embedded, rigid routes that your brain has kind of established over time, and into novel areas. So you can imagine it being useful for art, or even like architecture, stories of architects going into a room, taking 15 micrograms of LSD and spending with a problem, found interesting solution. Francis Crick, who discovered the structure of the DNA molecule, reported much later on that he was using LSD at the time, and that he had a vision of this double helical structure, and that was, probably certainly one of the most important scientific discoveries of the last century, no doubt about it. And so, you might find that LSD and Carrie Mullis, who invented the PCR reaction, he also was a user of LSD, and he said, actually, that for LSD, he wouldn't have invented the PCR reaction. So psychedelics can certainly be useful in bringing creativity to what are otherwise quite rigid and strict disciplines, such as science or mathematics or things like this.
Are you familiar with John Mack, his studies?
Oh, yeah.
And his interviews with people and talking to people who had encounters like with beings and UFOs. So Carrie Mullis described a lot of these weird encounters with like paranormal encounters where he there was one specific where he walked out into the woods and encountered some dark, evil entity, and the next thing he knew, he woke up in his bed the next day. He had a lot of these weird experiences.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, certainly with psychedelics, because you're, I mean, obviously we're getting into really, really speculative territory now.
Yeah.
When we kind of start to think about the connections between the work John Mack did with abductees and the experiences of people who take DMT. Some people say, well, there's no relationship here. But even John Mack, towards the end of his life, which was tragically cut short, was hit by a car in London. Yeah,
He's looking the wrong way.
Rothschild, yeah. John Mack, at the end of his life, he started to think that these, first of all, he was a very eminent psychiatrist, that by any stretch of imagination. By all of his analyses, these individuals who were reporting being abducted were not insane. They weren't crazy people. They had these experiences. The question is what was going on? They being physically lifted from their beds and carried to ships waiting in the front garden, or was something stranger going on? And I think John Mack began to believe from reading his writing that there was something else going on, something beyond the core. There was some interaction between these beings, wherever they are, and the individual, the abductees' minds, and that perhaps they weren't being physically taken from their beds, but actually they were manipulating the neurochemistry in some way, perhaps.
So, like these beings, these gray aliens, could be similar to the elves people see on.
It's possible, yeah. We just a much closer relationship to the UFO experiences, but that's much broader now. UFO experiences, alien experiences, alien experiences, and DMT than many people have considered. Interestingly, I was just up in, as I said, Springs over the last couple of days, and I was met. So, do you know J. Allen Hynek? Of course, yeah. So we came up with the Close Encounters classification system. So I met his son, Paul Hynek. He's a really great guy, and we became friends kind of instantly. And he'd heard about my work, and I was very pleasantly surprised. Paul, who consider the alien phenomenon to be restricted to wet-brained physical beings coming planets, that there is some other, shall we say, other dimensional or trans-dimensional, or choose your words. We don't really know where these beings might come from, or the relationship between their reality and our reality. But it's something. He seems to be something non-physical, and he's become very, very interested in DMT because it grants access to what is often described as a technological domain filled with at least intelligent beings, exactly the kind of beings we might envision as being far more advanced intelligences, far more advanced alien intelligences. What would that look like? Now, okay, so this takes a little bit of getting to. Now, we could just kind of accept that and say, oh, maybe being aliens, maybe there is a relationship between intelligence. Other people have been describing the UFO phenomenon of the community and the DMT experience. To me, that's not satisfactory. I want to know why that relationship might exist. There be this connection here. So I go back to thinking about the progression of advancement of civilizations. Right, so let's take our civilization. We are humans with these wet-brained, carbon and water-based creatures that exist on this earth, obviously. And so far, for most people, when they think about aliens, they think about other wet carbon or something, it's beings that exist Lars on a different planet. It's pretty naive in a way to think like that, but that we have imagined for a long time. Because that's all we know. All we know what intelligence looks like. It looks like us, or it looks similar to us. It's physically based in this universe. But actually, I think is a grave error that we're making here for a number of reasons. This isn't kind of a fringe or cranky, woolly position that I'm taking here. It's many physicists and astrobiologists and philosophers have thought about this. If we're looking for life, other intelligence elsewhere, i.e. not on Earth, what's the best way to look for it? What's the best way to kind of make contact with this intelligence? And so far, we've been firing electromagnetic pulses into the sky in the hope that we'll get some binary missive in 25,000 years, something from some other distant star system. But that's kind of a stupid idea. Terence McKenna, what did he say? To search expectantly for a radio signal from a distant civilization is as culture-bound a presumption as to search the galaxy for a good Italian. Right? It's a great line. Right?
Great.
You know, we're so limited in our thinking. The idea that these aliens, these advanced intelligences, would be using radio signals. But I think it's even worse than that, because we think about the progression of an intelligent civilization. You have a number of phases. To me, I break it up into three phases. I have what I call the pre-technological phase. So this is us, more than 100 or so years ago. But we were a really intelligent way, at least, about communicating with other intelligences in the cosmos. We weren't doing it. We didn't have the ability to do it. We couldn't even send radio signals, right? So we can kind of forget about those civilizations, other civilizations at that level of advancement. There's no way we could communicate with them without physically going to their planet and finding them, because they don't have the technology either, right? Then we have us. We are in this technological phase. We can conceive of other intelligence elsewhere. We can conceive how we might communicate with them. We can even think about how we might ultimately leave planet Earth, how we might transcend our biology. That is something that's strongly considered now to become a form of artificial intelligence, the idea of uploading our conscious something into some computational structure, right? That's already an idea, and according to people like Paul Davis, philosopher Sue Schneider, who writes about this, it's their contention that once a civilization reaches the level of advancement where they can transcending their biology, becoming post-biological, they're probably only a few hundred years from doing so, right? So we've no longer physical instances using physical wet brain and body to kind of shape our civilization. We would be post-biological. And so that means, right, that if you think about all intelligences elsewhere in the cosmos, the number of intelligences that are within our technological phase, it's a very narrow temporal window, right? Just maybe a few hundred years. Once an intelligence reaches a technological phase, they're probably only a few hundred years from transcending their biology entirely. Yeah, becoming post-biological. You talk about what I mean by post-biological. But what that would mean is that they would be complete mode of communication we have. We couldn't even conceive of an intelligence that has become post-biological at all. And so focusing our attention on technological beings that are sufficiently technologically advanced, but still in physical, wet-brain, carbon-based forms, is restricting research to be, I don't want to give a number, but a very in the cosmos. The vast intelligence in the cosmos is to be post-biological, completely transparent to anyone. What does post-biological mean? So there are a number of ways of thinking about the advancement of a civilization, intelligent civilization like ours. So Kardashev, the Kardashev scale, have you heard of this? No. Kardashev scale is always looking at the progression of advancement of a civilization based upon how they harvest energy. So you have like type 1 to type 3 Kardashev civilizations.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, right. So you have a type 1 Kardashev civilization, which I think can control all of the energy of their host planets, their home planets, right? So we're kind of before then. We're type 0.
We're type 0, right?
Yeah, we're not even there. Then you can think of an intelligence that can control the energy of the nearest star in the solar system, right? And that would be a type 2. It's certainly not there. And you can expand that to intelligence that can control the energy of the entire galaxy. And you can keep going further and further outwards to a larger and larger scales. Then you can imagine a civilization that can control and manipulate entire galaxies, entire universes. You can imagine at higher and higher end, this Kardashev scale has been kind of extrapolated quite a bit. But imagine a civilization that can control entire universes, perhaps even entire multiverses, and able to actually create and destroy universes at will. We have no idea what an intelligence like that would look like, right? But this is how you progress in one direction. But actually, if you really think about how human civilization is progressing, we're not so much thinking about moving more and more outwards. There's some talk about populating Mars or whatever. But actually, most of our effort is directed not at larger and larger scales, but at smaller and smaller scales. Yeah. So think of the Large Hadron or Hadron Collider. Yeah. We're more and more interested in nanoscale and even smaller than that, manipulating much lower scales of reality. We're interested in chemistry. What is that? Manipulating molecules. Then down to atoms, manipulating subatomic particles, so that the interactions between subatomic particles do just to a certain extent. But you can imagine going deeper and deeper. That tends actually, the progression of an intelligent civilization tends to be deeper and deeper to the ground of reality. That's where we're trying to get. That's what the Large Hadron Collider is about. It's about understanding the fundamental structure of our reality. If you imagine this deeper and deeper and deeper, ultimately you'll get to the ground of reality, whatever. Once you develop and understand that, and we're far there, I would say, when you think about then, well, what do we do with that? How do we become a biological civilization? I don't think what you're going to do is kind of run, people might imagine like stacks of servers stacked on the nearest moon, kind of running civilization, human-centric way of thinking about it, right? It's not going to be like that. It's more likely to be that the civilization intelligence will instantiate themselves at the lowest level of reality, exploiting the fundamental computational structure of reality. That's where they're going. They're going deep down. They're not expanding to larger scales. They're going deep down to the fundamental ground of reality. That's where they've left this scale of reality, and they're deep down, and they are practically invisible. And we've no fucking idea. It's completely impossible for us to comprehend or to conceive what an intelligence like that would look like. John Barrow, the cosmologist, invented he called it the micro-dimensional mastery scale. Okay, very in mainstream, famous cosmologist, theoretical physicist. So the micro-dimensional mastery scale is that opposite to the Kardashev. It's looking at the development of civilization down, deeper and down. Yeah. Who's that? Status quo. Down, deeper and down. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, down, deeper and down. And you get to these, so it starts at type 1 minus, it's opposite the Kardashev, type 1 minus, type 2 minus, type 2 minus. Okay. And he envisioned this civilization called the type omega minus. Right? So they have got right down to the fundamental ground of reality, and they are instantiating themselves right down there. That's where they are. There's no way we would know how to communicate with them. We have no idea what they would look like. We have no idea what kind of worlds they construct for themselves. We know nothing about them. But if that is our kind of destiny in a sense, and if that's the destiny of all successful intelligent civilizations, is to achieve that, then the vast majority of intelligences within our universe are likely to be something like that. Imagine the vast majority of intelligence, it might be like 99.9% or something, we just don't know, right? Would be inconceivably strange. We can't imagine, and they would in a sense be everywhere, but nowhere at the same time. And then think, wait a minute, if that's true, what's happening when you smoke DMT? Well, you're entering this hyperdimensional world filled with these super intelligent beings in this highly complex, constructed, organic space. Is there a possibility that we are somehow interacting with this omega minus civilization? Is that what's going on here? That's the question for me, because I think to myself, how would we communicate with something, an intelligence like this? Well, we can't say signals. It seems like we can't do anything. But then I thought, well, the most obvious way for them to communicate with us, if they chose it, would be using our brains. Because why? The brain receives information directly, and it uses that information to construct the world. And so the flow of information can be gated from this other that sits on the ground everywhere right now. Our brain could begin to construct a model of that reality. It would allow it to literally world, experience that world, that allowed our brain to construct a model of their world. That's where I'm leaning to. If we take these intelligences that people meet in the DMT space, it seems to me it would be something like that, a world that is has very close, for us, incomprehensible and ununderstandable relationship to our reality. That is where I think we might be finding. That's why I think DMT might grant access to this domain.
Quantum could perhaps help us to communicate with beings that are operating on atoms, right?
It's possible, but again, we're talking probably several layers lower than atoms, right? We don't really know. I mean, we call them certain things, particle, metal particles. So that's as fundamental as we can kind of grasp. As fundamental as we know. Actually, it could be many levels below that. We just don't understand the fundamental structure of reality. So there's the problem. How these other realities, or our relationship to these other post-biological domains where these type of omega minus civilizations might reside. And so going back to what I before, right? DMT or when they enter the brain, they create this hot state, this very fluid state where the brain is much more susceptible to incoming information, to be information-driven reorganization. So that would be precisely the state in which the brain would be set to receiving information somehow. And I think it would be at the level of reality, this information coming in somehow in our brain. I don't think it's coming through, it's not coming from the normal senses, certainly. The brain is, this information is entering the brain and reorganizing it I always say you don't break through into the DMT world. The DMT world breaks through into you. It is taking control world-building machinery and using your world-building machinery to construct its. You're not going anywhere. You don't need to go anywhere. All that needs to happen is information must flow into your brain from their domain. And your brain, which is a world-building machine, as I said, will construct a model of that world.
Do you think people like Alan Hynek and Terry Mullis could have ability? Do you think there's certain people that could have the ability to tap into this without psychedelics?
Yeah, I'm not saying necessarily. DMT seems to be the most efficient. Unlike the other psychedelics, which create this, as I said, this fluid, hot state of the brain, it seems to go past this. It transcends this. You get this sudden reorganization of the emergent patterns of activity in the cortex. And this seems to be, for reasons we don't understand, makes the brain more susceptible to information-driven reorganization if that's what actually happens. Right? Of course, this is speculative. I'm not saying, yes, when you take DMT, you're communicating with advanced biological civilizations instantiated in the ground of reality. I'm not saying that's true, but I'm trying to find the compare. We do take these entities seriously, and I think we need to. I don't think it's simple to explain their presence within the DMT state. I don't think it's simple. I don't think it's easy to simply explain them away as hallucinations or as archetypal structures from the collective unconscious. There seems to be something much more profound going on here. These beings, they have clear intent into the space. They're waiting for you. They get to work. They're expecting you. They welcome you, and they have an agenda. They have an agenda, and it seems to be far more than your brain making it up. It doesn't really, in my opinion, does seem to have this ability to model these hyper-complex, hyper-dimensional realities filled with these beings that bear no relation to anything in our world. I think that we need to actually take seriously, and I say this as somebody who is something of a sober neuroscientist. I'm not one of these people who says, oh, it's the spirit world or it's the astral plane. I always avoid that because there's no explanation there for me. If you say, go into the astral plane, well, what's the connection there? How does that work? What's the mechanic? So I'm looking for some kind of coherent explanation for what's going on, and I haven't found it in the paradigm of modern neuroscience at all. I've read the interpretations. I've read the explanations of the DMT state. It's hallucination. That doesn't make sense to me. These are far too complex. They're far too coherent to just be made up by the brain. But at the same time, I don't think that we can explain it in terms of archetypal structures as well. I think there's something completely non-human going on that has no relationship to either modern or ancestral humans. There's nothing in our evolutionary past, our historical past, that can explain why people are seeing these types of non-human, extremely advanced intelligences. So I think we have to start at least entertaining the idea that there's something far, far stranger going on.
It's fascinating also that Hynek and Mullis and Parsons, like the father of rocket science, Jack Parsons is like one of the most, I think, Werner von Braun attributed a lot of his discovery to Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was hanging out with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard. Like this deep, and Alan Hynek was obsessed with, what is I know how to pronounce it, esoteric.
Well, I would. Oh, how? What I say? What would you say? Esoteric.
I've said esoteric before, but I think it's esoteric.
So esoteric or esoteric or esoteric depends. Like tomato, tomato.
Right. Okay.
I say tomato. You say tomato.
Right. Okay.
I say potato. You say no. I don't say potato. Everyone says potato. But yeah.
But yeah, he was obsessed with the esoteric stuff. And even Jacques Vallée, when Diana went into his apartment in San Francisco, she said he had a library of esoteric texts, and these texts on angels, and these books on angels, and this book that he gave her, all about the history of Satan. And he said, you need to understand this book.
Yeah, Vallée was interesting, and I was actually Paul Hynek quoted from Vallée or something. Paraphrased from him. And Vallée said that if this phenomenon turns out to just be extraterrestrials from another planet, he would find that incredibly disappointing. Mm-hmm. It seems to be something far, far more than that. That we just don't have the cognitive toolkit, I think, actually grasp what's going on here, what these civilizations are, what is their relationship between. We don't even know what our fucking reality is really built from. So the idea that we have a kind of a full grasp on other worlds or whatever. I mean, the idea of other worlds or parallel universes or dimensions, that's pretty standard cosmology or pretty standard theoretical physics. No one would rule that out, that there are other realities or whatever that might even be populated. Where you get into trouble, I think, with physics is making the claim that there is a possibility that there could interact between those worlds and our worlds. But I've always said I don't agree with that, because we don't understand we don't even understand our reality. So the idea that we understand what is or isn't possible in terms of interaction between our reality and some other reality, we haven't information. So if we do, if you do meet beings are apparently extremely intelligent, clearly quite aware of the fact that they're extremely intelligent, extremely advanced, you have to think, well, maybe they are who they say they are. We don't understand how we are establishing communication with them. Why, when you perturb the brain with a simple plant alkaloid, it allows us, it grants access to their domain, and it gates the flow of information from their domain into our brain. We don't understand that, I will admit. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible. It doesn't mean we can rule it and say that's a reasonable, feasible explanation, because it could be. Yet we just don't understand that deep connection, deep relationship between our reality and their reality.
When it comes to John Mack and his abduction books, and he's interviewing all of these experiencers, what do you make of that and what those people are experiencing? Because they're all talking about experiencing the same things, very, very similar things.
Yeah, that's what attracted me when I first read abduction books that I read. I was struck by, and the fact is, not just some coup. It's not just a collection of experiences. These are experiences that have been reported to one of the world's most preeminent psychiatrists, a Harvard psychiatrist, who didn't really want to get involved in this abduction stuff. You can imagine why. And he took a lot of academic stick for this. I mean, people wanted him out of his job. He was destroying the reputation of Harvard University by pursuing this. But he was convinced, and he obviously went into this assuming psychologically disturbed. These were hallucinations. Carl Sagan, I remember Carl Sagan, John Mack said, Carl Sagan said to him that they're just hallucinating, John. I said, what the fuck do you know about hallucinations? So that's what he had to deal with. People who didn't have his training explain away these experiences himself, couldn't explain away. And if he was to explain away, he would have done. This is not someone who was susceptible, being kind of taken in. You know, he knew about disorders of consciousness, disorders of one's neurology, you could say. And he found that these people were perfectly sane. What they reported happened to them, as far as they would happen to them. And not only that, if you read that, you will absolutely clear that there are so many different commonalities that all describe the same kind of process being taken into these highly technological environments, these beings that work on them, these particular, what appears to be reproductive agenda that they have, where they're trying to produce hybrid babies, apparently, and meeting their hybrid children and feeling great love for them. Extremely traumatic, but coherent stories. And one abductee reporting this experience, and then there's more, and there's another and another. And eventually, I think you have to say, well, there's something going on here. You can't say what it is. You can't say, okay, aliens are landing on the front lawn and going into the bedroom and removing them from there. That's a jump too far. But at the same time, what you can't say, they're just hallucinating. It's incredibly dismissive, I think, disrespectful to John Mack's intellect to claim that he was being misled. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was talking about. He's an incredibly well-trained psychiatrist. So if he thought there's something strange that we can't explain, then I don't want to appeal to authority here, but there's some people who are worth listening to and some people that aren't, and John Mack is certainly worth listening to. So I tend to focus my attention often on people who are worth listening to, and John Mack is certainly one of those.
Yeah, and then, like we were talking just a minute ago, there's this collective consciousness of human beings where, like, what's his name? Chardin's philosophy. Maybe Chardin. He basically has to be that there was like the biosphere, like living beings create the biosphere of Earth, and then there's the noosphere, which is that's him, yeah.
He was a monk, I think.
Yeah. Yes, and this noosphere is like human thought or human consciousness, how it's like this extra layer above the biology of us, and then it's like it permeates everywhere, right? And I think when it comes to like technology with screens and people seeing things like were abducted, right around that time there was this TV program that showed the gray alien being. I forget exactly what it was. But and then they like described it, and then there's all these other people describing it, and like the more and more about it, there's this collective conscious, collective understanding of what this thing is, and that's what people use to argue against this, against what those people were experiencing.
Well, I think, if you think about the noosphere, right? And, yeah, it's not so far away from what I was saying earlier about these, what John Barrow would have called the type omega minus.
Right.
These advanced civilizations that have transcended that and shaped themselves deep in the structure of reality, and they're kind of everywhere and nowhere at the same time. That sounds kind of similar, similar ideas. So I don't think it's an excuse to dismiss these things at all, because it suggests that there is what you call it. You might want to call it the collective unconscious, but I hate doing that because lot of particularly DNT users are self-described Jungians, and they say, okay, anything we can't explain, any experience that is strange or unusual, we'll just put it into the collective unconscious. That's where it came from. Yeah, it becomes really, really convenient to me, extremely convenient to just toss things into the collective unconscious, which is often very poorly described or poorly defined anyway. So I need more of a clear explanation for what do you mean when you say it's coming from the collective unconscious? What is that? I have a very neurobiological interpretation of the collective unconscious. You know, we as I said before, we didn't. Our brain wasn't dropped to ready to start building our model of reality and interacting with the environment. It's something that evolved, and there are certain patterns that developed in our ancestral history. Some really basic, fundamental ways that we interact with the world. The relationship to your mother, for example. If you think about your mother, assuming you have a good relationship, or had a good relationship with your mother, then it evokes certain feelings. There's certain ways of interacting with this figure called that. It generates a feeling of warmth, of protection, of someone you want to move towards and remain with, right? These are basic, fundamental human interactions that are wired into our neural architecture, and they're deeply embedded, and we're born with these. And when you could say this acts in with enemies in your environment. How do you respond to them? Deeply wired, emotionally laden neural structures that we're all born with. In animals, we would call them instincts. They are essentially instantiated by patterns of neural structures that have been honed and developed throughout evolution. You don't need to learn. But they're kind of very simple models. They're basic models of how we interact with our environment and with other individuals. They're quite rigid. They're very strong, and you don't need to learn they're there. But they're quite simple models, really. You need to elaborate them. So for example, there's, if you take a mouse, newborn mouse, or a set of mice running around in a cage, and you drop, and these mice have had any exposure to any animals in the environment. You drop a cat hairs into that. Those mice start very kind of fur. Yeah, they look at it. They don't want to approach it. They stop their kind of playing behavior, and they're very curious, but they're very hesitant to go near this fur. It doesn't work with dog fur. Wow, right? So they haven't learned this is how you respond to the cat here, and yet it's embedded, because that is an embedded neural structure. The relationship, the way that they interact with a cat, is one of fear, it's one of avoidance. Yeah. So these are basic models that we're all born with that. So imagine that in humans now. Slightly more complex, but still very simple models of the world and our interactions with agents in our environment are absolutely critical to our survival. Interaction, certainly in the early stages of your life, you will die if you don't know how to respond to your mother. Right. Yeah, you will die if you don't know how to snakes. If you don't know how to respond to other enemy tribes, or right. So these are important. And you have these. And so it's not surprising then that these can take the form of imageries. There's no images in the unconscious. This is an important point as well, which will surprise some people. There are images deep down. These are very simple models. Everything's about models. Everything's about models. The brain is constructing models from the lowest levels of the brain all the way up to the highest levels. The most complex models are constructed in the cortex, as I said. The model of your world. It's very active. It's a very flexible, fluid, constantly changing model. Then you have simpler models which go deeper and deeper and deeper down. The deepest levels of the brain, you have models that allow you to control your blood pressure, control your heart rate, control your breathing rate. Yeah, these are very rigid models, yeah, but they're very simple. They work. They have to work. They fail, you're dead. Yes, if you go up through the brain, these subcortical regions, you have also quite simple models of these basic interactions in other humans, for example, or certain animals. That's why people are scared of spiders. People are scared of snakes. Instinctive. Yeah, but they're simple models, and we all carry them. They're collective. This is the collective unconscious, in my opinion. Right? It's not this magical, mystical domain that these beings are inhabiting. It's those universal, inherited structures that give rise to certain images. So if I ask you to draw a mother, right, or something, or you would come up with something quite different to me. It would be based upon your personal experience. If you were to describe a mother, it would have certain basic fundamental characteristics, but it would also be coloured by your own personal experience, right? But the model itself is actually very, 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 very simple. These are the archetypal. They're not images. They're basic patterns of neural connections, neural architecture that you are born with. Neural are often described as. They're not. It's not a realm filled with creatures that are kind of living out their existence. That's not the collective unconscious, in my opinion. It's just a set of universally inherited structures that come from our evolutionary past. So we can use the collective unconscious to explain why certain types of images might emerge. We cannot use these very simple, low-level, subcortical patterns of activity, these very simple models to explain why people see higher dimensional objects, why they see extremely intelligent civilizations existing within this inordinately complex space. That doesn't make sense. You're trying to create great complexity from what are actually very simple models. It doesn't make any sense to me that you can explain away these type of experiences as archetypal. Some people would disagree with me on that, but I'm trying to find an explanation that makes sense to me as a neuroscientist, and appealing the collective unconscious to explain anything is otherwise inexplicable is a cop-out to me. It's a convenient place to drop things we can't explain, and I just don't agree that that's what the collective unconscious is.
What did you think about that video we watched about the basal ganglia? And Gary Nolan's talking about some people have a very hyperactive basal ganglia. Well, what would that do? I mean, obviously you didn't know anything about that going in.
No, I didn't. You did. And I'd have to think about it a lot more to come up with a semi-coherent response to that. But yes, we can think, we can look into the brain, but we can't. What we understand about the brain, which of course is limited, we don't know everything about what the brain is doing. We do at least know something about the way that the brain is constructed, the way that the brain evolved, at least, and the way that the brain is constructed from the very simple models down to more complex models going up. The reason we have a cortex is to allow us to build very complex models. You can't build complex models or complex models, certainly not of the models that are constructed at the cortical level, deep down in these structures. There's simply not the complexity there. So we have to be careful about appealing these lower structures to explain away experiences. But there might be a relationship. There could be a relation disturbed. It's not all going on at the cortical level. When you start the behavior of the subcortical structure as well, the brain is connected connected, everything working together. You stimulate or you inhibit or you somehow disrupt certain areas of the brain. You can have completely unpredictable effects that are going on at the higher level where you're experiencing the world. So we saw with LSD, for example, where you get this effect on the cortex, but it also causes the release. It disinhibits these lower subcortical structures, like the hippocampus, for example, which is constantly sending this memory information up into the cortex. You're allowing a flood of information into the cortex. So the brain, it's a unified, highly complex system. And so often disrupting one part of the brain can have completely unpredictable effects that you would never have predicted until you actually do it, until you actually look at it. Then you can think about, what does that mean?
Okay, so let's go into your DMTX research. How did you get into this, and how the hell did you get funding for this? This is beyond any sort of like clinical trial I have ever heard of.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, I didn't get any funding.
And you funded it yourself?
I don't personally, and I always have to correct people on this. People always talk about my DMTX study or something. I did DMTX studies in, right? I live in Tokyo. I don't give humans DMT or anything like that. So let me tell you the story. That makes sense, yeah. So as should be kind of clear, I do take seriously the idea that it's possible that we are indeed communicating with some kind of other intelligence. The location and identity and the origin and nature of which we have no idea about. So I take that seriously. So then the question arises is, well, what do we do about that? DMT reliably grants us access to these intelligences, but it is very short. It's 5 minutes, in the space. And you go up this roller coaster phase, you burst a very strange domain with these intelligences, and then suddenly, maybe just a few minutes later, it might just be 3, 4, 5 minutes later, you're being dragged back out again. Just as the state is starting to stabilize and you're starting to perhaps establish communication with these entities, you're being dragged back out. So it's not conducive to establishing stable two-way communication with whatever beings are in there. We're actually studying the space, studying these agencies, developing some kind of relationship with these intelligences to really learn about who the fuck they are. Again, if you take these intelligences seriously and you want to establish communication with them, you want to understand them, you want to know where they're from and what's the relationship between us and them. You have to stop treating DMT like a drug. Treat it like a technology that you develop. And it's a fun, kind of an important cognitive shift. Once you start treating DMT like a technology, then you think about, okay, what's the best way to use and develop this technology?
It's a crazy way to put it.
Yeah, but it's right, yeah? Because then you free yourself from the idea that this is, you think, okay, you're the technology for entering this alternate reality model, this alternate world filled with these beings. How do we develop this technology? How do we improve upon methods of administration and utilization of this molecule? That's the key cognitive and so that switch happened to me, and I thought, okay, let's think about how we can improve this technology. So it is a fascinating molecule for many reasons, not just in terms of effects, but also it has these what I call pharmacological peculiarities Unlike psychedelics, it has very short action, which is for most people merciful. Most people, 5-10 minutes in that space, quite enough. Thank you very much. Quite enough. As I said, for extended journeying in that space, to give you more time to interact with these beings and study the space, map the space, look at the geometry and the topology and the dynamics of this space, you need more time. So how do we extend the time? Well, DMT, it's short acting. It doesn't seem to have subjective tolerance. It's completely non-toxic, it seems.
What do you mean? Can you expand on the subjective tolerance part of it?
Yeah, so Rick Strassman, of course, did the largest study of DMT in humans in the 90s. And he was jumping through a lot of fucking hoops to do. No one was doing this work before him. At the end of the psychedelic dark ages, in a way, certainly in terms of academic study in humans, no one was doing it. So he had to go through a lot of bureaucracy and permits and licenses and licensing the relevant authorities that they should allow him to do with DMT. And it's as boring as possible. I propose I'm going to measure blood pressure, skin conductions, I'm going to measure his heart rate.
Didn't he do it for like schizophrenia? And didn't he get like the funding from the war on drugs or something?
He got, I can't tell you where he got funding from, but it wouldn't surprise me, right? That they might fund something as dull, and uninteresting. Right. Of course, what came out of this was all these trick reports. Became part of his book, DT, the Spirit Molecules. That was the real purpose of this study. Of course,
Healthy genius.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the, as well as simply, so he had like 60 volunteers, injected them with bolus, which means the injection all in at once or within 30 seconds. So a normal DMT trip, basically, they're there for a few minutes and they come back out again, standard stuff. But one study that he did was to look at the subjective tolerance. So if you take something like LSD, if you take LSD on day one, have your LSD trip, say 100 micrograms. If you take the same dose the next day, you'll have a much more diminished experience.
Right.
Subjective tolerance there.
Okay.
A number of mechanisms going in the brain why that is the case, but that's what you see.
So like a tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. Tolerance. The reason we say subjective tolerance to the effects. You measure the intensity of the effects in an individual. They are diminished over time. Now, Rick Strassman wanted to test whether that was still the case with DMT. So if he injected someone with DMT, then he measured the intensity of the effects using his hallucinogen rating scale, and then injected them again 30 minutes later. What is the intensity of the effect? Does it go down? And he found that it didn't go down. The intensity of the effects remained the same no matter how many times he injected them with DMT, which is kind of fascinating. But what that in itself, it's an interesting scientific result. And it's another interesting pharmacological peculiarities of DMT is it has this particular characteristic. But to me, suggested that DMT could be utilized not by bolus injection, but you could actually infuse DMT into someone's bloodstream and actually maintain a stable brain DMT concentration, and the intensity of the subjective effects would remain constant because there's no subjective tolerance. Yes, and also because it's so rapidly metabolized and removed from the brain, it doesn't build up either. Yeah, so this technology is called target-controlled intravenous TCIV. And it's established as a technology that's been used for decades in anesthesiology. So in anesthesiology, if you want to put somebody under general anesthetic, what they don't do is kind of inject you with the anesthetic and then kind of put you to sleep, because the anesthetic will rise in the brain and then it will begin to fall. So they will go to sleep, they'll become unconscious, and then they start to come out. That's no good. You want to hold someone unconscious for several hours. What you do instead is you take a very short-acting anesthetic drug with no subjective tox, so that it won't have diminished effects over time. You infuse it. You develop what's called a pharmacokinetic model. It's a model, mathematical model of the metabolism, the distribution, absorption, the excretion of the drug over time, which allows you to program this infusion device such that you can maintain a stable brain anesthetic drug concentration. You can push them deeper, you can bring them into a more shallow anesthetized state. You can have really quite good control. So this is well-established technology in anesthesiology. And my thought was, well, let's repurpose that. Let's replace the anesthetic drug with DMT. We can develop a mathematical model, the same pharmacokinetic model that's been used for anesthetics, but create it with using the data from DMT. I knew Rick Strassman had that data. He published blood, he was measuring the levels of DMT over time. So he had a model, he had of the absorption and the rise of DMT in the bloodstream and then the subsequent drop-off. So I knew he had that data, and that's the data you need to build this pharmacokinetic model. So I thought, okay, this is cool. This would be a technology for extending the T state from 5 minutes to how long you want, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, an unlimited time within certain practical considerations required. So I sent an email to Rick and said, hey, do you still have data from back in the 90s? This was in 2015. Fortunately, he had some scientists would have done, discarded or lost the data. So he had this old Excel file, which he fired back to me after about 30 minutes. And I thought, yeah, here we go. So we agreed at this point to kind of write this paper, to propose this technology. I would do the modeling, build this pharmacokinetic model, and then we would get together, we would write the paper and explain why this technology could be useful for extending the DMT state. Of course, we didn't necessarily, my aim was that this would allow us to communicate with these intelligences and spend time in the space for that reason. We didn't write that in the paper. We would probably be rejected. But we wrote that it was useful to have a much more controlled state than is possible with psilocybin.
You say, sorry to interrupt, you said it would be rejected. Who are you aiming this at? And then who are you trying to get people from?
Well, I mean, if you write an academic paper and you want it to publish in a peer-reviewed academic journal, then it must be peer-reviewed. Okay. Yeah, so you have to. There are certain constraints about things you can and can't say. Right. If you kind of say things like alien intelligence, they're just going to go, "I'm sorry, this is a bit far out. This is not our journal." We wanted a mainstream, sober, proper scientific journal. There are a lot of kooky journals out there that would have accepted it. We wanted this to be taken seriously. So yeah, we kept the paper kind of sober and not boring, but bearing in mind what we were dealing with here. We worked on the paper together, and then we managed to get it published relatively easily. The first journal we went to published the paper for us, and this was just a proof of principle model. It was basically to say, look, this technology should work. Yeah, it wasn't a technology. This sirens. It wasn't a technology or a model that was deployed in humans. We just wanted to show that, hey, DMT has the right pharmacological properties that would make it amenable to this kind of technology. And when the paper was published, it got quite a lot of attention. People were writing articles about, these scientists are building machines to communicate with aliens. A lot of kind of hyperbole.
It's a good clickbait headline.
Absolutely, yeah. And so for that reason, many people still think I am injecting people with DMT. No, that was never the aim. That I would be kind of running these studies. All I wanted to do was plant that seed in a scientific context, so to speak, and get people to notice it and pick it up, and they did. So the Imperial College team, certainly of the academic institutions, were the first to run with this idea, and they improved upon the model I produced. Wasn't by any stretch of the imagination a perfect model. It wasn't ready to go into humans. It was a back of the envelope kind of model, proof of principle model. So the Imperial team spent time recruiting pharmacologists to actually get a really good book ready would allow them to do this in humans, and they were successful. And they recruited maybe 2 or 3 years ago. They recruited a small number of volunteers for a pilot project. I think there was 11 people in this pilot study, and were successful. They published this paper very recently in the last few months, and demonstrated that they can stabilize DMT state in this study for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. It was tolerable. These people weren't freaking out. They weren't going mad. Anxiety levels at the start of the experience and then settled back down to kind of pre-dose levels, right? So these were very comfortable in the space. Their heart rate, again, same deal, blood pressure, etc. They were dealing with it very well. They were experienced DMT users, by the way. The people from the street have never taken DMT before and say, "Hey, let me infuse you." Nothing like that. That would be absurd, of course. But yeah, it was completely safe, completely tolerable. There's a group in Basel now, in Switzerland, who have extended it to 9 minutes. They just published their paper on this, and again, able to stabilize the experience in 90 minutes at several dose levels. So you can have experience where you can push it right to the breakthrough level. It's the same kind of level brain concentration as you would get by taking a couple of lungfuls of pure DMT vapor. So real proper DMT, serious DMT experiences, but extended and controllable in real time.
Now, what are they doing with these people? Like, while they're infusing these people with DMT, what are they doing specific measure stuff? Like, are they surely, is there someone sitting on a chair next to them, talking to them and asking them to talk about stuff? Are they under the DMT that are getting infused? Are they writing down notes? What are they doing?
Not at this stage. So this was really a DMT tolerability study.
Okay.
Just test people out. So no, they didn't have that. They were getting measuring things like intensity or entities. This was actually done after. I think this was done after they came back. They got them to report at certain time periods. They were being told the time: 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So they could have some connection to the outside world, so to speak. Yeah. And then after the experience, they were told to report on various characteristics of the phenomenology, subject, how intense were the effects, were there a lot of entities, scale of 1 to 10, how many entities were there, things like this. Very broad, kind of coarse-grained data. Just to establish that there wasn't nothing horrible was going to happen. This kind of stuff, which is, could have been possible, right? But what are we going to do with this then? Question. If it's safe, it's tolerable, what do you do with that? And I think you need to have real-time delivery of information from DMT space from these beings back to the being waiting on the other side. You can't remember everything.
Right.
If I asked you to remember everything that happened in 30 minutes and give me a detailed breakdown,
exactly.
You would imagine doing that in a DMT experience. No, forget about it. It's over. So what do? You need some technique which will need to be developed to actually deliver information in real time to a team waiting on the other side.
What would that look like? What sort of tool could you use to do a sort of a live sort of like relay of what these people are experiencing?
Well,
how coherent are you when this is happening?
Remarkably, actually, what I hoped would happen is that the DMT state, as I said, initially it's this roller coaster phase. It's disorientating. You don't know where the fuck you are. You don't know what's happening. Everything's moving and changing very rapidly. And I was hoping that once the brain settles into constructing this alternate reality model, which is what it's going on here, that it would stabilize and that the experience would, it would still, of course, progress and quite rapidly. Things would change. It would be more stable, more navigable, more coherent over time. And that seemed to happen over time. So that suggests that, yes, you can navigate the space and to establish communication with the being within the space would be possible. Then your question out in real time. And there are a number of ways you can think about this. One is, of course, verbally. You can ask them to describe what's going on. Alternatively, you might have, now very interestingly, had a machine. He was most known for LSD. But he had a deep interest in DMT as well. And he developed this device called the experiential typewriter, which was typewriters really, one in each hand, with a number of keys. And each key was mapped to a certain feature of it, some kind of feature of the subjective experience. And so you would go under, you would be in DMT space, administer DMT, break through into the DMT space, and then you would, rather than having to speak, you would use a board, which you would need to be trained, of course, to deliver information. And they had one of these old, like, paper roll, pen, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So Timothy Leary, in a way ahead of his time here. He was already thinking about how do we get information back. So you can imagine something like that. It would be much more sophisticated, of course, than what Timothy Leary could have constructed at the time. But it was something like that. You would have some kind of device that you would have to be trained upon. These voyagers would be trained to control this in real time and deliver type of information. Now, what information looked like? Here you need specialists, you need linguists, you need mathematicians, you need cartographers, you need artists, you need theologians, you need philosophers, you need people with different specialisms to think about what kind of information can we bring back here. How can we make sense of information in real time? You also might use artificial intelligence. Something I've been thinking about a lot recently is can we train? It's like if I speak in a foreign language, you can't understand. If I start speaking Japanese now, I won't do it, but I'll embarrass myself. But if I start speaking Japanese now, then someone who's spoken is obviously, or an artificial intelligence would know that I'm speaking Japanese. If I start speaking the DMT language, in other words, if I start delivering information out of the DMT world occurring to me, whether it's device, whether it's verbally, or even perhaps measuring neural activity, nobody on the outside, the people, might be able to make sense of this, but an AI might. In the same way an AI might be able to decode some language that I'm speaking. If I started speaking Latin or something, the AI would detect that I'm speaking Latin and decode that, translate it into English. You can think of an AI as being able to decode and try to make sense of this information coming out of the DMT space and make sense of it, and to maybe can reconstruct the geometry of the space. Try to think about what he's talking about certain patterns. Is there a math formalism used here to think what's the dimensionality of this experiencing? If you go into a 7-dimensional, right? People do describe this consistently, not 7-dimensional necessarily, but going into high-dimensional spaces. How do you test whether someone really is? They say to you, look, I was in the world, it seemed to have more dimensions than normal. These elves, these fucking little elves were coming, and they have they were seeing these impossible objects, instance, these 7-dimensional Fabergé eggs, as Tess McKenna used to call them. How do you prove that they really are experiencing a higher dimensional object? It seems impossible without getting you could get a mathematician to go into the space. Even a mathematician probably would know how to formalize mathematically what a 7-dimensional object or 7-dimensional space looks like. You can do the math quite easily, relatively easily, I guess. But actually, being able to conceive what a 7-dimensional object would look like is impossible. You can't do it. Our brains, and again, this is why DMT is so confounding. The brain can't construct 7-dimensional spaces. It's used to constructing a 3-dimensional space. And again, and off on a tangent here, that's so why DMT is kind of very difficult to explain. Why can the brain start constructing high-dimensional worlds? You can prove that these worlds really are experiencing higher dimensional worlds, 7, 8, 9 dimension. That in itself gives some way that we're dealing with that this really is some other reality that we're interested in here. So how do we prove it? The usual tests that you might give subjects. But you might ask subjects to describe what they're seeing, describing the way describing the kind of that they're seeing, the kind of structure. If you get someone experienced, perhaps a topologist or an algebraic topologist or some other high-dimensional mathematician in that space, they can describe, I'm seeing this, I'm seeing this, I'm seeing this shape, I'm seeing this shape, form, this particular AI. Integrates all that information and says, oh, it looks like this individual is within a 6-dimensional space or something. You see what I mean? Right. So it can interpret data just looks like fragmented information, bring it together and say what kind of person experiencing. So I think it could be really, really cool if you get an AI that's trained on higher dimensional data set. Right. It can reduce the mathematical formalism and say, okay, this is a 6-dimensional space that this person is experiencing. That would be fucking wild if that could be achieved.
If we could achieve this and figure out exactly what this is, how many levels, how many dimensions, map this other world that people are going to better, what would that mean for us? And what sort of what could we use this for? And what would be the implications of being able to get some sort of a grip on what's going on there and what it is?
Well, I think there are a number of levels here. So, first of all, the fact that we have access to a world, the fact that our brain can construct that there's no relationship to our reality, that is inordinately complex and rich and dynamic and filled with intelligent beings. That in itself is remarkable. That in itself is worthy of study. There's no doubt about it. So I think even if you don't accept that we're interfacing with some actual other autonomous intelligence, even so, it's a state of consciousness that should be studied. So minimally, the technology should be developed to explore this space. I think that. But I think if we definitively demonstrate that these are worlds that are higher dimensional, that are in ways impossible, seemingly for the brain to construct, then we're in a difficult situation. Well, orthodox scientists are in a very difficult situation because they're faced with the data. They're faced with the DMT grants you access to worlds that the brain shouldn't be able to construct, which suggests that indeed there is perhaps some interface, some interaction, some negating of the flow of information from some other domain, reality filled with actual intelligences exist from that, be the most profound and shattering discovery in the history of humankind. No doubt about it. Fuck the wheel, man. This is light years ahead of that. We cannot comprehend of the kind of uprooting of our place in the cosmos, our place within reality. Not only intelligences exist, and not only inside ours, but that it exists elsewhere in another domain, not within our universe. A close relationship in some hidden way to our universe, and that we can communicate with these intelligences with such facility as inhaling a couple of lungfuls of this simple ubiquitous plant alkaloid. That to me would be, well, words for the significance. There's a small chance that that's what we could be dealing with. We must be.
You know, this is really interesting too when it comes to some of the stuff that Graham Hank is talking about with ancient civilizations and of this evidence of Göbekli Tepe, which is like 12,000 years ago, and even the pyramids of Egypt, and some of these other things that we found around we can't explain with things that we could not construct today if we wanted. Right. And people, you know, like some high technology, you know, what sort of have some enormous scale pulleys or saws that cut some of the hardest stones exist on Earth that we can't even do. But like, think about it the way you're talking about it. Is this high technology inside of us?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it is. We are constructing these realities. The fact that the brain constructs these realities, as I've said several times, is in itself remarkable. It suggests that there's some ability there that we weren't aware of. It suggests that I've often described this idea that we have this hyperdimensional heritage. It's a world that's not so alien, but a world which we have become alienated. DMT grants us this brief but astonishing glimpse at this remarkable hyperdimensional heritage. Where does that heritage come from? Why is DMT why is the brain able to shift effortlessly and so fitly into constructing this alternate? Does it suggest that there is a distant relationship? Maybe some ancestral function? Was DMT an ancestral neuromodulator in some way? Was it present at much higher concentration in our brain in prehistory? We don't know. But that might explain that perhaps there's been some kind of degrading of the function-producing DMT over time within this consensus reality and more alien or disconnected from this other reality. And perhaps there were earlier humans tens of thousands of years ago, or perhaps even who were more connected to this other access, whether through exogenous DMT plants or whatever, or perhaps more likely so at times DMT levels in the brain were rising.
Their endogenous DMT was higher.
Their endogenous DMT was higher, and I wrote a paper back in 2013 where I suggested that perhaps ancient function was, so you can imagine DMT levels in a kind of diurnal cycle. So they drop down during the day when we're interacting with the normal waking world, the consensus world, the environment. We need to be very, very aware of our environment. When we're asleep and we're dreaming, this is when D levels rise and allows us access in the dream state this alternate reality. So these would be ancient DMT dreams, if you like. We live kind of parallel lives, both in this world and at night we would be interacting with this alternate reality, perhaps receiving information that we could use then in these kind of amazing structures and amazing kind of technologies they had in those days. That's it. I'm not saying it's true idea. And since we've lost that, I'm alienated from that world. Also, perhaps why with DMT, there is a profound sense of deja vu and familiarity. Deja vu, you really get this sense that this is the most fucking bizarre experience I've imagined, and yet, sometimes it is, I know this place, I've been here, they welcome back, you know, the light flashing, the bells are ringing, your name lit in lights, he's returned, seen you for so long, Terence McKenna used to say, right? It's kind of like that. There's so many people describe that, of being like we've been so very And that would make sense if there was some much deeper relationship with that reality in our ancestral past. Some of that neural architecture, those inherited structures I was talking about, have been degraded but still carried with us, and we kind of reactivate ancestral function by consuming endogenous DMT rather than relying on endogenous DMT. You're going back to those same kind of worlds that these ancient humans would have been experiencing using perhaps endogenous DMT levels.
Right.
That's a cool idea, right?
Great idea. I mean, it does make sense, especially like the evidence of the younger drives cataclysms that wiped out civilizations. A couple proto that survived possibly, and they were much more primal. Yeah, maybe we didn't go in the right direction.
Got it. Yeah. So we became more cement in our concept model of reality, and we completely lost touch with that. We're rediscovering it now. What's interesting is we're rediscovering at a time when we needed time to develop ourselves, to become more. So now we know more, perhaps, about we rediscovered this space just when we. 1956, right? Just as we were becoming a really clearly technological species, right? We are at the stage in our advancement where we're beginning to think about other intelligences elsewhere. Right. That's the time DMT comes back. It's rediscovered, and we're starting to learn to use it and go back into reconnect ourselves to this other domain, but with much the cognitive and technological tools at our disposal. So I see DMTX as being part of that rediscovery and redevelopment of DMT as this technology for reacquainting and reconnecting with this domain, with the intelligences that are resonant within it.
So what are you working on currently? Like what state are you at, DX, and like what's next for it?
As I said, I'm not exactly.
I know you're not right. You kind of developed
just the kind of the model, and I think you imagine 100 different ways this kind of research, and you can have research groups, by the way, picking up on this and developing their own protocol. And what do you do? Can you perform experiments within the space? Can you establish stable communication with the intelligence? Can you decode their language? Can you map the space to some extent? Map the geometry and topology of the space? Is that possible? We've discovered a new world. This is a far stranger. Imagine when Columbus landed on the United States. It was right.
Yeah. Columbus.
A new frontier, right? A new world. Mm-hmm. Immense possibilities lay before. Yeah, and here we are now. After all that, not that long actually, a few hundred years, right? Now imagine we're saying kind of fate discovered a world that is instantly stranger, complex, and vaster than anything that Columbus dreamt about. So you are quite literally endless, endless worlds, endless landscape, endless intelligence. It's like it's unfathomable what we might have discovered here, and the potential for how we might use it, how we might explore, navigate, study, establishing relationships with the intelligence within the space, thinking about the nature of them, what we can give to them, maybe.
Dude, thank you so much for doing this. We just did 3.5 hours. That was absolutely fascinating. So which one of these books is your most recent book? The Reality Switch Technology?
Switch Technologies.
Okay. Can I do that? Absolutely. Hold it right next to your face. A little bit back. There you go. Perfect.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so the Reality Switch Technologies is my latest book. So,
and let's just hold up the other one too. The freaking cover is so cool.
Yeah.
You designed it yourself.
Well, got full color. This is a digital early computer game
called Alien Information Theory.
Yeah.
Psychedelic drug cheese and the cosmic game.
Yeah, so that's a very speculative metaphysics kind of book about speculating about what is possibly the relationship between our reality and this alien intelligence, and what is the relationship between those and DMT. So it's very speculative. It's kind of one vision. The idea is to get people thinking about what we really understand, what could actually be true, the actual truth of the matter is probably far stranger. Reality is just strange poses, stranger than we can pose. And I want to get people thinking about what could really be the origin of our reality, where we might be heading. T-Switch Technologies, my second book, is about talking about, today I was thinking about the idea of the brain as a world-building machine. It's also a world-building tool. So you can think about the brain can access these, construct alternate realities. The T reality, for example, in T worlds. You can also construct these strange, bizarre, salvia worlds. You can also reach other kind of world using ketamine, using the propane alkaloids, scopolamine. You've got brain can construct a large number, perhaps a practically infinite number of worlds, psychedelics. Whether these worlds are real spaces or whatever, the brain can construct them. So you have this, like, you think of the brain as this tool that you can choose, world-building machine you can tune using these molecules to reach these spaces. So I wrote this book, and it's also really, in my opinion, the most detailed and comprehensive and thorough guide to how psychics work in the brain. That's what I wanted to write. It didn't exist. Really good that anyone, not a neuroscientist, pharmacologist, anyone that's curious and interested and willing to spend the time with the book. It's not an easy read by any stretch of the imagination, but if you want to develop a really deep understanding of psychedelics, the human brain, from molecular all the way up to the cortical level, the world-building level that we've been talking about. This book will do it. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for doing this stuff. I mean,
very well.
It's often that people like you with your level of education are so worried about being labeled as a kooky guy, or they're too worried about not being taken seriously stuff in just like this boring, bland, undigestible way. You've done it in a phenomenal, incredible, immersive, entertaining way. The way you created your books and the way you talk about it too. It's so fascinating. So like, kudos to you doing that and having the balls to dive into this, being worried about being taken seriously.
Well,
really cool.
I mean, I piss off everybody. I mean, on the kind of the scientific side, the really kind of rigid scientific side, they say that I'm being into realms that I haven't been to. Whatever. On the other side, you have the more mystical kind of spiritual guys who say, "Oh, you're too reductionist." I sit in this bit on my own, right in the middle of those. So I'm used to kind of attacked on those. I don't care really. I'm not in university anymore. I'm just a writer. So thinks that I'm a kook. I just present ideas. I think a lot about these molecules and their potential and about reality, and present these ideas, but hopefully to get people thinking about the nature and how psychedelics manipulate of our reality. And people can from that what they like.
Well, thank you for doing it. Florida from Tokyo. I'll link the books below so we can find them.
Thank you very much, Dan. Absolute joy.
Thank you. Good night, world.
Except those drugs, everything you're doing. Yeah. Just like when you're actually shit now, you should have seen it 10 years. Cocaine and drinking. Yeah. There's no emotional connection. You just stuck there. Whenever I see a young comic on stage, I never thought. I always thought you were like the rest. I don't know why.
You are a professor of religion. And religious studies, but
yeah, it makes sense. He's up to the shots. People gonna start setting up shots. Who's not gonna do a shot? This podcast won't hit that time. He lost by 2 pounds. He lost by 2 pounds, but they're both obese, so I think they already estimate him.
It's a multidisciplinary group, and some of us are geologists, some are historians. Our method is that we take a step back from belief. We study belief and how belief informs practices and worldwide movements and things like that. Religion is a very powerful. People will die for their religious belief. So we're academic, and we don't actually, I don't tell my students what I believe. because I don't think it's helpful. We're learning about religion. We're not advocating religion. But yes, believe in God. But it's not part of my goals. It's, we atheists. Some of the best people in my field are atheists.
Oh.
So it's not a pastor or a priest or something like that. I actually did get a master's degree along information, Jesuit mission, from the Jesuit School of Theology, was affiliated with Berkeley. It is part of the Graduate Theological Union, very similar to Harvard Divinity School, but Berkeley's version. And then I went on to PhD from Syracuse University in religious studies, which is a field of international academics who study religion. A lot of people are religious who study religion, but a lot of them are not as well. So that's the first thing, is I just want to get clear what the method is. And I've been a person who studied Catholic history for my whole career until I moved over into studying belief about UFOs. And I took my method with me to study that. And we could talk about how I got into studying UFOs, because I think that's interesting. But I read the method to study UFOs, which means we don't have to believe in UFOs. I'm not out to prove that UFO crash debris are real, and this is the subject of American Cosmos' first book on UFOs, but not my first book. So I think that's something to know, is that I'm not out here crying for a government disclosure or whether or not these materials are actually real. I'm out to study the impact this belief has on populations of people, mainly states, but globally now.
Did your early childhood have anything to do with your interest in religion and religious studies? Would you have a very religious childhood and upbringing?
Okay, so
too fast. Did your studies and your work at all influence your outlook or your worldview on that?
Yeah, I do think that people are impacted by how they were brought up and also what happens around them in culture. So, of course, I'm not exempt from that. That said, I didn't grow up in a particularly religious household at all. My parents were what I would call from California, North California, and it was and still is an eclectic culture, where there's New Age beliefs and things like that. So my parents were pretty eclectic. My father was Irish Roman Catholic. My mother was pretty secular Jewish, and they were interested in a lot of things, philosophy. So we did have a library of books about philosophy, and I read those as a kid. And I was very interested in religion and philosophy. And I did make the decision to study this pretty young. So yes, I think I was really interested in how people would have pretty extraordinary experiences, and these would shift their lives. And I was interested in why. You also have to understand that I went to graduate school during the late 90s, which was the time period of the dot-com boom. And so I'm in California. Technology is just kind of flourishing at this time. And I'm seeing that the infrastructure is changing the way people believe in their religion. And so the digital infrastructure, especially media technology, like Star Wars and things like that, people are beginning to have these, I would call them almost like mystical beliefs about things, like the Force is with you. And it was impacting their religious beliefs. And so when I went to school, not only did I study ancient texts about different religions, but I also studied the ways in which people took their own beliefs and they incorporated, the lexicon of Star Wars into those beliefs as well. And they were part of the whole landscape. So I really focused on technology and religious belief. That was like my focus, all through studying Catholic history and also studying.
I'm sure religion and belief for a long time before you ever even thought of. What was it that introduced you to this? Like, what was that? What was the moment like when you first got introduced to this and started to look into it? And what were the biggest connections between the logic of the UFO phenomenon compared to early Christianity?
Right. That's a good question. This happened in late 2011, 2012. And I had just finished a very major project that culminated in a book about the Catholic doctrine of purgatory. which is an afterlife destination for souls who don't quite make it to heaven, but are definitely not going to hell. Okay. And this doctrine kind of had fallen off the map for Catholics, and I wanted to know why. And so I did a lot of study of old materials in archives, manuscripts, things like that. And so I also talked about Catholic popular culture and how that shifted this belief. And so at the end of that, I had a long catalog of reports of aerial phenomena from 1400, 1600, 1700 European Catholicism, that I didn't quite, in different languages, by the way, and I didn't quite understand what they were about. A lot of times people believe that these were either angels, sometimes flying houses, sometimes souls from purgatory. And so I kept these, and I knew that they were really interesting, but I didn't quite make the connection. I thought, I wonder what this is about. So I finished my book. My book was in press, and I'm on to the next book. But I'm thinking that it's not going to be about that stuff. It's going to be about a Catholic bishop who was one of the first Catholic bishops in the States. And I show a friend of mine this catalog, and I say, what do you think of these reports? And he looked through the reports, and he said, oh, these look like Steven Spielberg films. I mean, it looks like UFOs. And I thought he was silly because I was a person who scoffed at this belief. It was a coincidence, but there was a conference in my town for people who are experiencers, UFO experiencers. So I went to that, and I heard them talk about their experiences, and I saw that the experiences that they were having were like an exact match with the experiences that I had cataloged from hundreds of years ago up to the present. I recognized that this was a continuous pattern, and it kind of blew my mind at the time. I was like, wow. So I did a little more exploring, and I started to look at primary source material from Catholic experiences, like from saints like Teresa of Avila, Saint Francis of Assisi. And when I started to read the primary source material, I saw that it was also very similar to what you would see in John Mack's, because at this point I read John Mack's book, Abduction. And it literally, these experiences of the saints could be other chapters in his book. And so at the time, I knew Jeff Kripal, but he's a professor at Rice University who looks into this type of thing. And I told him, I said, have you seen this? And he at first said, no, Diana, no, I don't think so. And then I took some of the stuff that I had translated and sent it to him. And so they're talking about little beings and aerial phenomena and other things that happened in John Mack's book. And he was blown away too. And that was the beginning of my writing about UFOs to modern day reports of UFOs, and honestly didn't think I was going to experience when I went into studying. I thought it was going to be a natural progression of moving from, using this method that I studied into modern day with UFOs. Honestly thought it was going to be pretty easy to do. But when I got into the community of seeing UFOs, I immediately saw that there was a lot of government misinformation, truthfully, and I also, met high-level scientists that were studying in these programs, and I didn't actually. They wanted to know what I knew about it. They were interested in my field. They thought that they could learn from me. So this is what happened, and this is how I wrote my first book about UFOs and my second book too. So I found myself in an environment that was absolutely completely different from anything I had ever studied before.
Now, when you say these experiencers that you met with, their experiences were an exact match of what you were reading in some of these old texts. Mm-hmm. Can you give me some specific examples of what was the thing that stood out to you the most?
Yeah. So this would be disturbing for people who are fairly literally Catholic, right? And by the way, I am a practicing Catholic, so it was a little bit scary to read, But so if you look at Teresa of Avila, she's a nun who is now a doctor of the church. She's a very well-known, beloved saint in the Catholic Church. She had an experience with what she considered to be an angel. But when you look at the primary source material, this is in the 1500s in Spain, and it's during the time period when there was an Inquisition, Spanish Inquisition. So it's not like she would want to have talked about this, but she did write about it in her diary. And so she had this experience where she was basically praying, and off to her side she saw something that she couldn't really understand. It was a being, and it was about 3 feet tall, and she said it was very shiny, and she said she was confused by it because when she saw angels prior to this, they would be imaginative angels. Something she made the distinction that this was not an angel in her imagination, but this was an actual fleshy thing. She saw it, and so she was confused. She didn't know what kind of angel it was, and she said it must be a cherub.
A cherub?
That's what she said.
What is that?
Well, it's a type of angel. So in Catholic history, you have different types of angels. And so the cherub is going to be kind of a little angel, childlike looking. And so but you could tell that she wasn't even sure it was that. And so this, by the way, can only be known by reading her work and looking at her own description of the event, because this is a very representative encounter in Catholic history. And there's a very famous statue in Rome by Bernini, who is a sculptor, and you see her, and it's this little angel, and it has a dart. So you know how John Mack talks about an instrument that people are examined with? So apparently this little fleshy angel creature examines her. And this was amazing because it was just very strange.
She said it examined her?
Well, it
looked at her?
Okay. So you have to understand translation from that time period.
Okay.
So let's be super clear.
Okay.
So when I say, I'm using the word examine, but probably I should not have used that word. It basically said it took this dart and it thrust it into her entrails. Those are the words that she used. It was something that I didn't expect to see. So this would be the example, but there were many more examples that weren't as famous. That's the most famous example, the one that Catholics would know about. But there are a lot of examples that I had that no one would know about because they're not digitized and they're in old manuscripts. And there's lots of these, by the way, at the Vatican Archive and the Vatican Private Archive, which is also known as the Secret Archive. And literally miles of these kinds of things and experiences.
Did you read this when you went there?
Yeah, I read a lot of. I did go there, and I took one of the people that I was a scientist who was studying this too, and we both went there and looked at this. He was really interested in these experiences because he was also trying to get data for what he was studying.
And this is the guy you call Tyler D in your book, right? He keeps his name pseudonymous because he can't be exposed. How long after you started researching this stuff did you meet him?
Pretty
quickly?
Yeah, pretty quickly. So.
And how did you get introduced to him?
Okay, so he reached out to me, and he, said that he was interested in this field, and he was working in this space program. He was a mission controller, and I wanted to know why he was in my work, because I didn't make the connection that it had anything to do with space, space stuff. And so he explained that a breakthrough in his field was going to come from my field, and so we communicate. You have to understand that 2013, 2014, I was still pretty reticent to talk with people who were affiliated with government stuff because it wasn't my field. It wasn't something that I ever thought people would be interested in. So it took me about a year and a half to actually meet him in person. And so immediately I met a lot of people. I met the people that, you call the invisible callers. I met some of them. So for a person who didn't believe in UFOs, had no understanding of the history, he thought it was all hokey, this is really a strange experience.
and you met other people like Gary Nolan, who came out. He was pseudonymous in the first book, and then he kind of like revealed who he was. What was the connection between all these people?
Okay, so they're all studying what they believe is the modern day, encounter with non-human intelligence.
But they weren't studying it publicly, right?
Well, no, nobody was studying it publicly. This was all before 2021, before the Pentagon, reported that there were programs and that they were studying this. So this was all, and honestly, you have to understand, I didn't believe, even when I was in New Mexico, because I did travel to New Mexico with Gary and Tyler, and we went to an alleged craft site. I was still under this idea that they were somehow misinformed, or their belief was really strong, and I needed to know why they believed this, because they were both incredibly intelligent people, public intelligent people. And so that's why I went. I knew that there was a rising belief in UFOs, and I was trying to understand it. And these guys were like a key to understanding it. So Tyler had said, I don't think you believe in the physical parts of UFOs, and I want to take you to a place where you'll believe after that. And I was like, okay, I'm taking my friend. So I had originally asked Jeff Kripal to go with me, but he said, that's outside my comfort zone, Diane. I'm not going to do that. And so then I asked Gary. I had actually just met Gary, and he was really impressive to me, not just by being who he is, a Stanford professor, but also just really genuinely fascinated by the topic. And he jumped at the opportunity to go. And I also knew that he would be the person to go. If we were going to look for anything, it would be Gary who could figure it out. And so, after a while, Tyler was okay with that. But at first he wasn't okay with that. And then he looked into Gary and he said, yeah, let's go. So we went to the New Mexico desert, and
you were like blindfolded, or?
Yeah, we had to accept to be blindfolded to go into this place. And we went there, took off the blindfold, spent all day, accumulating what they believed were UFO debris from a crash that occurred sometime in the late 1940s. And it wasn't Roswell.
And you actually found something when you guys were there during that specific day? We
did, yeah. And it was hard to get. I mean, the place looked like it had rubble. Well, it did. It had rubble all over it. And Ty told me that the rubble was from disintegrated tin cans from 1950s. And this was something that the editor of the book wanted me to take out, because she said, I don't understand why you'd go to, well, she understood why I went to the place, but she said, why would the government put all this stuff out in the middle of nowhere, tin cans? We just need to take that out. And even though I didn't understand at the time, I said, look, we have to keep it because it's still data. And so we kept it in.
And what was found?
Okay, so I'd find the two different types. One looked like almost like frog skin, metallic frog skin, and some other stuff that looked like it just looked like, honestly, I don't know.
Metallic frogs?
Yeah, it was just, both were really strange. I still didn't believe. Even after Gary got stopped at the airport and things happened like Tyler said they would happen. And I still don't know. I still don't know what to think about that. But that did happen. That was part of studying what I was studying.
And how did that alter or affect the trajectory of your research after that? Like from then on out, obviously you had met Gary and you and Gary had become friendly, but how did that experience going to that alleged crash site affect your mind and your thinking around this whole topic?
Yeah. Okay. So I think that we have to see that this is, in its very most basic sense, this is a belief that would be considered by people in my field as a mythology. This idea that we have parts of craft from extraterrestrials, and we're back engineering those for technology. This is actually an old myth. This is, the Greeks had the myth of Prometheus. Prometheus was a, god person who gave humanity fire, which was a tool and a technology, gave humanity technology. So this is like the modern Promethean myth. That's how I was looking at it. But it's something more than that. And that's really what I was trying to figure out. So while I was writing the book, it was incredibly difficult to write as an academic because I felt like this is more than a myth. It's really interesting is going on here. And I'm in the midst of it and I have to write about it. How am I going to write about it? Because generally a person in my field is going to write this academic book that basically says, I was on this journey with these people, they believed this, and they keep their distance, but I felt like I couldn't keep my distance, that I was within the myth itself. And so I wrote it kind of as a journey of how I was writing it, actually. So even the book itself was not a typical academic book, even though it was published by Oxford. It's a book that explores not just their belief, but also the interface of me, a non-believer, even skeptical, going through this process, seeing the people involved, seeing how the government's really interested in it as much as people are, normal everyday people, and this being kind of a very important turning point in history, really historic. And yes, so I guess even with the second book, I kind of continued on that journey of describing it, basically.
How do you explain what's going on now, like in the public media, like the public facing media, with like the Pentagon reports and the New York Times talking about and declassifying all these radar encounters with these Navy pilots are finding, and publishing these videos and saying that it's off-world technology? What do you think? I know you said that you encounter a lot of misinformation and disinformation on this topic, and that there's a lot of enters into muddying the waters. What is your take on in the last however long it's been, like 6 years or whatever, that the U.S. has been trying to make this more public facing? Why do you think that they're doing this?
Yeah. Okay. So again, if you go back to what I study, which is the religion, you'll see that in mostly the traditional religions, like the big religions, and since Christianity is my field, I'll use that as an example. The early Christian church was completely different than the kinds of churches that were institutionalized, radically different. And what happens during the process of an institutionalization of belief. So this happens with the Roman Catholic Church. They take the Christian belief and then they institutionalize it in the 4th century. And how they do that is they make other beliefs about Christianity heretical. So you have Gnosticism, for example. Those books are burned. We do have Gnostic texts, but
What is Gnosticism?
Gnosticism is a form of Christianity that sprung up in the first 300 years of Christianity. And there's different types of Gnosticism, so different, we would call them denominations. People believe that the knowledge of Jesus, or the knowledge that Jesus had, is something that they experience themselves, like the Holy Spirit. They feel it. It's more like an experiential knowledge. Mm-hmm. The way I talk about Gnosticism to my students is I say, take a chocolate bar. Okay, would you rather know the chocolate bar by eating it or by reading the ingredients on the back? So it's an intimate knowledge of something.
Okay.
That's Gnosticism.
That makes sense.
So the Gnostic Church was like almost eradicated at that point, or it was submerged into the Roman Catholic Church. So this is the type of thing that you see. You see the institutionalization. And through institutionalization comes some suppression of voices. And so you're going to expect to find that. That's what I'm looking at. And I look at that in the second book. So I was like, okay, we're institutionalizing this belief now about extraterrestrials. What are the voices that are being not heard or drowned out? And why is there so much misinformation? So it's a control of information that you see happening, and that's what's happening now.
And with early Christianity, before it got institutionalized, it was suppressed, right? Like you explained to me how earlier offline, how Jesus was like spreading this message, and it was like in the Roman Empire, it was frowned upon, and people were punished for practicing this religion.
Yes, so being Jewish in the first century was hard,
Right.
and so there were many groups that were trying to exist, and Jesus's movement was one of those groups. There was another group that were zealots. They believed in armed rebellion, but there weren't enough of them, so they couldn't pull it off. So Jesus was basically teaching Jewish people, his congregation, the people who would listen to him. He would always talk in parables and things like this. Basically, he was talking to people who were ready to listen to him. He was okay with not everybody listening to him, by the way. So he had a very specific message. And so he was basically imparting this to groups of people. And his followers loved him so much that they called him the Son of God. Well, at the time, it was Caesar who was the Son of God. So we tend to look back and think that they had this, the people during that time period had this mythology called, they had the Greek and Roman gods, and that was their mythology. That was actually their religion. So Jesus's followers were identifying him as primary and the Son of God, kind of like the head honcho, against Caesar, and that would be called treason. And so the punishment for treason is crucifixion. So he was crucified for treason.
So who was God?
Okay, so God would be, if you look at, God is either Apollo or Zeus. That so there's but they had somewhat of a pantheism, an idea of there were various different forms of belief in God. So obviously Jews had their own idea of God. So it was competing divinities at that time.
I can easily see the parallels in between how the institutionalization of Christianity and the easy for you to say, institutionalization of the UFO phenomenon, how it has always been like this incredibly stigmatized topic, and now they're making it more mainstream so people can, there's so many blockbuster TV shows that cover this topic. It's almost unfathomable. But that's the thing, that the government isn't necessarily talking about the ancient aspect of it or the religious side of it. They're talking about it as it's just technology or like quote unquote aliens possibly.
Yeah. So I think this is interesting. I think that the one thing that shifts this, makes it different from the Christianity example, I would say that UFOs right now are having a Christianity moment where there's, institutionalization going on. But the one thing that's different is that whereas the other was the focus on we have the divinity, or we, the Catholic Church is the one who has the access to the divinity. It's an interesting shift in that this divinity is secularized.
Can you define secular?
Oh yeah, secular is not religious.
Okay.
There's no religion here. But that completely goes against what I'm looking at. So I'm happy to call it secular if that's what I found. Like I said, I don't care. I'm not here promoting, the existence of this or that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just doing my job, which is basically to see what I see and then make conclusions based on what I know and the data. And so what I find is that the very people who are most immersed in the study of even the quote unquote technology are having experiences that I would call religious-like experiences. And these are changing them and shifting them. They live really almost like monastic or ascetic lives. So to not include that as data is probably, let's just put it this way. I think it's interesting. I'm including it because that's what I see. So I think that the public-facing aspect of it, not including that data, I think that there are probably reasons for that. One of which is they probably just aren't trained. They don't know. They miss it. So here's an example. The recent James Fox film about the Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay, so love his stuff. He's great.
He is great.
Yeah. So, and I talked to him, I don't know, about 10 years ago. We were at a conference, and he said, so tell me about the religious aspects of this stuff, because I don't see that connection. And so, I kind of, at the time, told him a little bit about it. But
this was 10 years ago, he asked you that?
Yeah, about 10 years ago. However, this last video of his, moment of contact. Yeah.
So, Varginha, Brazil, there was a crash landing, and apparently there was a being that was running around town for a couple of days that was captured by the military. Or two beings, rather.
Yeah. So this was fascinating to watch, mostly because, to me, what was interesting, he's bringing he's bringing the framework of what I would call the secular idea of the UFO as extraterrestrial, crash lands, and then the government covers it up, and people are
Men in Black.
Yeah, intimidated, and the being looks really creepy, these kinds of things. So all those elements are there. But what's also there, but what gets completely missed generally, is that this is a Catholic country. And the people that first see the being, they're like, what is it, a demon? It's not a human. So they identify it, and there's a lore to demons as well. And part of that lore is that they have cloven feet, and they have a really terrible smell like sulfur. And both of these are mentioned many, many times. They come up repeatedly in the video. And I'm thinking, if I ever see him again, I'll say, hey, you brought up a lot of the religious stuff. But of course, he didn't see it because he's coming from a secular framework. But a person trained in religious studies is going to see that, or a Catholic see that. Somebody who's very Christian, they're not going to miss it.
Yeah, this kind of blew my mind. Told me this last night. You mentioned the clovis feet, the smell of sulfur, and this is so you're about a lot in some of these Catholic texts.
Yes. So I'm not saying that's what it is, because I don't do that, but I'm pointing out that when people had these experiences in 1500, 1600, these are the same kinds of things that they would say. They would say it smelled like sulfur. They would talk about the feet and experiences that have patterns, historical patterns. But this is just one example.
A wild example, and like I said earlier, there's really many documented cases of actual beings. Right, like this, we're mostly used to seeing like these flying discs.
Yes.
There's a couple rare instances where there's beings that are witnessed and people that have encountered these things like in their living room or in their bedroom, but there's never been a case where there's been multiple witnesses seeing this thing that was actually taken by humans into captivity.
Yes. There are examples, though, from Catholic culture of this happening. Like I mentioned the Teresa account where she sees a being. But she doesn't record a smell or anything like that. But it more looks like the beings that populate John Mack's book, or the beings that the kids in Westall or Zimbabwe, see. So
There's an image of the thing. That's, I guess, in the newspaper. There was an illustration done by somebody in Brazil. Like, how does that thing get here?
Yeah, all I can tell you is how people have seen it for a long time, not just in the 21st and 20th centuries. It's been around.
Yeah. Movies and documentaries, I feel like they shift our memory of this kind of stuff.
They do, yes.
Like people's memory of stuff, especially over a decade, can get distorted. And then when you take into context that somebody's actually making a documentary that they're going to sell, there's that famous line, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. You talk about this a lot in your book, how you were kind of like in the middle of this world of scientists and this world of like the media and movies and Hollywood, and you were finding like this connection between the two things.
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious. So, I spent a lot of time talking about technology in my book and science of technology, and especially virtual environments and things like that. And the more virtual something is, the more we place it in our memory. And I've written a lot about this, not just in books, but also peer-reviewed, papers and things. And I work with people who are doing this kind of work as well for good. Like when we see things in virtual environments, we believe them, even if we don't consciously believe them. They act on our bodies as if we believe them. So you can help people with PTSD in virtual environments. You can train police officers to deal with stuff, or even people in space, right? So they use simulations for astronauts, and they say that it's so real that when they're in space, they feel like that's not as real as what they felt in the simulation. So, what does this have to do with us, just normal people and our constant interface with technology? And I basically was saying that we're misremembering things, and a lot of that's on purpose and intentional for selling stuff, right? So people want to make a lot of money from their digital content. And so when this is an example, Jacques Vallée had this happen to him. I've had it happen to me. So for Jacques' case, is he said that when Whitley Strieber's book Communion came out, there's that picture of the alien on the cover of Communion, and it looks a lot like the James Fox alien. Maybe a nicer version of it, a more friendly version. And so Jacques said that it influenced researchers, ufologists. So ufologists are people who study this topic. And so they would go to a sighting, a reported sighting. If people had seen stuff that did not look like Whitley's cover of Communion, they would discount it as a legitimate encounter. And Jacques said, just mentioned it. And I encountered this a lot. So after American Cosmic was published, I had people from all over the world sending me videos of their encounters. And a lot of them interesting. And of course, I have friends who look at that stuff and they're like, yeah, that's definitely not our stuff, or something like that. And I showed somebody who is a researcher, a well-known researcher, I showed her a video and I said, and she said, that doesn't look like a flying saucer. And I'm thinking, oh, how do you know what a flying saucer looks like? Because we just don't know, because we've only had drawings of flying saucers, So when you actually do, that's why in my next book, Encounters, what I did was I focused on people, a lot of different types of people too, like trained observers, people in the Space Force, people who are just kind of normal people. And if you go back to them and what they saw, it looks pretty different than what we see. There's similarities to what we see in media, but you can see how media is taking it and only focusing on certain types of encounters. And I'll give you an example. There's a really interesting example that happened it was a UFO flap that happened in Brockport, New York in the 1960s. And more than 30 people, credible witnesses, witnessed a series of UFOs. The first person to report it, and this report went to NICAP, and this is in 1967, was this night watchman. And he went out into the parking lot of where he was working, and he saw a craft parked in the parking lot. And he said he saw these three little beings come out, or maybe never come out, and run around. And reported it right away, and nobody believed him. And everybody, they thought it was they just didn't think it was a credible report. But immediately after that, all these credible people started to see what looked like a kind of Steven Spielberg type UFO in the sky. And I interviewed a witness to that event. He was a kid at the time, a teenager, and he and his friends saw it. And a lot of people saw it. Police officers saw it, teachers saw it. And so NICAP then took their reports, but completely discounted the first guy's report because it was so weird. So there's a lot of different stuff happening in reporting. So, if the report is too strange, people won't take it seriously. But if it's kind of, mystical Steven Spielberg-y type UFO, people are like, oh, ready to believe it.
My previous view on this whole phenomena was like it's very technological, and as soon as anyone started to mention anything about poltergeists or mysticism or anything that is paranormal, I started to take a huge step back, and be like, okay, I can't take this person seriously. But after reading your book and hearing how all of these people report all these similar experiences, even though they don't understand what it is, but they describe it to you. Like, for instance, the guy, Gray Man was his name.
Yeah.
He had a crazy experience with this being hovering above him at night, and he described it to you, and you said what he described to you was to the T, the Saint Michael, the archangel.
Yeah. He didn't even know it.
So like that was the point in reading your book where like I had to put it down and take a walk.
Yeah. I agree.
So who is this guy, Gray Man, and was he similar to Tyler?
Well, he worked in the same field, and he has to be pseudonymous because of that.
Mm-hmm.
So he works in the same field, but he's not from this country. He's from Australia. So, and he was really, really careful about things that he's told me. And so he had personal experiences that were of this phenomena, both seeing it as like something in the sky, like aerial phenomena, and also personal experiences.
Pardon this brief interruption, but I want to take a second to talk about our sponsor, Verso.
So what I found was that a lot of people when there are sightings of things in the sky, like aerial phenomena, some people just see aerial phenomena and that's it. They don't have these experiences. Other people might even have the experiences and not even in that vicinity and not even see something in the sky, but have experiences of it, which I found strange. And again, I'm not concluding right now as to what's going on because there's too much. I just don't know. And a lot of people have to bring data, right? We need more data, basically. And we need more people like looking at this and taking the data and not discounting stuff because it's so weird. I guess and I'm with you. Like I used to discount people like this all the time. I don't believe in it at all. I think that what we need is we need someone who's like that, who comes along and says that, is kind of trained to look at weird stuff because I'm in religious studies. What do people believe in religion? Well, if you look at if you're religious and you're believing some stuff that can't be proven, if you believe in angels, we've never proven that an angel exists. We can't put it under the microscope. So we have no objective proof of religion. So I'm already trained in this method. So looking at UFOs, we have a lot more proof of those. We have like radar. We have the government now basically saying, yeah, there are these things. We just don't know what they are. They could present a problem for us in airspace and things like that. And of course, we have people studying them in these programs. And a lot of the people that study them in programs have very weird experiences that are not talked about. Even the history of the space program, the Russian and our space program, American space program, we have founders who had really interesting experiences, like Jack Parsons.
Yeah.
On the one hand, totally bizarre. People don't want to talk about that, especially for NASA or aerospace. They're not going to talk about that.
Could you describe briefly people who Jack Parsons was?
Yeah. So there's a couple of people that are recognized as the father of rocketry. They basically created the calculations to get us into space, to get us out into space. And one of these people is Jack Parsons, probably the most effective. Werner Hahn is one as well. Parsons figured all of this out. And how did Parsons figure this out? Well, he had a really interesting, in the early 20th century, he was working on rocket technology, but he also was a friend of L. Ron Hubbard, who started Scientology, and Aleister Crowley. He had this crazy life in Los Angeles, and he would do rituals in the desert, and these kinds of things would help basically download technology. And it's weird, but what's weird is Konstantin Tchaikovsky on the Russian side. he didn't have the same belief system as Parsons, but believed that he was in contact with angelic presences who would also allow him to, create this rocket technology. So that's what I'm talking about, is like the people who are the most valuable to this program are the people that are doing this stuff that most people would have discounted because it's so weird.
What was he doing hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard?
They were
I'm interested to hear your take on Scientology.
okay. Well, I don't ever talk about Scientology, to tell you the truth. I do teach about it in my class, not publicly.
Okay. Is that something is it on purpose, or is just no one's interested?
No, everyone's interested.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you could get sued talking about Scientology.
Right.
I don't talk about it.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people on here talking about Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard, I think he was one of the most prolific science fiction authors of all time. Like, he wrote more science fiction than anyone.
Yeah, and he started a religion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of interesting there.
Where were we? What were we talking about? I lost track. Okay, we're talking about Jack Parsons.
Yeah, so we were talking about how when you scratch the surface of the UAP UFO topic, and you look at the people who are the most successful at moving the needle, you're going to find that their lives are imbued with this kind of mystical practice.
And what is it about these people that they are able to do these quote unquote downloads that they talk about, that you talk about in your book? Like Tyler has this specific protocol that allows him to connect with nature and this network of nature.
Yes. So a lot of the people, basically, even if they don't know they are. In my field, we also study monastic traditions. Like, there's a history of monastic traditions, people who are monks and nuns, and they tend to live in communities with each other and work on their spiritual growth, basically. Do things like pray a lot, study a lot. And so what I noticed about Tyler was that he lived a fairly monastic life, even though he would never know that or call it that. But he had these what I called protocols. They were physical and spiritual and mental protocols. And what I noticed was that a lot of people who were doing the same kind of work followed these protocols. And they enabled them to download information that they were interested in. They could be useful things like technologies, or, other things like artistic things, projects and things like that. And so when I finished American Cosmic and it was out there, a lot of people with this ability reached out to me. And I met a lot of very incredibly successful people who were doing this their whole lives, doing this similar thing their whole lives. And so I interviewed them too, because I wanted to know, what's going on? What were they doing? Why are they doing this? And so what I figured out, for the most part, is that religions, different traditional religions, were the traditions that held these technologies. And now I see these protocols as like body technologies, or, technologies of connection. And they would enable people to be super creative and help culture in many ways. Like Teresa of Avila is a doctor of the church. She was able to do this. She was a nun. And a lot of the tradition in the Catholic tradition, the saints, they were doing the same thing. They were, they had these practices that enabled them, they believed, to connect to their God. But that's just because we didn't have a global society. Now we have a global society, and we can actually do analysis of what's going on when people are connecting. Harvard's done studies of people who meditate and how it changes, physiologically changes your brain structure, right? Yeah. So, so I think that this is, if I were to say the one thing I learned most from my work so far into UFOs, is I learned about these protocols, and I met a lot of people who do them. And that's what I'm interested in right now, because it seems to me that the other stuff is a huge distraction. Because if we could just focus on this type of thing, it would, where people, they're able to resist being distracted by media and, focus on what they actually are interested in. What are you really interested in? Instead of being hung up on, being distracted by and consuming stuff and going on next thing because you're bored,
Right.
So these people are never bored.
There's this thing that creative people, specifically writers and painters, they talk about when they're trying to get into like a creative flow process of doing their work, is when they start working on something, whether it be a poem or a piece of artwork, they just start by picking up the brush and just splattering paint everywhere. And then once they start to once time passes, they start to like get into this, some people like to call it the muse, where this thing just sort of comes out of the ether and create flow through you without thinking.
That's right. That's it.
That's similar to just thoughts that enter his brain that
Yes.
have nothing to do with memory or anything he's ever learned. They're just ideas that come out of the ether.
Yeah. So he's not the only one. There's so many of people. There's so many people like that. So yes. So to me, that's the most interesting thing. And I was, and a lot of people were very interested in it. So I gave a class on it, because, and people from all over the world took the class, and a lot of people who were doing it, because they want to know, what am I doing? Are other people doing this too?
But so the idea is that our bodies are, we're cellular level, it's all electronic, right? Like the electrons in our bodies that make up our atoms and our cells and our DNA and everything about us, and we're like 90% water. And the idea behind this is that, I'm sorry if I'm messing this up, but that our bodies are like these radio transmitters. Mm-hmm. And that like if we can treat our body the right way and eliminate all of these outside peripheral signals, that we can connect to some sort of network.
Yeah, so I've talked to a lot of people about this because, at some point my own training fails me, and I need to access people who are really into AI or into, that are scientists. Mm-hmm. And so I've talked to a lot of them, and there are two different kinds of theories. One is that it's like a network, right? And there was a Jesuit priest in the early 20th century who felt this network. His name is Chardon, Teilhard Chardon. Right. And so he described it as the newest sphere. And so he felt this network when he was on the front in World War I. And, there's a lot of tension going on there. And he felt like this was going to connect with technology in the future. And he felt like, his work is interpreted in different ways. But I interpret his work as basically saying that there's almost like a new form of a human that's going to happen in the early 21st century. And he sees it as connect to this network.
A new form of human.
Yeah. And so I met a lot of people who believe this too. So he's a very well-known philosopher in communities of people who are creating AI. And so the belief systems of people who are creating AI, I interviewed them too, because, because really I was interviewing people who were in Silicon Valley believing in aliens and ET and reverse engineering things, for American Cosmic. Well, the whole world has shifted. AI is something that wasn't a big deal. I mean, it was a big deal in that time period, but it's now become super public. And so during the time period that American Cosmic was published, and then this book here that I just finished, I focused on people who were in these communities of AI. And a lot of them know about this idea of the organic network that's now somewhat infiltrated with the actual other internet, and how these, how your body's impacted by
it's
each.
Competing with the internet, right?
Kind of. I mean, let's put it this way. Some of them said that they do detox from the internet, yes, in order to connect to the original, I guess, network, in order to come back and code, which is so ironic. But yeah.
There's a deeper meaning here when it comes to like our evolution. We have the choice to either develop technology as a tool or develop something that is gonna make us sort of irrelevant.
Yeah.
Or trample us.
Yeah, there's like a fork in the road.
Right, a fork in the road. That's a good way of putting it.
Chardon saw this, it's one of his warnings, and so the person who is included in the book that is this person that we call Moon Girl, right? And so she's one of the major creators of AI back when 20 years ago. And so she's now seeing the fruits of the things that she created, come alive in a sense. And so she's the one who explained a lot of this idea to me, and that that we do have to have a good understanding that there's a lot of talk of the danger right now of AI, and so she's saying that there's a positive aspect that we can take right now, and we can utilize this, and it'll be helpful. But it seems like she also believes that AI is going to be sentient.
What is the connection between this way of tuning the human body and being able to experience some of these paranormal aspects, having these paranormal experiences in connection with it?
It's pretty well known in Buddhist communities of meditators, and also within Catholic culture, that if you pray, we're talking about the monastic traditions. If not, not your everyday Catholic is not going to be praying and then seeing an entity or something like that, or they might, but generally no. So if you're doing this kind of practice where you're becoming sensitive to, what happens during meditative or prayer sessions, sometimes you'll see something that is like what would be called a UFO or an entity, and it might disturb you, but that's why there are communities that help each other. So that's why monks and nuns, they live together to help each other through these spiritual practices. So they would say, I know that in specific Buddhist communities, they say, that's just a distraction. That's not your goal. So if you see these things in the Catholic monastic community, you would tell your spiritual director, and they would say the same thing. Don't focus on that,
Now, are there good evils? Like, are there good beings and evil beings that people report?
Yeah.
And what determines whether these people experience good or evil?
Well, within the Catholic tradition, definitely they would call it good or evil. Within the Buddhist tradition, they would probably have unhelpful and helpful, right? They wouldn't put a value judgment on it, in my opinion. I am not a scholar of Buddhism, so just to be clear.
Okay.
But within the Catholic tradition, what would happen is if you started to have locutions, which, you hear things or you see things, you would go to your spiritual director and you would tell that person, okay, this is happening to me. And you would work through it, and it'd be tests to find out if this was a evil thing or a good thing, whether we should pay attention to it. It's definitely something that has always been around in Catholic culture and is still around. So let's take the example of sightings of the Virgin Mary.
Okay.
See the Virgin Mary. All right. It's kind of an often, if you go online, you'll do maps of Virgin Mary sightings global.
There's a bank that's right down the street from here. Years ago, there was the sprinklers went off, and it stained the glass on the side of this glass building, which was a bank, and it created this stain that looked just like the outline of the Virgin Mary, and it was all over the news. And a church ended up buying the building and making it now a church today.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
A church bought a bank.
There would often be these stains on the windows from the sprinklers, right? And they were all different kinds of shapes. But this day specifically created this shape of a Virgin Mary, and they never cleaned it off. They, in fact, did something where they coated over it and made it permanent.
Wow.
And then a church ended up buying it.
Wow, that's really neat.
Yeah, it's wild. But it's it goes back to the thing believing is seeing. If you believe something, you see it everywhere.
Yeah. So, okay, say somebody sees the Virgin Mary, and this person seems credible, right? They don't even want to talk about it, but they do see it. And they go to their priest and they say, look, I saw, this.
Here it is.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. It's really beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 10 minutes away from here.
Wow. So there are committees at the Vatican that assess these sightings and assess whether that or not they're from God or not from God. And so these kinds of things get assessed. And that's not in secular culture. So if you see something and you're like, whoa, I saw this, people are like, okay, right. But if you do see this in different religious traditions, there are committees set up to deal with that kind of thing.
Is this similar to, you mentioned something in your book that there's a person, I can't remember the name of this person, but there's a person who determines who is a saint?
Yeah, there's a whole committee that does that.
Okay,
and it's called, there's a postulator. So
postulators, that's what it was.
Yeah, and I've met one at the Vatican who was also, I think he's still there. He does not on the internet or email or anything.
Now, what is this spiritual aspect of the phenomenon? What does it have to do specifically with, going back to Gary Nolan's work, brain structure? And he talks about specific brain structure and a specific part of the brain that is developed. I think it's like what? It's like 1% of the population?
I don't know what percentage it is, but he was studying, I don't know if he's talking about it with respect to spirituality or religion, but he's definitely talking about it with respect to people who access this data that allows them to do downloading.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. So these are like high functioning people who are downloading information, like generally technologies. And it's the caudate putamen, that the part of the brain that he was looking at.
What is it called again?
It's called the caudate.
The caudate.
I think it's the caudate putamen.
The
I think
caudate
that's it.
putamen.
Yeah.
Okay. These protocols that Tyler specifically talks about is not should be practiced by everyday people to try to access this, or is this thing that all try to do?
I think that, honestly, I think all people should do the things that he was doing. Maybe not to that extent because they're pretty intense, but he's just talking about having, okay, let's put it this way. In many traditions, your body is considered a temple. Okay, well, what is a temple? It's going to be a temple of God, right? So it's a temple so this idea has been around for a while. We just forgot about it. And so, I'm looking at it and saying, hey, this has been around for a while and these people are doing it to great effect. And it's basically making sure that you're healthy and you keep your body, if it is the case that we're transmitting and receiving information, that you're keeping your body clear enough and healthy enough to do that. So I think it's kind of like a human thing. I think a lot of people can do it.
Is it simple stuff like getting good sleep, drinking a lot of water?
It's totally simple
taking
stuff.
Your vitamins?
Yeah, it's simple stuff. But when you look at the science behind it, you're like, oh, so that's the reason why. So getting enough water, our bodies. So Moon Girl explained this to me. She said our bodies are like 80% water, 70 to 80% water, and water is like the universal conductor. It's conducting electricity, and a lot of things that are happening in our bodies are electrical. So we're just, making sure that the water is clear in order for these things to, in order for us to be at our peak. You see it also with athletes. You have to be at a certain point in order to get into the flow.
Right.
A musician has to know the stuff really, really well in order to get into the flow. So it's basically living in a very healthy way.
So this brings me to the there's a part in Plato's book where he talks about the cave. I think it's called the Cave of Allegory.
Oh, you're talking about the allegory of the cave.
The allegory of the cave, yeah. Dyslexia.
No, it's okay. It's in Plato's Republic. And
right, okay.
Yeah. It's a really interesting, it's like a template for our time. Like a lot of movies make use of it. The Matrix makes use of the allegory of the cave. It's kind of like a template that what we see is not real and there's something behind it. And, It's a really interesting book, by the way, Plato's Republic.
There's a diagram of it.
Yeah. So, okay. So I'll tell you what's going on.
Okay.
So Plato's basically in allegory. He's talking to, Socrates, because Plato's talking about Socrates, who is his teacher. Socrates never did anything. So Plato basically mimicked Socrates, tried to, writing new technology at the time. He didn't like it because he felt it removed knowledge from the actual source of knowledge, which was the person. Okay. So this is happening at the time period. So Plato wants to provide people with an understanding of what his teacher Socrates said, but he needs to use writing to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So everything's in dialogue. So Plato's writing all of this in dialogue form in order to kind of preserve something of what Socrates is saying.
Okay.
So this allegory of the cave, this occurs in Plato's Republic. Plato's Republic asks this question: can we have a just society? Right? Can we actually live together without killing each other? Is a question, right? Can we have a just society? Okay, that's the question. And so chapter is back and forth about whether or not, between Socrates and Plato's brother, Glaucon, can we actually have this just society? And there are lots of different readings. I'm not a trained philosopher, although I took a lot of philosophy. I have the equivalent of a master's degree in it.
Oh, wow.
But so I know a lot of philosophers. I've talked to philosophers, mostly James Madden at Benedictine College. He and I have had a lot of conversations about the allegory. And it appears that Socrates, at the end of the Republic, is kind of we can have a just republic.
Oh, no.
Because we've gone through all of these scenarios and simulations, and it looks pretty bad for people because politicians are really they shouldn't actually be politicians. It's like the people who should be politicians are not politicians, and you have to trick them into being politicians. That's the best politician, right? And that's not going to happen. So in the end, he throws in the allegory of the cave, and you're like, what's this about? So he's basically saying that life is like this. We're all in this cave. And if you look at this image here, you see these people tied up. So people have tied them up. And what's worse is that they've lit this fire in back of them, and they're doing puppet shows. And so these people see the shows of what's happening on the cave wall, and they think that's reality. Okay, so that's the setup. That's what life is like. And then somebody gets out and goes outside the cave and sees, something real. They see reality out there. They see the real world. They see the sun, and this is true. And they realize that they've been fooled their whole life, and they don't see what's real. So they go back into the cave, and they tell the people that are tied up, there's reality out there. But sadly, what happens is the people who are tied up think that they're crazy. They say, you're crazy. Your eyes are ruined, And Socrates even says, maybe they might even harm that person, because they're so angry at them. So he basically says, what do we need then? What should we do about this situation? And so he and Glaucon agree that the best way to deal with this is through basically a conversation about what is real, and a way to help each other recognize kind of a community, the very basis of a community that looks like a monastic community, where people basically say, wow, what's out there is really crazy. We can't believe it. So let's kind of talk about it and really form this, what a lot of philosophers believe is this epistemology of good, that we can, that this is the ascent from the cave is when a person starts to attain a mystical knowledge of what is good. And so that's what he believes is going to help us in this kind of situation that we're in.
You can definitely see the parallels of the situation that we're in with the allegory of the cave.
Yeah.
It's kind of mind-blowing.
I know. That's why a lot of people who are doing media are using allegory of the cave as kind of a template, for our time period. But I think it's actually the way that has been. By the way, I want to say that this is a Western thing. I don't know if the allegory is going to be structurally important for like certain indigenous communities, frankly. When you look around, you're like, wow, they don't actually have this situation where you have government, and Socrates was killed by his government.
Right.
It was a pretty dire situation.
Like, it seems like right now, okay, but it seems like the way to break it, or to break the chains, is through this philosophy. And through us finding out, like, discovering that everything that we're looking for is within ourselves.
Yeah, I think that, I honestly do think that this is a template, that it's structural for at least this type of culture. And the way to remedy, maybe you can't fix it, but you can remedy it for yourself. And that's to do what Socrates suggests. And so I think it's really important to do that. Will this be a fix-it for humans? I don't know. And is there a fix-it for humans? Maybe not. But if there is, we have to look at these kinds of things. So I find correlations to early Christianity too, because when Jesus was talking to his community, and by the way, this would be something that they would have known about, because we're talking about a very Greek-informed Jewish community in the first century. So there's a called Hellenization. So they're very informed by Greek thinking, and there's philosophical communities of math mystics, basically, who sometimes are vegetarian, and they're practicing these protocols. Socrates and his group practiced these protocols too. A lot of them didn't start learning and utilizing math until they were 35 to 40 years old. They were, so it's really interesting. So, when you start to learn about that time period, Jesus's time period, you start to understand that it was very sophisticated what they were talking about. And Jesus was also, in a sense, being the Socrates of his time, basically saying the people who would listen, he wasn't even talking to everybody. He was saying, this is what it's like, and he would basically help his community. And so he was initiating. He also never wrote anything like Socrates did. Didn't either. So they were very similar in that sense, that they never wrote anything. So he was also, asking, could there be justice? And he said, yes, there can, but it's the way. This is the way. And it was a spiritual and mystical way, just like Socrates. And my reading of Socrates is that he's proposing a spiritual way, a mystical way, even though, ironically, the reason he was killed was because he was supposed to be, Athens said that he was promoting atheism of the youth, which I think is really ironic.
Tyler described a hierarchy of beings. How do you make sense?
Well, it's really interesting to me. So Tyler's information about the protocols I thought was so good and interesting and helpful that I asked him to speak in my classes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, prior to the publication of American Cosmic. So he would guest speak in my classes, and my students loved him, by the way. So he would, it would be standing room only when he was around. And students would come, and pack into my classes. And he would basically talk to them about their own, lives and what they were interested in doing and that type of thing. And during the time period, he was really open about his beliefs. And part of what he used to say was that there was a hierarchy of beings. And he placed God at the top. He was Christian. And then he placed angels below God. And then he placed beings, like off-planet beings. He called them off-planet beings. And then he placed, and this is where it gets really weird to me, factions in the intelligence community, and then normal humans. That was the hierarchy.
Okay. Was Tyler religious before you, like, when you first met him, was he a religious person?
He was religious in a pretty normal way.
Okay.
So he went to church maybe a couple times a year, non-denominational Christian. He was very, very spiritual, but his spirituality wasn't, obviously when he met me, I taught him a lot about, what I knew. And when we were at the Vatican, he experienced a pretty intense religious experience. And so now he's very religious, like Catholic, goes to church, works, I think, started.
After his experience at Thickham.
Yeah, yeah. And that was nothing that I promoted or wanted to happen, by the way. It just kind of happened on its own. I was fascinated by it. No, he was not. He was not super religious.
Okay, so God is at the top.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Angels are below that.
Yeah.
What, in his view, are angels?
Well, he changed his view when we went to the Vatican, and we learned a lot more about the saints and what was happening with them and their interfaces with what looks like similar to what people are saying when they have UFO experiences today. And he started to understand it from a broader perspective, and he thought perhaps that the things that he was studying had to do with angels. And so he was willing to decide that maybe the category of angels and off-planet intelligence were closer than he had thought before, and maybe they were the same. And so he revised that, but he kept everything else the same.
So he combined angels and extraterrestrials?
Yes. Well, remember, he's calling them off-planet beings. He's not calling them extraterrestrials.
Okay. Is there a reason? Isn't that the same thing, though?
Not to his mind. Because I think he's keeping an open mind as to what they are. He believes in them and interfaces with them, but he's keeping an open mind.
So
He did.
Is the difference between when he says off-planet, does he mean like stellar? Or is he talking like, are we talking multiverse, like different dimensions?
Yeah, so these are the questions that he had.
Okay. So he didn't know. That's why he left it open.
I mean, I think that he believed and that they're in space and that we encounter them, in space.
And we encounter them in space.
And they come down too to our. I think that he called them off planet. They're not terrestrial.
So he claimed that we see these things in space. Is that something you can talk about?
That's what he believes. Let's just say that.
That's what he believes.
That's what he believed at the time.
What is his opinion of the objects the Navy pilots are seeing, like the Tic Tac objects and the Go Fast and the gimbals?
Okay, it was only the Tic Tac videos that I was able to get him to look at and ask what he thought about those, and not the other ones. So he looked at those and he said, the video quality is horrible. And then he said,
right.
That's pretty similar. That's what he said. That's all he said to me.
He said that's pretty similar.
Yeah. But he said,
what does that
the
mean?
video is really horrible. And he thought that was probably purposeful. I have the feeling he thought that was purposeful. And it was very soon after that we stopped talking about, we stopped working together.
Really? Why did you guys stop working together?
Because his work was changing already, and things were going really fast, and my book was a lot, and I think that it was not in his best interest to keep communicating.
Did anybody seem to have the opinion that those modern videos are sort of like technology that has been developed by us?
Let's see. I mean, there are some people who basically told me, this was after the book got published, who said that we have drone technology from a long time ago, way before people even knew that drones existed. And so, yes. So it got a lot of very, of course, at this time, I recognized the complete disinformation that was coming my way because I'm a professor writing about this topic. And so I'm like a magnet for anybody who wants to spin their story in public. And so I had to be really conscientious about who I listened to and took seriously.
Right.
And so, but I did have people come and very, emphatically tell me, yes, this is not what you think. It's our technology. And we've had it for a long time. And then gave me evidence to show me. But at this point, I decided I wasn't going to be doing that.
They give you evidence to show you?
Yeah. And that, of course, they're going to want it out there, So I'm like, I'm not doing this game. Like, I felt like I did that before. I'm not going to do it again. Because this point, I understood that I was going to be a target and was a target of people feeding me information they wanted to place in the public. And you have, as a person,
how do you discern that?
Well, right. It's really difficult to discern that. I used some of my friends who I trusted, like Jacques Vallée, to kind of get a read on people. Not like I'd ask him specifically. I just say, do you want to meet this person? And if he said no, or if he didn't comment, I didn't know, okay, this is not, because I think he's pretty good at discerning, you know. And yeah, so I just chose to only write and publish stuff that I felt was responsible, I guess, you know, and I could say, yeah, that, you know, put it out there and say yes. It wasn't anything that I was going to put out there that I had a question about, you know. So I was doing straight what's called ethnography, which is basically talking to people about their experiences and interfaces with this phenomenon.
What for you, specifically with the new book, what was there anything in there that was like really something that like blew your worldview out of the water, or like really shocked you?
Okay, that's a really good question. I think a few things. The two chapters that are really impactful to me are side by side. And the first one is with Moon Girl. And her worldview was really interesting to me because it's the new world. You know, she augurs in this new world. Her work, the way she lives, and speaks about it really. She's articulate and eloquent about it. And for a lot of people, it's frightening because it's basically us living with a technology that we've created that has huge potential to shift everything. And this is what attracted me to the work of Martin Heidegger, the philosopher, in that he predicted this time period and said, only God can save us now, thing type.
Right.
Yeah, so, you know, I was like, wow, we're here, and someone who knows most about it. So, you know, this time period of, you know, intelligent technology, either something that we merge with or something independent on its own, is fascinating and something that I said was unprecedented for humans. And so, yeah, so that, and then directly after that, I know a person, actually a colleague of mine. I've known her for many years, 20 years, and this is all pre-UFO and post-UFO. And when she was a woman in my department, I'm in a male-dominated field, so we spent a lot of time together. She's a philosopher, and she was being recruited by the NSA as well. And her father worked in what she called the secret space program. And this was all when I was doing Catholic history. So I always thought that was strange, but I never actually asked her about it. But then when I started to study this, it was like, I need to ask her about this because it's strange. You know, you hear all this crazy stuff about this secret space program, and it's this and that, and it's, you know, it's absolutely insane. So I did an interview with her, and I recognized that she was actually the child of a person who was in one of these programs. And I met so many people in these programs, like Tyler, right? And, you know, and these people have children. Those children do not live normal lives. And because their parents don't live normal lives because of being part of these programs. And so that was an insight. I met a lot of these people. And so there's like almost like an effect, you know, of that lasts on these generations of people, their children. And so I really wanted to talk about that, but I couldn't talk about it directly with some of the people who are now in the program. So her father's been dead for many, many, many years. But still, people around her told her not to share the information because there was so much intimidation not to share it. I mean, we're talking about he's been dead for more than 30 years. You know? And so, but she talked about it.
It's so unsettling to think that there's this deep layer of fear and secrecy embedded deep in our government and in the world that you don't see or normal people don't even think about. The deeper you go into this topic, it's just like the more of that you see.
Yeah, I started having that idea that you have, like, you know, there shouldn't be this, and basically being kind of really frightened of it, not wanting to be a part of it. And then
Right.
being around people so much in it, a lot of them were saying, listen, it's better the devil you know.
The devil you know.
Yeah. And so that kind of changed. And then having them tell me exactly why it's better the devil you know. And so that shifted my perspective. And now I just, you know, maybe there's some wisdom. And so I back off from it. And so I just focus on the religion aspects of this. I don't want to go into this, you know, the secrecy of that chapter is the one in the book that I just kind of talk about it. It's a safe way to talk about it.
Mm.
You just have to say, yeah, it's there, that exists. And some people believe that it exists for good reason.
Do you think that there's people that are like this girl's father who passed away, scientists that are deep within the shadows of governments who are very much aware of this spiritual mystic thing that Tyler's a part of?
Yeah, I do.
And do you think they're trying to purposely hide it or weaponize it? I mean, because like all the history of the evolution of technology is competitive capitalism mixed with science for the purpose of war, right? Like we're apes with nuclear weapons, right? And we just want to compete to be higher on the food chain. And that's what's sort of inspired a lot of the most incredibly innovative technology throughout history. So like do you think that is why they're keeping this a secret?
Okay, so yeah, so I loved what you just said, right? The rundown of kind of the state of affairs and technology. But I would change one thing, and that's the people